Okay, if you heard anybody say, I'm glad to be here, tell them, welcome. 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 Okay, so you're welcome to the day 2 of the YALI Network Nigeria National Summit. A round of applause for YALI Nigeria, please. A round of applause. Also, a round of applause for yourself for making it here this morning. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'd like to quickly apologize for starting the meeting a bit late. We're so sorry. We actually do take your time highly, and we're sorry. We just needed to. I think you saw, you saw those things. We needed to get some things ready for you. I'm going to be introducing some of our guests this morning. But before we go on, is Sekinat Bello here, please? Okay, she's the deputy chair of the steering committee, and I'd like her to come, give us some highlights of what happened yesterday for those people that were not here. I'm still going to do that, but you missed a bit, but just so that you will not feel like you missed, she's going to be giving us highlights of the things that happened yesterday and the things to look forward to for today. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sekinat Bello. Sekinat Bello, she's coming, she's coming. She is coming.
Good morning, everyone, and permit me to stand on already established protocols. Uh, I would like the head of the secretariat to present the rapporteur for yesterday. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and you are all highly welcome into the second day of the YALI Network Nigeria National Summit. It's amazing doing this with you once again. Yesterday was amazing, and today promises to be more explosive. Yesterday, we touched on many things. We showcases talents, we have keynote speeches, panel discussion, and a lot more like that. And so far so good. It's been amazing. Part of the thing we have panel discussion, we have keynote speeches, we have performances, we also have spoken word artists. So, and of course, yesterday 5 people got instant job and CV was refilled. And this thing being done, like it's just a beginning, and you can't just wait to see what's going to happen today. And it promises to be amazing. So we welcome you all. And in conclusion, my name is Jamil Balogo. I'm the General Duties Manager for the YALI National Summit 2023. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jamil Balogun. A round of applause once again, please. Okay, I'd like to tell you that I have not gotten citizenship from another country, and so I'm still a Nigerian. So before Nigerians will send me out of this country, can we all rise up, please, for our national anthem? My apologies. Okay, I'd like a volunteer to lead us in the national anthem. Any volunteer, very quickly. Very quickly. Thank you. Are you both coming here? Okay. So for some of us that used to hum when we were in primary and secondary school, we'll get to see. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Thank you very much. Please have your seats. Some people are meant to be in the army, but they're here. They just want to be, civilians. If you know that you have a calling to be in the army, please don't waste it. Okay? All right. Please, if you have an empty seat in front of you, I am not talking about this front, these two seats, these two rows here. But if you have an empty seat in front of you, I like to tell you that you're wrong. Tell yourself, I'm wrong. Okay, please, kindly occupy the empty seats in front of you. I can see some empty seats. Just occupy them so that we can, they can be compact enough. All right, so I'm going to be calling up two persons. They're from a set of people that have been planning for this program since last year. Yes. Would you like to meet them? Would you like to meet them? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Abuja coordinator and Osun State YALI Network coordinator, in person of Moyo Solua and Oluwatomisin. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. Moyo is the host. She's hosting us.
Hello.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Hello. Yeah, good morning. Let's have some energy in the building. This is a youth gathering.
Yes.
Celebrate yourself.
Woo! If you're excited this morning, can you put your hands together for yourself very well? Do it like you mean it. Do it like you mean it. Celebrate yourself this morning. It's a beautiful morning in Abuja City this morning, right? Right? I'm sure you have a great night yesterday. All right, and we had a good time here yesterday, and yet again we are here this morning, and it promises to be another explosive experience. Yes. Can we please put our hands together for ourselves once again this morning?
Yes. And we want to appreciate everyone for making it down here. We appreciate all of you. We want to say from Mr. Austin to Mr. Duran to Julia and Katrina, thank you for coming. We also appreciate your support towards the YALI network. Today promises to be an interesting one. I'll try and take it slowly because of the interpreter now. Sorry, I was not mindful of that. For today's event, we actually have lots of activities planned for you, but the highlight is the General Assembly model, and we also have the business pitch. We understand that maybe few of you were able to get opportunity to have the job interview for the 5 opportunities shared yesterday. If you're one of the beneficiaries of that job opportunity, would like to get that down until we can start having our success story right from here before you leave. Today also promised to be the interesting part. We have the Unfortunately, my voice is also low. Okay, we have different options. Thank you. So we also have the cultural night that's going to happen from 6 p.m. today. I will try as much as possible to manage time. We apologize for the few 30 minutes that we've lost, but we'll recover that during the course of the day. We also want to encourage you to not just come here and go the way you came. Maximize the opportunity, network with other people. We have in the building at least 20 YALI reps. I'm mindful of saying YALI Abuja all the time. We have at least 20 YALI network hubs represented here in the building. Celebrate yourself if you're here. Okay. So at least you should be able to meet minimum of 5 people before you leave. That's minimum. Get to know them, get to know what they do, and share ideas. In the hub, Mr. Duran, if I'm permitted, I said the networking could also lead to marriage, right?
Honestly, looking forward to a yearly marriage. All right.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank
you
everyone.
for coming.
You are welcome to day
Pleasure
2
being
of the YALI Network Nigeria National Summit, a truly national summit. Enjoy.
Yeah, day 2. And before we leave, let's just do this. When I say YALI, you say what?
Impact.
Yeah. YALI.
Impact.
Oh, no, that's so low. YALI.
Impact.
YALI.
Impact.
Impact.
YALI.
Impact.
YALI.
YALI.
Impact.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
I saw a number of people smiling when they heard that YALI marriage. Okay, we'll be glad if from this summit, I mean next Saturday, if next Saturday we can have a YALI wedding. It's so fast. Okay, next year. Next year. Just before next year, the national summit. Is that okay? Oh, I have a witness over there, right? Have you seen? Okay. Oh, somebody said if I'm ready, we could get married. Is that a proposal right there? Okay. Oh, don't worry. Meet me. Let's not be doing this one. Okay. Thank you very much, Moyo, Oluwatomi, and Oluwatomi. Please, can we put our hands together for them once again? All right. We're going to be introducing some special sets of persons here. Sekinat, are you ready for me? Okay, just a moment. All right, so we're going to be moving quickly into what we have for today. Moyo mentioned that some people got jobs yesterday. Imagine attending a conference and prayers answered. Do you know what that means? Some people's CVs were reviewed yesterday, and I'm sure that from that action, they're going to get their dream jobs. Am I right? So can we celebrate YALI Network Nigeria once again? Very quickly, you're going to be doing me a favor. Can you bring out your phones, please? And turn on your data, in case you turned it off. Okay. Media, can I have the social media handles, please? So I don't know what platform you're most active on, but I'd like you to go quickly to your Twitter account and search, X. My apologies, my sincere apologies. I think we have shareholders of X right here. Okay, so please, can you go over to X and search at YALI Network NIG? I hope I'm correct. At YALI Network NIG. And click the follow button. Thank you very much. Head over to Instagram. For some people here, we have content creators here, people that have over 100K followers on Instagram. Please, YALI Network Nigeria. YALI Network Nigeria on Instagram. You will meet me there. I'll be there. Yes, I'm already there. Have we done that? Click that follow button, please. Okay? For the professionals here, and I think everybody should be on that platform, we're heading over to LinkedIn. And also at YALI Network Nigeria, just search for YALI Network Nigeria. You see that. You see there. Please do well to follow us. And finally, we head over to Facebook. Now, there's a bit of when you get to Facebook, just search for Young African Leaders Initiative Network Nigeria. Yes, I know. I mean, yeah, I'm back. Young African Leaders Initiative Network Nigeria. It's long, but we like it. Now on Facebook, you'll see a page and a group. Kindly follow the page. Yes. As you're doing that, you don't know whether there's a gift attached to this thing. So some of us are just looking at me. Please do well to follow. There's somebody ready to take the gift, if any. All right. Thank you very much for that. A round of applause for yourselves if you did that. A round of applause. Okay, not many people did that. Okay, I told us earlier that I was not going to be doing this alone, that a young man was going to come up and join me. So please, ladies and gentlemen, the man in the white kaftan, dressed like he's going to, should I continue? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Utibe, my co-uncle.
Thank you very much, Deborah. The way you're clapping, it looks as if you're very sad to be here. And the last I checked, if you are in a group or in an organization that gives out jobs, you should be screaming. Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, permits me to welcome you once again to the day 2 of this event. I'm very happy and I'm very glad to be doing this here with no other person than this very beautiful, elegant, and outspoken lady, Deborah.
Thank you.
Don't do it too much. Okay. So I would also like to stress you, please, can you bring out your phones? Can you bring out your phones? Just one more thing before we get into the business of the day. Can you bring out your phones? Now, can you take a selfie with the person next to you? And please, if the person next to you is from your state, please, could you just shift? Tell the person, leave me today, we are in Abuja. Have you done the selfie? If your camera is no good, we can contact Apple immediately and tell them that they need to sponsor YALI events. So have you done that? If you need to stand up, please do. Please do. Make sure someone from another state is there. So you are not part of this event? Are you for us? Or, you know, my village people told me anywhere I go, they would come. Are you among them?
Or your state.
Okay, have you done that? So please go to WhatsApp, your WhatsApp status. Let's start there. Go to WhatsApp, your WhatsApp status. Let's start there. So the caption I want you to give is, I am proud to be a YALI Network Nigeria member. I am proud to be a YALI Network Nigeria member. Please, your WhatsApp status. If you are not doing it, then you are not proud. And if you are not proud, we should, in the next face-to-face meeting, you should be pursued. Have you done that? Okay. You can also go to Facebook, you can go to Instagram, you can go to X. Just make sure that people know that something like this is ongoing. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you for your cooperation. Thank you so much. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize the envoy from the U.S. missions. I would like the envoy to please just stand for a minute, or not up to a minute. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. We really appreciate. We really appreciate. So we'll be heading straight ahead to our first keynote speech for the day. So we've started seriously for the day. And you are free to call your friend, your friend that loves attending events very late. Do you have such friend? So if you have someone like that, I think I came early.
You did? You did.
So you can call your friend, tell your friend we've started already, and make sure you call anyone who's not here and who's supposed to be here as we are heading straight to our first keynote speech. And to give us our first keynote speech is no other person but a very elegant woman, one that it's very unique and very special. She is a graduate of SMU Cox School of Business in Dallas, Texas. And she has Masters of Science in Business Analytics. This very special woman, an awesome woman, is skilled in Microsoft Office. She's skilled in SQL. She's skilled in Electrics. She's skilled in Tableau. She's skilled in Power BI. We call it Power BI. She's also skilled in Google Analytics. If you're not clapping, you are jealous. And if you're not clapping, you don't want to be skilled. She is no other person than someone that I love so much. When she arrived, she was so humble. I was like wondering, wow, can someone be this humble? And I wanted to go close to her, but then I had to be a little bit scared. And she said, no, come closer. I'm not so, so soft. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, would you give me a round of applause? Make it better. As we welcome the Cultural Affairs Officer of the U.S. Embassy, Abuja, no other person than Julia Markey.
Wow, what an introduction. Yeah? All right. So happy to be here. You guys are amazing. The YALI network in Nigeria is the biggest and the most active of all the YALI networks. Celebrate yourselves. I know we have members from all over Nigeria. If you're from the north, please stand up. I want to see who's from the north. That includes the Federal Capital Territory. All right, celebrate yourselves. Thank you. And if you're from the south, can you also stand up? I'd like to celebrate you as well. Thank you. That's a good representation. I want to start by thanking the organizing committee the planning committee that put all of this together. This is amazing, and let's celebrate them. All right, I think people are pretty much awake, but if they're not, maybe move around a little bit in your seats just to get the energy flowing. I have some formal remarks that I will share with you. And part of that is to show our support from the U.S. mission, not just from the embassy, not just from the consulate, but from the full U.S. mission here. We are so glad that you are part of the YALI network. And I will share a few things that we're doing. I see that the theme, Beyond Limits, the work that you guys do is beyond limits. The possibilities for what you can accomplish is limitless. And we're so proud to be here with you today. So as it was said, I'm Julie McKay. I'm the Cultural Affairs Officer at the U.S. Embassy And I'm not going to lie, supporting the YALI network is one of my favorite things to do. You guys are an inspiration. You have energy. You're motivated. It's one of the things that I enjoy doing, and I'm so glad to be here today. So as you all know, the United States and Nigeria have a strong partnership, and it's based on shared values and mutual interests. And our two countries work together on a range of issues, right? So everything from promoting democracy and human rights to enhancing economic prosperity, and from advancing peace and security to strengthening health and education. And I remember last year, right after I arrived in Nigeria, the very first thing I did was I came and spoke at this summit. So I was here a year ago. Was anybody here a year ago? Clap your hands if you saw me last year. Thank you for putting up with me 2 years in a row. I really appreciate that. And I remember what I talked about last year. Do you guys remember? It was the importance of your participation in the democratic process, right? And you did participate, and it was impressive. The other thing I talked about was how important it was to stop, reflect, and verify before you share information online, right? YALI checks. And you did that too. So again, let's celebrate you. You're going to be tired of clapping, I'm sure. This year, though, I want to talk about something different. And that's our common goal of building sustainable economies and communities, and how the U.S. mission is doing that through our support for creative industries, innovation, and inclusion. All right, so first, we're supporting the development of Nigeria's creative industries. And this is in recognition of the growing demand for Nigerian filmmakers, fashion designers, authors, and musicians around the world, right? For example, this year, for the second year in a row, the Headies, Nigeria's most prestigious music awards, are being hosted in Atlanta, Georgia, right? And that is in part because of the way we have collaborated with the organizers of the Headies, as well as the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce. And the awards ceremony will again feature thousands of guests, including Nigerian and American celebrities, business leaders, media personalities, and cultural influencers. The awards are a celebration of the growing ties between the U.S. and Nigeria's creative industries, which are creating jobs, generating revenue, and promoting cultural diversity. Are you planning to watch the Headies on HIP TV? Yes. All right. Me too. I love Afrobeats and all musical things. So I don't know who's going to win the big awards, but we're very happy to be hosting in the United States. Second, in terms of innovation, I want to mention the Microsoft Garage Electric Vehicle Hackathon. Did anybody here participate in that? Okay. So it took place in Lagos earlier this month, and it was a 3-day challenge, and 100 young Nigerian programmers and developers were there to create innovative solutions to electric mobility in Nigeria. Microsoft Nigeria organized the hackathon in partnership with the U.S. Consulate in Lagos and the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. And the hackathon allowed us to support Nigeria's transition to a low-carbon economy and showcase the talent and potential of Nigeria's tech ecosystem. So the U.S. Undersecretary for Commerce was at the event. And what she said in her remarks, this is a quote from the Undersecretary of Commerce from the United States. She said, "Your well-deserved reputation as innovators is the primary reason I am in Nigeria. leading a trade mission of cutting-edge U.S. companies that are eager to find opportunities to expand business relationships with Nigerian counterparts. So looking for those connections in innovation and technology is incredibly important and is part of our partnership. And then finally, I want to highlight the importance of inclusion. As you know, the U.S. mission is committed to promoting diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And one of our priorities is addressing the challenges to the advancement of women and girls. How many women and girls do we have in the audience? Raise your hand. No, I'm not sure if it's half, but it's a nice representation. Excellent. Studies have shown that nations with gender parity and inclusion experience more economic growth and development, less conflict, and higher literacy rates. Our commitment to inclusivity is reflected in our initiatives and programs, like YALI Stands for All. How many people have participated in YALI Stands for All? Oh, okay. The next time it comes around, please be part of that campaign. I've participated in it, as well as the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs and the Tech Women and Tech Girls exchange programs. And these are just some examples of how we work with our Nigerian partners to advance our common goals and interests. Because we believe that by strengthening our people-to-people ties, we can build a more prosperous, secure, and democratic future for both of our countries. And we recognize the important role that young people like you play in the future of Nigeria. And we're going to continue to provide opportunities like the YALI Network to equip young Nigerians with the skills and connections they need to foster change in their communities. So I really want to thank you all for being part of the network. And I also heard about making connections, right? You need to meet at least 5 YALI reps. That's your homework, I think. And thank you so much for putting up with me for a second year in a row. So I've kind of put you to sleep. So I want to say YALI, and you're going to say, right, YALI, YALI, impact, impact. All right, you guys are amazing. Thank you for all that you do. Ooh, could we take a picture? Should I get down there and take a selfie? Or should I do it from up here and everybody should stand up? What's your suggestion? From there or from here? From here. All right. Can you stand up? Stand up. Okay. Just gotta get in the picture. Come stand up here. All right. Like put your hands up or something.
I can see Mrs. Irene looking at those and please. Yes. Okay. YALI.
Impact.
YALI.
Impact.
Impact.
YALI.
Impact.
YALI.
Smile, please. Let your smile be the prettiest, be the finest, be finer than the person beside you. Impact. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Let's get seated. Okay, okay. That was a good way. Some people have been seated since morning.
Thank you very much. It's a very important announcement. If you got a confirmation mail for the business speech and you are sure that you are here for the pitch, like you did not hear about it and you did not fake someone's name, please meet Mrs. Irene at the back. She's waving her hands.
She's a beautiful woman standing by
She's
my
on
right
blue
here.
gown.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. We're moving straight into one of the important segments of today's event. But before I go on, I'm going to be introducing some special sets of persons who have graced us with their presence. We will not be able to continue without introducing these people. Ladies and gentlemen, when I call them, I'd like you to... Do I have your attention, please? Are some people still taking pictures? Okay, please, can I have your attention? All right, I'm about to introduce special guests, some special guests in our midst. The first person I'm going to be introducing is the Vice Chair for the General Assembly in person of Dr. Peter Ajansen. Your hands together for him, please. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much for coming. Also, we have the Vice Chair, GTech, in person of Professor John Ukets. Oh, my apologies. ICT and Tech. ICT and Tech. You know, that's why we're wearing glasses. My apologies. Also, the lady in their midst, we have Caroline Walker, the Advanced Youth Voice Initiative. Is she here? Is she here?
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome, ma'am. Yes, thank you very much for coming. So that I want to look at it very well. I will not make mistakes. Okay, we have Mr. Kabir Ademo, the Netherlands African Business Council, from Netherlands African Business Council. Mr. Kabir, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. So lastly, I'm going to be calling on the CEO and global president of the Great People Foundation in person of Mr. Aluko Joshua Babatunde. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome.
You're welcome. Okay, we're going into one of the events for today. You can see that, you know, we've moved, myself and my co-anchor, we've moved. They've sent us, they're almost sending us out of the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the moderator of the second panel session of YALI Network Nigeria, in person of Anne Ori Aji. Put your hands together, please.
Please make it better.
She'll be moderating the panel session 2, themed
Welcome,
Overcoming Obstacles to Sustainability in Youth-Led Business. You're welcome, ma'am. I'll be handing over the mic to her. She'll introduce her people.
All right, thank you once again, everyone. I'd like to stand on existing protocols. So for this panel session, I'll be inviting us on stage the panelists. And I'd like to start with, please put your hands together as we welcome on stage Mr. Kabir Ademo. Yeah. The next panelist to come on stage, please do put your hands together as we welcome on stage Queen T. Janet. Queen Janet, are you here? All right. Please put the hands together. Please encourage her while she walks on stage. Thank you. Our next panelist to come on stage is Aluko J. Babatunde. Do put your hands together for him, please. So thank you.
Please, we would like the media to give us a profile of all the persons we have here. We would like to start with Mr. Ademo, Kabri Ademo from the Netherlands Business Council. Please, thank you. Please, do we have that? Or can we proceed? Okay, without much ado, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed to the panel session proper. Thank you very much. You can take over, Mrs. Anne. Thank you.
with his BSc
All
and
right.
MSc in economics and financial economics, respectively. With his BSc and MSc in economics and financial economics, respectively, and PhD in finance. Dr. Joshua, who hails from Akwanga in Nasarawa State, is an economist who specializes both in monetary and fiscal policies. He has published over 25 books, scholarly articles in both local and international journals, and he is a full member of the Nigeria Economic Society presently. He works at the Central Bank of Nigeria as an economist and a financial analyst. Before joining the bank, he had over 15 years of experience as financial expert and investigator in one of the anti-corruption agencies in the Code of Conduct Bureau. Ladies and gentlemen, join me with a clap innovation as we welcome Dr. Joshua Jeremiah Dandaura. Taibat is the coordinator of the renowned Most Beautiful Girl in Nigeria, a beauty outfit in Nigeria that showcases the intelligence and the beauty of Nigeria deaf women to the world, locally and intercontinentally. Queen Taibat is a Nigerian deaf activist and a disability rights advocate. Janet works with the Nigerian Television Authority headquarters as producer. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, join me as I welcome to the stage with a clap innovation, Queen Taibat Janet Fashakin. Kabir Ademo is the country office lead of Netherlands to Africa Business Council in Nigeria. In this role, he facilitates sustainable trade and investment opportunities between the Dutch and Nigerian private sector. He regularly provides markets intelligence service as well as sustainable market building activities in the ground for Dutch business entering the Nigerian market, particularly in horticulture. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a clap innovation, make welcome Mr. Kabir Ademo.
All right, thank you once again. That brings us officially to starting our panel session. And then the topic for this panel session is overcoming obstacles to sustainability in youth-led businesses, right? And then like we all know, I mean, considering that the reality is such that every young person around is venturing into businesses here and there. People want to support themselves with a side hustle. And then you notice that even people that are employed are beginning to look the business way. So you'd agree with me that it's not out of point to look at the challenges, the obstacles that young people in business get to face. And to go into that directly, I'd like to ask Mr. Kabir, very briefly, what comes to mind if you hear about business obstacles? What is it that comes to your mind?
Okay, good morning, and sitting on existing protocol, as I say. Thank you for having me here. In terms of business obstacles, as it relates to innovations for youth-driven businesses, one of the biggest challenge I have experienced as a young person that has worked in business before and also work with businesses as a glorified errand boys between businesses is the cost affordability of innovations. That has been a big obstacle for a lot of youth-driven businesses, being able to afford the innovations they want to push or really invest into. Those obstacles are always present. I think there are three main hindrances I see for innovation and sustainability. One is the affordability, the other is the cultural context, and the third most important one, which we always have to remember as a business, is the clear need. Is there a real need for this innovation? Is there a real need for that approach? Sustainability to a young business person in Nigeria might mean something completely different to companies that I work with coming from the Netherlands. And I'm sure it's the same for the American businesses and other Western-based companies. For us in Nigeria, sustainability has always been more about keeping those businesses afloat, having solutions that answer to our local context, real problems on ground, and how we can make the market afford it. One of the main obstacles for our sustainability push within youth businesses, it's always the challenge that the market might not necessarily need that innovation. So we need to assess critically what the market needs, what we are bringing, and how we respond to the demands of the market when introducing innovation, when introducing any notion of sustainability to a young person starting a business or leading a business. Thanks.
All right, so before we go into the next question, I'd like Mr. Luko's profile to be played.
As the CEO and global president of the Great People Foundation, he is a passionate and driven humanitarian with a strong commitment to empowering and uplifting indigent undergraduates, saving them from dropping out of school. Throughout his career, he has spearheaded various initiatives and projects to support vulnerable communities and promote sustainable development. His focus on education, providing essential resources, and fostering financial literacy has positively impacted the lives of thousands of individuals worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome Mr. Aluko Joshua.
All right. So I'd like Queen to answer the next question, which is, considering that there are many obstacles youth faced in businesses, now would like to know, what do you think are the very common obstacles that youth-led businesses get to face on a daily?
I would like to, first of all, thank everyone and YALI Abuja for this program. It is very, very inclusive, and it is the best practice I've seen so far. Kudos to you guys. Focusing on the topic at hand, I personally would like to emphasize on persons with disabilities in business, irrespective of their age, youth, or old. Persons with disability, like the debts, for example, will face a lot of challenges. And we know these challenges also applies to you all today that are not deaf. To start a business, first you must sit and plan yourself. One of the most important things is how many people, how many persons that will need your service. And then when you start off the business, you need to make sure you have a way of sustaining it, and also to keep it sustained and make progress. So planning is important. And also some businesses, you cannot just venture into it without having a focus of who your target audience are. So how will my business succeed is one thing you need to look at. And also, you cannot focus on immediate profits at hand. You need to look at the future. What is the target? What do you hope to achieve within this time frame? So that you do not focus on immediate profits, and then when such profit do not come within a few days or months of starting business, you get frustrated. So true persons with disabilities have challenges. Some of us lack the patience to sustain the business and keep doing it even when it is hard, when you're not seeing outcome at first. In my business, sometimes I have employed persons with disabilities, and also in my business, we have fashion designers who are persons with disabilities, we have hairdressers and makeup artists as well. Sometimes I see the feeling, they feel frustrated when we have low patronage and all of that. It's normal in businesses. So what do? I feel there's a need to sacrifice something from my own personal resources. So personally, I use my salary, sometimes my personal resource, to encourage them, more like, cheer them up when businesses are low and patronage is not coming. And I see, okay, it's my own idea to keep them up, keep the spirit up, and then continue in that way. So we face such challenges, and many of us use
So you'd agree with me that that was really amazing. So, I mean, for me, I feel like, how do you feel? What next do you do if you start a business and then you look around and it's not what you think? We need to understand that businesses do come with challenges, right? And then do you want to quit when you're faced with these challenges? What's the next thing to do? I just want us to understand that in all you do, consistency is key. So that takes us to the next question, and then I'd like Mr. Aluko to answer that for us. Now, encountering obstacles is one major thing all businesses have in common. However, how do you think young people can overcome these obstacles?
I want to say a big thank you to YALI Network Nigeria for having me here. Thank you. This is such an amazing program. So I was listening to esteemed Julia McKay when she was speaking, and I was really inspired. Thank you so much, and God bless you. So to your question, like you said, businesses do have obstacles. Youths encounter a lot of obstacles, but I'll use myself as an example. In 2015, I started a project called the Great People Foundation. So it's channeled towards helping less privileged students in tertiary institutions. As at 2015, we registered with corporate affairs. First, we knew we needed to understand what we were getting into. So we did our research. We conducted about a year of research across different universities. And we discovered that a whole lot of students in tertiary institutions do drop out, not because they do not want to study, but because of financial challenges. Now, we know we had to reach out, we had to get funds, we had to start sponsoring them. There's this, I don't know if it's a cliche, I would call it cliche, that people don't like to, give, to charity, especially in this part of the world. Well, I was not convinced with that. I believe that something could be done. And I have this notion that Nigeria can only be built properly by Nigerians. So we have to build our own society. However, we needed to know what the cause of the problem was, why people do not donate, and what we can do. So we realized that there was trust issues, people taking money and running away or using funds to do something else that is not part of the project. So we know we had to be accountable. We know we had to be transparent, and we know we had to be. Fast forward a few years later, as I'm speaking, we have been pay the school fees of 1,417 undergraduates, many which are not graduates. Funny enough, some of them are in the YALI network. By the time they got to know that I was coming here, they were really happy, and we talked about it. Now, the thing about it is you need to get knowledge. That is what I'm trying to say. If you are going to thrive in any business, because I also have other businesses. I have my banquets, I have my event planning business, I have my farm. If you are going to thrive in any business, you need to understand. You need information. You need education. That is why education is extremely important. You cannot just go into a business with half-baked information. You need to know what you're getting into. You need to understand the terrain. And you need to know, just like she said, you need to understand that it is not, you don't have to focus on the profit immediately. There are many times that you would have to put back the profit, the initial profit, back into the business. You must not be in a hurry. You must understand that growth takes time. And you must keep studying, keep reading. In fact, the truth is, knowledge for me, knowledge is the most important factor. If you can have that accurate knowledge, you will have a good marketing strategy. If you can have that accurate knowledge, you will know where and where not to sell your business. If you can have that accurate knowledge, you will know where to source for funds and how, because sometimes you may have a good idea, but then you don't know how to pitch your idea properly. And so you lose, proposed sponsors. So basically, that's just it for me. Thank you very much.
All right. So having an in-depth knowledge or understanding of any business.
Just a little addition to what he said. I would like to add just networking also. It's very important in businesses. Let me give you an example. We have a group. In that group, I would say persons with disabilities are mostly there. Everyone has their own business, one business or another, marketing and what have you. So in that group, all of us come together. I sell wigs. This person sells shoes. This person sells other things. If I need something that you are selling, I contact you or I refer a person to you. And then if you know a contact also that need what I'm selling, so you refer. So networking is very, very important to have a successful business. What do you want to buy? What do you want to sell? So you know people that sell what you do not sell and people that you can also refer to persons that need their services. Thank you.
Awesome perspectives there from Mr. Luko and then Queen. Right. I mean, how do you want to grow in business if you do not network? How do you really want to expand your business if advantage of social media, right? Like the world we are today is such that social media is here to stay. People are cashing out. People are making a lot from social media. There are people who sit in the comfort of their homes and then they are making millions on daily basis, all thanks to social media. And then having in-depth knowledge and understanding of any business you intend to venture into, it's one key factor. Rather than just jumping into whatever it is you see others doing, I think it is proper that we look into it, we research about it, we have a basic understanding to help us flow through it the moment we find ourselves doing that business. Because there are people who thrive in business. People start and then you just see them thriving and going. It's not just waking up a day and starting. There are people who have really made research about a particular business before they start. That takes us to the next question, and then over to you, Mr. Kabir. The next question is, what do you think are the best practices that can help young people in business thrive? Best practices.
Okay, I think most of the key points have been mentioned by some of my distinguished speakers here, but networking is very, very important, like has been said. Being able to keep very good records. Data is very important. We are working in the world of information. Having the right data cannot be underestimated. And the networking, I call it the actual research part. So social media is good, but you still need to go out there, like events like this. There are people paying for us to be in this space, to be able to meet, to be able to co-create new businesses or build our businesses. So networking, going out there actively to meet people, to speak about your ideas, about your business, is a very important aspect, as well as getting data. Then also engaging with the policymakers. It's very, very common that you have your very good, pristine business plan and proposal, and one policy changes everything around for you. So it's always good as a business person to keep your eye and a pulse on the policies being made. It's important to work, closely with like-minded businesses, be it associations, be it chambers of commerce, like the type that have employed me that I'm working with. It's very important for businesses to be able to find a way where they influence policies. And as young people that are coming into business, I think it's important to not just go out there for building your own market, but also how can you have an influence into these policies. A very clear example could be people trying to invest into logistic business, right? It was a big boom of logistic-based business after COVID because that was the number one challenge. And now we are faced with a situation where subsidies have gone, the cost of petroleum and hydrocarbon-based fuel is off the roof. So I can imagine what happens to business plans of people that have invested into the logistic aspect. So engaging with policymakers, see where policies are moving is a very important aspect of business. And to tie it back to sustainability, the Sustainable Development Goals were put together, right, as a kind of roadmap of where young people and businesses and the world as a whole wanted to go into. So to future-proof your business, I think it's a good idea to pick one or two of those goals and align your business to it, and that gives you a route or a path to see how you can shape the future of your business and protect your investment, whether it's financial, whether it's time, or just your aspirations. So that's for me it.
So that's another key point there from Mr. Kabir. Align your business or businesses with any of the sustainable goals. Find a way that your business gets to handle something. What do you look around? What do you see? What are the challenges you see the sustainable goals are trying to address? Find a way to link your businesses to that. And so, in conclusion, now, considering that we are almost out of time, actually, I'd like you to answer this. What is your key message? What is the key message you'd like the audience to take away? That very strong message you want to leave for the audience.
Okay, so before I leave, I would like, first of all, to say to all the persons in this room, never ever give up. It is true, it is not easy, it is challenging. Yes, we're in trying times. Yes, our businesses do not give up. Continue, because me, as a person with disability, I am deaf, but I'm a business owner. I have my own money. I'm independent. I am a woman, and yet I have so many. You do not have a disability, and you can do even better. So do not give up. And again, please, let me tell you something about persons with disabilities. As a person with disabilities, we're very, very smart people, and we are skillful. And I'll tell you, one of my girls who works at my center is a beautiful fashion designer. And now I want to ask you, among all of you here, who is a person with disability? Maybe you see a person with disability in business and you feel, this person cannot make a shirt for me. This person cannot sew my clothes. But that needs to be made by someone very professional. No, we have quality. If you want to believe, you can come to our center, visit my business center, and see fashion in action. So we are skilled, and persons with disability, we are the same as everyone. Thank you so much.
Wow, I totally agree with Queen. Yes, there are people with disabilities doing really good, doing great things out there. There are persons with disabilities that are creative and making impact. When you see people with disability, we need to give them their flowers. They are doing absolutely well out there. So, Mr. Luko, very quickly in 30 seconds, your key message to the audience.
All right, thank you. Very simple. You are already a success. The fact that you are alive today, the fact that you were born, it means you are a success. That is the mentality you should have, and you would win every single time. There is no, thank you. There is no challenge that has come to man without the solution already existing. If the challenge should come to you, it means the solution is with you. Don't back out of that challenge. Don't back out of that problem. Stay there. Like I said, get knowledge. Think. It is free to, it is free to dream. I mean, no one is going to arrest you for dreaming. Dream, think about it, ponder on it long enough, and act. Don't procrastinate. Don't postpone your plans. Go for it. Go through the pain. I tell you the truth, the reward is way much worth it. But remember, you are already a success even before you succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luko. And then over to you, Kabir. What is the final piece of advice you'd like to give to the audience in 30 seconds?
When you have events like this, let there be food. I will still there will be food here. That's number one advice. Food brings people together. Two, it's better to light a candle than to cause the dark, as they say. So if we're lighting all our little candles in our different area, we can come together and really illuminate the space and transform it to what we want to be. And I think the youths, as they say, can and have the potential and all the necessary tools to make the world what we want it to be. It's time to stop complaining and try and build the kind of world we feel we like to live in. Thank you.
All right, so that brings us to the end of this panel session. I am your moderator, Anne Adi Stanley. I'm a gender and social advocate and the founder, Anoraj Foundation for Women and Girls. I want to say a very big thank you to our panelists for this amazing session, sharing their perspectives with us, and of course to you, the audience, for making it even more amazing. Thank you.
If you learned something from that session, please would you give yourself a round of applause? Yeah, I heard networking, I heard don't give up, and I heard many other beautiful things, and I'm sure that was very, very impactful. Very, very impactful. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move into the next session, and it will be very quick, very sharp. We have someone here, a very, very special intellectual businessman, one that has been in the business field for years and has been doing very, very well. Quite very successful. And then the very interesting thing is that if you see him on the road, you would like to push him away. You would want to underrate him because you wouldn't believe that such a person would be doing so well. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you are not so busy and if the media team is ready with me and for me, I would like us to welcome no other person than a very distinguished gentleman, Mr. Abraham Orugbe.
Abraham is an accountant by profession. a certified project manager by the Project Management Institute with the UK chapter, a certified human capacity development trainer, a consultant by the Nigerian Center for Management Development, a fellow with the Institute of Management Consultants Nigeria. He is the convener of the annual Abuja Business Clinic, a platform that supports entrepreneurs and MSMEs to grow and scale their businesses through training, mentorship, and consulting. Hands are not too busy. With a clap innovation, join me at Abraham Ofure Urube.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Nice to be here, but I don't this. Or is that making look too official and too churchy like? Morning. Okay, it's good to who have put in their time and energy, sponsors, have made this. Thank you. If you're in the hall, just clap for yourself, please. Okay, so I'm here to share an insight on overcoming obstacles in businesses, overcoming obstacles in youth leading. So, by name, I'm a business coach consultant. I work with business owner to do just 3 things for them: 1, have structure; 2, systems; and 3. Are we together, please? 1, structure; 2, system; and strategy. This is what I offer to organizations. So over a period of time, people ask me, how am I able to coordinate my personal businesses? Let me go to that. Forget say I wear suit, I'll be poultry farmer. So more remove all this one when I wear like this. Now egg I dey sell. So people ask me, how am I able to manage my poultry farm company, and I have an wife as an accountant. How do I do all this? Number 1 is structure. So if we're looking at overcoming obstacles in business, over time I've realized that most people in business fail to understand why they're in business. A lot of people go to business with this survivor mentality. You want to pay house rent, you want to pay bill, you want to feel among. No, business is beyond that. 4 things you need to understand as a business really want to scale through obstacle in business. Number 1 is your intellectual resources. Your what? Intellectual resources. Your intellectual resources is the raw material it is you want to achieve. Your intellectual resources. I've seen a lot of business owners I consult for, I do training for, and I ask them, so what do you offer? You hear them say, I'm a fashion designer, and I ask them, so what research have you done on what you are doing? They have no idea. I end up blaming the. Understand, the system we have is a bit choking. For example, 2 months ago, a bag of feed in my farm was 7,500, and my bears eat 10 bags a day. Let's do the maths now. Then it moved from 7,500 to 7,800. As at this morning, I was talking to my manager. I said, Oga, the bag is now 8,800. Now, you understand how it is now as a business person. So what happened? I need to look for how to overcome that obstacle. Number 1, I need to ask myself, use my intellectual resources at that moment. Why? Because you need to understand. Sorry, this mic. Am I not holding the mic well? Hello? Are we together, please? Good. So you need to understand your intellectual resources by building mental resilience. Mental what? Mental what? So a lot of business owners do not have mental resilience. That is why you see in January you sold shoe. In February you are selling boxers. In March you are selling singlets. Now some of you are selling building material. Before December comes, you start selling yam. Because there's no consistency through what? Mental resilience. You meet a little hiccup, you leave the business, that's something else. Not knowing that consistency is what makes you a true Nigeria entrepreneur. I've been privileged to travel out of the shore of this country. I tell people, if you do business in my country, I'll call you an entrepreneur. Not this one that you are having here, you are eating, drinking tea. Come to Nigeria, survive for 3 years, then I can have a business connection with you. First, the environment. Let's go back to, okay, company. The material we use, chemical to clean the floor, are tripled. So what do? You need to look for how to improvise. So that is why think of your intellectual what? Resources. The next one we're looking at also will be what? Because we're looking at how to overcome obstacles in youth lead business. The next one will be what? The first one was what? The other will be what? Your what? Material resources. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. You look at what? Your material resources. Now, when it comes to material resources, this is where we talk about collaborations. Many of you are broke, you have pride, you have ego. You can't collaborate. Everything about you is competition. At the end of the day, you are choking out of what you should be doing. Please, look at your friend. Turn to your neighbor. I cast every spirit of competition out of you. And I impart the spirit of collaboration in you. Please clap for yourself, please. Good. A lot of us today, people ask me, Abraham, how are you to do well in your business? Because I collaborate. Because I look at the pride in me. Let's talk pride. Upon all the ego you are putting in my head, how much have you given to me? So do me a favor, when you get home this evening, get a chair and put it in your front. On the lights. Assuming that the other part of you is on that chair. And that part of you is called pride and ego. Say, dear pride, since two of us have been friends, what have you given to me? This is how, so we need to think of what? Collaboration. The dictionary call it partnership. You can't go anywhere without partnership, I'm telling you. So this now brings about what? Your material resources. For example, some of you has a bad attitude in business. Somebody supply you, you don't deliver on time. A customer pay you for something you know deep down of you cannot deliver that. You gave them a date. So let's remove the government from this matter here. We're all Nigerians here. Some of us, we are our own wahala. Some things, we are so religious in this part of the world that we pray and suspend common sense. My name is Abraham, I'm a Christian. But I tell you, there are some things you pray about. There are some things you don't. Common sense. Now, you have an agreement with a customer. I will deliver this jacket for you on Friday. Do you need prayer? No. Common sense tells you if you cannot deliver on Friday 4 o'clock, you communicate. Dear sir, because of X, Y, Z, I'm appealing. Can I deliver by on Monday morning? Then you call somebody. Am I playing? Now play they play. Not be the sort that they do so. Now, not knowing you've obstructed that person's plan for that, will that customer return again? Then the next thing, you end up in prayer. You're getting angry with your pastor, your imam, that their prayer is not working. Whereas they're actually praying for your business to strive, but you are the obstacle. Are we connecting at all? So now look at your material resources. Look for how to buy things in bulk. In my farm now, the feed has gone to 8,500, but we have about 300 bags in my place today. Buying things in bulk give you the leverage power to match up with the ever-rising price in Nigeria market. And also, when you look at your material, now look at the next one, your financial resources. Your what? Some of you need self-discipline. You cannot separate your money from business money because now we're mad at work now. Mad they chop, and you chop your profit, chop everything, and you get stuck. You say the government is bad. The government is bad. The government is not helping us. I'm so glad that we're all Nigerians, right? See, self-discipline is what most youth need in business. You see me so, as I did here. If not be oxygen matter, I not give my business money. You know oxygen, meaning they've hang your leg, hang your hand, hang your nose in the hospital. I say they need oxygen. I cannot go to my business money and give to you. Yes, you might look. Some people follow me on Facebook or social media. Yeah, good. Thank you. All those travel when they travel, now my money, no business money. So people see me. One person, Brown, today you're in doing it. Your business is moving. I say, no, it's not my business. So this is my consulting money that is moving here. Oh. So please, you need self-discipline. For example, let me ask you as a business owner, what is your sales target this month? With God, all things are possible. No lie. That is a pure life on the pit of hell. You need a sales target. This is the month of what? August. Go back and look from January in the first quarter. What did I make? How many new customers did I get? How many returning customers are coming back? How many customers are on the pipeline am I following? How many referrals? See, referrals is the best way to grow business. Forget Facebook ad, I can tell you. Because most people, my time. Thank you. So most people, the main decision takers are not on social media. Do you agree? The main people that call the shot in companies are not on social media. Is their PA, their cousin, their person that are there. So what am I saying? You need referral to grow your business. And how do you have a referral? It's through what? Customer experience. Now, somebody be wondering, I don't get money now, how I want to do one. Please, collaborate. Partnership. Google is co-owned. Are you aware of that? Facebook is not owned by Mark alone. Who's aware of that? But yeah, everybody want to be CEO. You want to carry those titles. EFCC, APC, PDP, CEO, chairman, and you know nothing. That is where what collaboration comes in. Are we learning at all? So this talk about your financial resources. You need to have a sales target of what is your sales target for August, September. How much have you brought in? Some of you should not be renting an office space right now. You have no business to rent a shop right now. But you want to show off. You want to show off. You want to arrive in your destination wherever you are seeing the bus stop. It took me 4 good years before I got an office space. What will I do? I was doing shared office, contact address. If a client is to come to see me, I can come and meet you, sir. Please, can I use your office address in my letterhead paper? So if a customer, you know, Uyeye or Ganga Plaza at Uye, good. That's why I had an address I was using for my letterhead paper. So when a customer is coming the next day, I call the Oga Abego. They come your place. Customer, they come. You say, okay, don't worry, come in. Once you are landing, the first thing I tell you, I'm co-sharing this place. So you don't wonder where is my planet here. So most of us are thinking, I want to rent an office space. I want to do X, Y, Z. I want to do X, Y before I will start a business. No. Consistency brings clarity, and clarity brings confidence. Consistency brings clarity, and clarity brings confidence. I'm not here to motivate you, because some of you will clap when you leave here, you do nothing. So this is not a service. I've gone to many trainings. They hail. When I ask them how far we'll discuss, nothing has been done. Take this to heart and ask them, how consistently have you been? Because when you are consistently, you build confidence over the mistakes. So there's no such thing as mistakes. We all learn. We all work in progress. So when I talk about financial resources, now break your sales targets. Then look at what? The cost in your business. If you're about to start, ask yourself, what are the things I need to start? Who do I need to collaborate with? What should I do? Please take away your stomach infrastructure from your business money. That is why customer pays you. You use the money for your personal thing. A client is paying you right now, and you are buying gas from the money. A client is paying you right now. You have ATM to your business account. And I tell business owner, if you see, your staff don't let steal from your business. Some of us are the thief in our business. Because your staff are like babies. They look at what you are doing and do what you do. That's that. The next one we're looking at will be what? Your what? I'll charge you. I need to charge you people personally as in my own session. So look at material resources into it. The next one we're looking at also now. Now we're looking at what? Your marketing strategy. No matter how good you are, without visibility, you go nowhere. To the non-Christians here, permit me with due respect. There's a place in the Bible that says, no man light a candle and what? Keep it what? Under. So many of you today, you say, I'm a reserved person. I'm a private. Are you a hotel room? that you say you are reserved. No. Social media, see, the weight in social media, I can tell you, is something else. So what do? You need to what? Gain visibility. What do I say? Gain visibility. Gain what? If you cannot gain visibility, employ a social media manager. If you don't have the resources, that is where collaboration comes in. Who have heard of the word barter trade? Barter trade, trade by barter. Good. Trade by barter recognize money. No, it explains what? Exchange what for value. But unfortunately, a lot of us don't have value to exchange, apart from pride, apart from ego. So when it comes to we meet, it becomes to say, okay, fine, what do I offer you? I have a very good friend of mine, Fee Steven. I was in Lagos this same time on Saturday. I was in Lagos doing the same training. Me and my friend have never discussed money. You know one thing about this, the real rich don't discuss money. If you know what I'm talking about, they discuss what? Collaboration, value, systems, strategy. But if the poor man is saying, how much? If you not pay me this 100 naira, I not go move. So now look at your maturity. The next one I'm looking at your structure. Structure. All this is to enable you what? Overcome what? Obstacles in what? Business. Your structure. Now, I was not in Nigeria for about 2 months and 3 weeks. I came back last 3 weeks Saturday. Now, my businesses still move as if I was around. Because some of you are overdue for one man business. Don't you know, say you are overdue for one man business. Some costs you are cutting, the cost is coming back to cut you. Because in your mind, so I'll come pay them 50,000 now. What thing they do and if you do? Only you send email, only you do packaging, only you call customers, you go to market, you now say, I have a hectic day. You don't have a hectic day. You are suffocating your hectic life. So what do? You need structures. You need what? You need what? Structures. And I know some of us have perfection syndrome. You want it to gauge, like if not be you, not be you. And you are doing 100 things at a time. No. You need to begin to trust people to delegate. There's this thing that called the 4D approach. Talk about do, delete, delegate, and delay. Do. Know what to do. Know what to delegate. And know what delete. Know what delay. But because we don't know this 4D in business, do, delete, delegate, we do everything. Are we learning at all, please? So these are things I believe we youth need to understand in business. We all need money. But I can tell you, money is just about 30% of what you truly need to scale up in business. I can tell you. I know, but it's just that unfortunately, an average Nigerian man is wired around money. If you're not talking money, forget it. But let me tell you, years ago, my number one prayer was that God, the day I will make 1 million, I go shut down my life. I don't blow. But let me tell you something, money is never enough. Do you agree? Have you ever, let's do an example. Have you ever had like 100K in your account? You never withdraw the money. Only plan of spending, you don't defeat sweat. Have you been there before? Raise up and be sincere. Like you've not spent the money. The money. Let's start for ourselves, please. Like you've not spent the money. The money is still in your account. Okay, let me tell you something. I did a program in Europe. The what we call Erasmus program over there. Good. I'm a beneficiary of Erasmus program from my school where I did my master's. And they gave me 4,600 euros for I did my Erasmus in Finland. Now, my brother, when they hammer me the money, I don't they appeal. But when I begin the check of cost, train cost, accommodation cost, all the costs, right there inside the room, the money they reduce from my eye. So the point is it's not about how much you make, it's what you do with what you make that counts. Is that clear? It's not about what? It's not about how much you make. It's what you intentionally do with what you make that counts. That's why people say, I used to be rich. I remember when I did money by this time last 2 years. No, those are stories. So now we looked at what? Look at your structures. Now look at your systems. Systems means SOP, Standard of Operational Procedure. It's a simple math there. What did I say? SOP. I don't say SOP. I say what? SOP. Standard Operational what? Procedure. Discipline align how should things be done. I tell my team members, my staff, if you have any staff that do not go on leave, check that guy. Because if anybody does not go on leave in your organization, he has a question mark on that role. Because the day he leaves, there will be carcass of worms or what he sits down on top. So what do we do? In my system, in my office, in my farm, no one person starts and finish a transaction. No, it's not done because I want people to learn in the process. Because in project management, we have 5 phases of project management. Sorry, my time is fast. I'm just rushing. We have 5 stage. You say what? No, no. No, I respect time. No, I respect time a lot. So we have stage of project management: initiation, planning, execution, evaluation, monitoring and control, and reporting. Please do this in your business. Once a customer calls you, let what go through your mind. What do I need to initiate with this customer? Plan what you need from them. You know, many of us today, because of we use our own hunger to give cost. You want to pay rent, you want to pay school fees, you want to buy gas. As a customer calls you, hello, how much for this jacket? You say, gonna 200,000. What happens? You scale away that customer. What do? Look at your pricing. I'm a consultant. I do business coaching for organization and I do trainings. What do? I have categories of training so that it can be enough for everybody. That's why you see Indomie have Indomie Hungry Man. Indomie what? Indomie what? That guy didn't know me well. Clap for that guy. So why Indomie do that thing? So that it can accommodate all the market classes. So those of you that put your price up, if you don't buy, leave it. It's suicide. So at the last one, look at strategy. This is the last point. The woman is coming to me now. This is strategy. What is strategy? This is an intentional way to engage your audience. What did I say? Intentional way to engage what? Your audience. You need a strategy. A lot of you don't wake up with hope. Hope is not a strategy in business. Know that. Hope is not what? A strategy in business. You need a clear strategy on how you need to achieve and attract. You must learn how, there's what you call the EDA model. Attract, that's another thing entirely. So in all, thank you so very much for your time.
A round of applause for him once again. I know some of us don't want me to come up here. I know that if we're allowed, we want him to, continue. Oh, okay. All right, but we really have to move. We have to continue. Mr. Abraham, thank you so much. A round of applause for him once again. I'm sure lots of people want to meet him after today, and I'm sure that you have learned 1 or 2 things. He gave us, it was just throwing them at us. I'm sure your books are filled if you were writing. I hope you wrote things down. Did you jot things down? Okay. All right, we have to continue. Thank you very much, Mr. Abraham. Thank you so much. I'll be introducing some special guests right now. I also know that some of us are becoming thirsty, and the Middle Belt region is, mumbling. Can I get a witness? Okay, don't worry. You'll be sorted very soon. Say very soon. Very, very soon. Okay, in our midst, we have Lucy Abeng, the founder and executive director, I beg your pardon, Mental Health for Youth Initiative. You're welcome, Miss Lucy. Can you wave? Let them see you. All right. Also, before this event, I know that some of us saw the flyer. Some people actually partook of the business pitch challenge, and these things here, they're not for show. They're not just because we want them to be here. And I'm sure that some of us are here waiting, expectant. I'm going to be introducing the HP Sustainability Impact Lead for Africa Central East, in person of Sophie Damilola, and Jeremy. You're welcome. If you have friends or colleagues who were one of the finalists, please do well to call. I mean, they should be here right now. Uh, no, you can't. You cannot. Thank you. Also, if you've not met Madam Irene, please do well to meet her behind. Yeah, she's over there. Okay, we'll move on very quickly. And I'm going to be introducing our next keynote speaker. Keynote speaker. All right. A moment, please. All right. We'll also be introducing, before I bring up our keynote speaker, we'll be introducing one of our special guests. Apologies, please. Okay. In our midst, we have a member, Ika Federal Constituency, in person of Honorable Clement Jimbo. You're welcome, sir. We're happy. Oh, thank you so much for coming, sir. We have distinguished guests right here. Okay, before I bring up our keynote speaker, we also have from the U.S. Embassy, Abuja, Mr. Peter Borba. You're welcome, sir. Okay. To talk about financial innovation for sustainable development in business and leadership, we have an economist and a financial analyst. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please put them together for Dr. Joshua Jeremiah Dondora.
With his BSc and MSc in Economics and Financial Economics respectively, and PhD in Finance. Dr. Joshua, who hails from Akwanga in Nasarawa State, is an economist who specializes both in monetary and fiscal policies. He has published over 25 books, scholarly articles in both local and international journals, and he is a full member of the Nigeria Economic Society presently. He works at the Central Bank of Nigeria as an economist and a financial analyst. Before joining the bank, he had over 15 years of experience as financial expert and investigator in one of the anti-corruption agencies in the Code of Conduct Bureau. Ladies and gentlemen, join me with a clap innovation as we welcome Dr. Joshua Jeremiah Dandaura.
YALI Nigeria, we are here today in the ideas of impacting knowledge, transforming it to a greater impact in our society. And this journey started more than 10 years ago. And you are here today to look in, despite with different keynote speakers, addresses that they have made. And I have a single responsibility to take care of the financial innovation for sustainable development in business and leadership. And we have a great mentors, our great people that stood here and explained exclusively, practically, especially the Abraham, the young man that just left. And I applaud that. He said, if you want to know that you are doing business very well in Nigeria, give you 3 years, you will see the in and out of business, heavy tax, unnecessary tax collection from different agencies. This one will approach you. Next tomorrow, another set will come. Next tomorrow, another one will come. If you are not careful, you will run away from such business. Now, do we have my outline? What we have today, we divided it into 3 segments or 4 segments. The roadmap, where we are, the role you are playing, the bridge that we need to cover, where we are in the financial innovation, sustainable development, You are sitting down here because people labor. People put things into table day and night for where we are. Obama celebrated his birthday few days ago. And one of the influential in social media, people follow him. He has that vision, consistency, remain. He's not a president now, a former president of the United States of America, but today, this program still stands to the test of time. Building young entrepreneur leaders that will take care of so many issues in developing country. Now, the roadmap, what we have done. From the beginning, Nigeria, did they have the sustainable plan? Yes. Is it working? Yes. Is there improvement? Yes. Where are we going? We are going somewhere. How can we do it? It's you and I. Right? Now, in development, how it works, we have first development. For instance, when you look at it from the inception, when you talk about telegram in the United States of America in 80s, right? This New York telegram and Mississippi telegram, they developed, young guys came together and do that. We had to send document, communicate document from one point to another. In the 18th century, they transformed that into wiring information, wiring money from different world where you are. Through your what? Your mobile phone. Through so many means. Today, Telegram, what we call it, Union, Western Union money, transformed to Western Union money, and they became the big industry in the United States of America. What happened? How did it happen? Consistency in business. Someone says so. Now, that transformed them into where you see people today, they are running from America, your brother, you are sitting there, you are communicating with them, send money through wire transfer, like that. And that happens to the great America. And today, in 1962, that is our first national development plan set up. You know, the short time, we have the long time, we have the short time, and it continued that trend. We have first national development plan, 1962, down to another plan, second plan, 1975, another plan up to fifth plan. And thereabout, in 1990, we now have ruling plan. After ruling plan, we now have to come and have needs. That is where the great, I'm coming there to financial development. To those people before independent were somewhere, and people are putting down into table, making things to happen for me and you, for great Nigeria, for commoners together, for living together in business. Financial derivation, financial sustainability comes from where? The great America, like I said, from 80s. Now, Western Union money, it has a history of 172 years today. What happened? Are they in business? They are in business. Are they doing well? They are doing very, very well. That transformed such to where we are today in different status of our responsibility. Now, as a YALI, someone has a vision, and that vision translates to where we are today, Obama. When they give him an opportunity to speak in a gathering in the United States of America, he's a quiet guy, well knowledgeable. Like somebody said, one of the panelists said, you must be educated. The one that is sponsoring people from our university, you must be educated. And that is the idea. We are here as in one way or the other to learn from one another, to communicate, to have inflow. The last speaker said, you can't sit down a business guy hardly for them to talk about money. It's connection. Right? Our great Dangote, what happened to him? Finished university at the age of their 20, and from business, at the end, he did what? His father is wealth, his mother and Matana are do well, but he closed his eyes from them and he moved to Lagos, and he became one of the great in Nigeria and in Africa and even in the world. Dangote refinery is there, one of the single line of 65,000 single line that he has to do an in-depth research to look at from Angola to this. There is a bridge, there is a gap I need to fill, and he come in there and he invests. He has a loan and he did that, and he's working towards that refinery to start. What happened? It has to do with what? Research. Where we are, and from there, it comes to a revolution in our banking system. But from 2000, right, to especially precisely, they need the great Professor Soludo of Central Bank then, now a governor of Anambra State, a first class, do his PhD in Nigeria, do his master in Nigeria, do his first degree in Nigeria, and in the same institute. And he became a revolutionary to us. Before then, his errand, what happened to the banking system? You put your money store that has a guarantee is to keep where his money is, and you go asleep. Money is working and you have confidence. Any investor, what are the credit risks? You take a risk analysis. The way I'm investing, if it's not safe, you have an issue. This great professor, there is a total revolution in the banking system. What happened? 25 billion capitalization. Banks then to what? 25 banks. Currently we have 28 banks, commercial banks, apart from other non-banking financial institutions. We have over 800 of them. And in one way or the other, all of us who are sitting down here, we are operating in some of those banks. That is the revolution. That is where it comes in. Nigerian economic empowerment development strategy. And it then happened to the next one, where you have second need, where our former president, he has 7-point agenda. You can remember very vividly. And that translates to where we are today, that we have our 5th or 7, 9, 10, 11 developmental plan. And that developmental plan is between 2001 to 2015, it will elapse. And if it elapse, what will happen? They will still roll another plan. And Nigeria has already developed 50 years plan. And that 50 years plan, what am I doing to make impact in that 50 years? In 50 years here, from my age where I am today, at 50 years, will I be partake to that developmental plan of Nigeria? And do you think Nigeria will stop? No. Financial innovation, what can we do? In that plan, Nigeria has a budget of 345 point something million naira to execute that plan. And that plan, how do we execute it? The only way they can execute it, they said, is a private sector initiative investment. How can you do that? That is called national development. From that period, we are in now, we are going somewhere, and you and I and every other great sector, they need to benefit from it. Now, in that, we have over 280 million naira that they need to invest on that. That is from the private sector. Private sector took from that 2021 to 2025 to come, the total budget for execution of national plan for Nigeria is over 300 million naira, right? And that amount, 85% of that amount is from the private sector, which means if you are a business, you have a responsibility to do that. How can we do that? In financial innovation, different platform, regulations. If you are a business, you have a responsibility to do that. How can we do that? In financial innovation, different platform, regulations. How can we do that? In financial innovation, The PowerPoint, is it there? Are they presenting it? Okay. Now, we have that. In the second slide, we are now talking about the role. That is the map we have set for Nigeria, financial innovation, and it started from Great America in 80s century, right? Now, we are in this direction where regulators, where institutions are involved. Now, in doing that, you in your business, you operate in a bank. In the chart where I give the plan where we are between 1962 to 1970. Like that, I give a chart where you see the bank contribution, the deposit money bank's contribution, the capital market contribution, and the non-financial institution contribution, and also the potential to GDP. And after immediately the presentation, the organizer should kindly send it to everybody to see what I am saying. Now, when you see the trajectory, it moves. The poverty level, you will see that is growing. And also, by the 2021 to 2025 projection, next slide, move it. Move it. Now, by the 2025, you will see where government are projecting, right? Government are projecting that Nigeria, this is where it will be. And also that amount that will do transaction is coming from the private sector. And that private sector was being initiated by financial innovation. And that financial innovation has to come with what? Different regulation. And those different regulation, it has to do with what? Your involvement of a private sector, government, in leadership. Now, it's not all of us that will be a leader. It's not all of us, some of us are doing well in business. And also business drive the economy. Let's pass like pitch. Listen, you will see where I make reference to where financial innovation, 10 country that has a very strong financial indices in terms of business, in terms of credit card. Now, number one today, as of today, you will see the United States of America that we are Visa company, where you have a Visa card, you have a MasterCard, right? Those people developed and 300 and something billion US dollars, right? Now it scaled down to even Bolt that we are having. Bolt today has over 11 billion US dollars. What? Because the development in financial sector, what we do, Nigeria is moving. South Africa are there. Kenya are development. In terms of money moving, transfer, they are all there. So how will you develop in your respective areas in terms of taking the customer advantage, taking your business advantage, taking what you are doing in your business? And it takes us to the regulators. As a regulators, we have different regulators. In financial sector, the APEC banks are there, the NDIC are there, the capital market are there, the SEC are there to regulate their affairs. And some things, when COVID came, right? When COVID came, it opened up the technological system of Nigeria. Sometimes to transfer money, it takes days. Why? Because of the infrastructure we have, the deficit infrastructure we have, and how there is you to key into the developmental plan that Nigeria is projecting. There is already running. In your business is to engage. I have this plan, sir. How can we do? How can I inject my money? Knowing fully well that investment of private sector is 85% of the total budget between the midterm development plan of Nigeria between 2021 to 2025. How can I involve? What are the end? And at the end, because I give a detailed analysis, go, not this, the next, we're almost rounding up. Now, we give a detailed analysis on that to see, and also to see where we are heading and what we need to be done. Good. When you say this, between this is the average GDP to Nigeria, this is the population growth rate, and this is capital market. Capital market put to our GDP. Please. Between 1962 to 75, you can see that. Look at the poverty level. Look at it. You can see different regime where we are, based on the first point I made mention. The first national development plan started in 1962, and where we are, right? Where we are going. This is another one. We have 15 years development plan, and we have AU, African Union, the first time, September next month, the SGD, the development plan, national, the global. They are meeting in United States of America, in New York, on the 18th and 19th. All sector of the economic, they have 17 plans, development plans to execute. And how will you be leveraged on the financial technology where people are in the crisis of COVID? VAP is a Nigerian credit card, InterSwitch by InterSwitch. That VAP, a young man from there move out, and he do what? Tosi, and he create money point, right? And that money point, you can hardly for you to go to bank. You always use either POS anywhere. He has money point. And the first time Nigerian guys studying in Nigeria, they created a platform. And what is that platform? Site. Those guys, who are they? Tosi and what? Sold that platform to what? 200 million US dollars. Paystack. Study in Nigeria, make it in Nigeria, and they are doing that amount. Took over national development plan, just a single 2 guys or thereabout. You get it? So you are sitting down here, your idea, the impact that Obama brought to us to connect every aspect in Nigeria down beyond Nigeria is yielding. In your little way, you need to discover that. What did I need to do? What did I need to do? Now, that took us to a different dimension. What is that dimension? In financial inclusion, as an economist, we have financial inclusion. We have it create wealth, right? When it creates wealth, it do what? It transform that wealth. It what? People will employ you. Right? You will create employment by yourself. You will now look at, we have financial inclusion, we have economic inclusion. And that financial inclusion has to do with POS. The volume of POS from 2009 to today is not something to write home about. It's very huge, the POS. We have Silicon Bank in United States 4 months ago or 3 months ago, trying to collapse. What happened? Investors that they don't need to go to the bank. Within their phone here, they start moving their money out of that bank. That is where we need to do. Do we have a data bank that will protect our system? Do we do that? If we don't do that, myself in the business, in agriculture, how can I do? They said what? He said to move things, a perishable item from Nigeria, it takes like a lot of whole of issues. Before you finish from Nigeria, the items already what? Destroyed. How can you leverage? So we need to develop in that aspect and in line with the regulator. If you align with the regulator, you will discover that you are moving from one level to another in your leadership, in your business. Rightful leaders that we sound, they are all here, right? They are all here. So we encourage us as individual, as knowledge, the policy. When you do the wrong thing, policies are there that will catch up on you. Those show like I give example, and the rest of them engage in a good business, not in business. Some of us will be in business, but in beyond the business, behind the business, there's something. And that business will not be sustainable. You can't sustain it, and you need to. What is that blueprint? A adequate research on that aspect. When you have an adequate research, you are good to go. Between A and Z, what will be your profit? What will our project? And at the end of the matter, this YALI network, envisaged by Obama, what next? What next? What next? Is for us to do what? Continue to influence, continue to make impact, continue to engage, continue to support, continue to drive that vision, transform those vision, impact it to others in all aspects, and that will be sustainable. The poverty in Africa, in Nigeria, and beyond, we are there. Thank you. Thank you, YALI, the organizer. God bless you.
Please, you can do that better. You can do that better. Please do it better. Do it better. Thank you very much. Thank you. One of the very key things I heard while I was speaking was the fact that all the names he mentioned are all persons who schooled in Nigeria, right from secondary school to university to masters to PhD. So I think that's enough to tell us that we should reduce the Japa syndrome. Tell your neighbor, reduce the Japa syndrome. You don't even trust yourself, you yourself. Okay, basically, that was a very nice one. What that tells us is that what that tells us is very simple. Where you schooled is not really the issue. Where you schooled is not the issue. It all depends on you. Like you would see someone like Professor Soludo, oh, you're here, looking beautiful. Please a round of applause for Debbie once again. Thank you. No, I'm not jealous. So I have to say that one of the very important things is that look at Professor Soludo. He schooled in Nigeria, BSc, did it in Nigeria, masters in Nigeria, PhD in Nigeria. So basically, your background cannot define your future. Where you school cannot define where you basically be tomorrow. It depends on you. If I would go back to check with the current Senate president, he schooled in a community secondary school. Yeah, I'm very sure of that. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to re-recognize someone. This is a personal bias because he was my senior colleague in school. He is a quantity surveyor, or he was a quantity surveyor, because politics is not permitting that any longer. No other person than someone, a graduate of University of Uyo, a fine gentleman from the Faculty of Environmental Studies, 12 sets. No other person than Honorable Clement Jimbo. He is the member House of Rep, Ika, Etimekpe Federal House of Rep constituency. Thank you very much. I had to recognize my senior colleague so that, you should understand. That being said, I would also like to, are you jealous?
All these Akwa Ibom people.
All
these Akwa Ibom people. You people should take your time.
And so she's jealous anyway. You have to be from Akwa Ibom by any means. Just try. If you cannot be from Akwa Ibom, then be a friend to an Akwa Ibomite.
Or marry one.
Or marry one. Yeah, very important. Would you marry me? Oh, that was so fast. Okay, I would also like us to remind us one or two things. First of all, do, delete, delegate, and delay. Can we remember that? Do, delete, delegate, and do what? Delay. Can we also remember, separate your stomach infrastructure from your business? Okay, and we also had consistency brings clarity. And what does clarity bring?
Confidence.
That was very nice. And we also had Some course you are cutting is coming back to do what?
To cut you.
So a round of applause.
A round of applause for my co-host, please. A round of applause for him. Okay, so some of the quotes that we just said, I'd like us to go over to our social media platforms and post them. While you do that, please tag at YALI Network Nigeria. Please tag. We're going to be resharing. We're going to reshare. We're going to post it. We're going to put it in our stories and our status. Also, don't forget to add the hashtag YALI Network Nigeria. Please, we have planned so much. We have done so much for this event, and we want the whole world to hear about it. Are we promising that? Are we promising that? Okay, please, the welfare.
Yeah, welfare. Are you hungry? Okay.
Utibe, are you hungry?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But if I see food, I will eat.
Okay.
So it's time for you to have your breakfast. Just be seated. I call it breakfast because I saw tea break. It's too much of this English. So the welfare team will be handling that. Please don't go around, don't move around, just be seated because we don't want to give that 5-10 minutes that we gave yesterday. Some people forgot that the event was still ongoing. So please just be seated. You to come right to where you are while we prepare for the business speech. But then before the business speech proper, I would like to inform you. We've done so many events and I've gone to a lot of events, and then they will tell us they want to give you a laptop. And would you believe me? They will give you a laptop that cannot carry up to 10 folders. And so immediately when you install, let's say CorelDRAW, the laptop will start dragging. And Microsoft Office, yeah, that one is always small usually. And then if you get jealous and say you want to add some, for people who are in the tech field, if you get jealous and say you want to add something like Premiere Pro, the laptop will off. And I'm sure you can relate. And then you wonder, so why did they tell me to do business speech for laptop if the laptop could not help me for the business? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you that the laptops here have been delivered from such course. You don't understand. Okay, let me make you understand that every laptop here costs about 500,000 naira and above.
Yes. Very fair.
So for people that are in the tech field, that laptop that when you touch the screen, it will follow you. And that one that if you take to the village, your village people will be like, Uncle, can I follow you and touch the screen? Yes, that is the laptop. So a round of applause once again for YALI Network Nigeria. And then a round of applause for HP. We really want to thank HP for this. I would also like to thank the head of partnership, Mrs. Irene. She's the head of partnership, and she's really done very, very well for bringing HP and for bringing other groups here. I just want to recognize her. Mama, do like this. Thank you very much. Thank you. So that's awesome. And I will tell everyone, are you ready for your business speech? You have 2 seconds?
1, 2, that's all.
I saw a quote somewhere that said, what if you are given 2 seconds to tell everything you would want to become in life?
Don't worry, we're going to witness that tonight.
Yes. So we'll do 2 seconds. And let's do 2 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the business speech. Thank you.
Okay, to take us further on the business speech, I'm going to be calling the lady that was introduced earlier, the beautiful woman, Mrs. Irene David Arinze. She's the head of fundraising and partnership. Please put your hands together for her.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the warm introduction. My name is Irene David Arinze. I am the lead fundraising and partnerships for the YALI National Summit. I am not doing this alone. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Idris. Idris, please, would you join me on the stage? Thank you. Idris should be giving you a brief background of what to expect in the business pitch, and I'll be telling you the specification of the laptops given. Thank you. Idris.
Sorry. Good day, everyone. My name is Idris Adegbite, and I'm the Biz Expo and Job Fair Manager. It's good to be here. Thank you as part of this. We're seeing one of the great things, and this one promises to be one of the. So thank you so much. The business pitch is a program, that we added to a summit in order to help small businesses scale up. Now, what are we looking for? We are looking out for businesses who, use digital innovation in their business. I mean, how can you do a business now without, having any form of digital innovation in your business? Please, how do you want to scale up? How do you want to, meet with your, how do you want to challenge your counterparts here in Nigeria and, outside Nigeria? So, wasting much time, I would like to let you guys know that we received a number of applications. In fact, several applications that are worth this business pitch. But at the same time, we can't take everyone. So we shortlisted 40 businesses for the first round. And after analyzing that, we later had 15 businesses pitching here live today. So anyway, some could not make it to this stage today. So they'll be joining us live virtually. So you guys will be seeing them. We are going to be hearing from them, what they've told us that made us to shortlist them today. So permit me to bring Madam Irene here to tell us about the partners that made this possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Idris. Please a round of applause for Idris. Please a round of applause for Idris. Thank you so much. Firstly, we'd like to say that this would have not been possible without the generous support of HP, Hewlett-Packard. For those who don't know what HP is, we call them just a phone call. It was just one phone call. And Sophie said to me, we are available. We are going to support you all through. I just want to give you a bit of a background as to the laptops you see here. It's a 360 convertible laptop, meaning it folds like a book. It has a 256 gigabyte SSD. It's a 256 gigabyte SSD laptop. It's a touch screen, Windows 11, and the distributor, emphasis on distributor cost, meaning if you have to buy it in the market, is way more. Distributor cost is $500 at an exchange of $890, so let's say $900. So you could do the math. So for those who would be emerging winners, please, a round of applause to every one of you. All of you who put in an entry, all of you who were shortlisted, you are all winners. I would like to call straight away, without further ado, Ms. Sophie Damilola Anjorin, who is the HP Sustainability Impact Lead for Africa Central East. A round of applause for our sponsor. Thank you, thank you. We'd also like to call Emmanuel Ohanwe, who is the sales manager at Hybrid Canada. So four of us, myself, Idris, Sophie, and Emmanuel will be the judges, and we'll be calling on the participants, those who will be pitching. I hope you're giddied up. Please don't be tensed. Just take it easy, okay? Thank you. All right, I'll be calling on those who are physically present. If you hear your name, just walk up the stage, and you have 90 seconds actually for your pitch. I would ask you 1 or 2 questions, and then you can kindly exit the stage and would, take it on like that. The first person. Please just encourage them. Is Adama Happiness here? If you're not here, please. Okay, thank you. Please, a round of applause as she comes. Trust me, you don't know the nerves that are sort of working now. This way. Adama Happiness is the founder of Happy Leather Craft. You have 90 seconds.
Every man and woman and child use nothing less than 83 bags every year. That shows that in our society, it's become a cause for climate concern. Hello, my name is Hadama Happy, founder of Happy Leather Crafts and Clothing, a brand set up to stimulate Africa's eco-friendly through tech and innovation. Started in the year 2021, we have made so far a number of 1,000 bags that has empowered about 20 local artisans and created source of income for at least 5 local artisans within our pool. Our mission is to create an eco-friendly society where bags are made from our local resources, and it includes cotton, tote bags, waist belts, Ankara bags, school bags, backpacks, and so much more. Our projection in the next 2 years is to create nothing less than 3,000 tons of bag using local resources such as fox leather and cotton. So far, we have worked with organizations like Social Good Fund California, Built with Bitcoin Foundation. We have also worked with Self-Build Humanitarian Initiative, OBM Bas Africa. Working with these organizations are organizations that are actually passionate about eco-friendliness, empowerment, and the likes for people in the society. We have also trained about 20 inmates at Suleja Correction Prison, empowered them with skills on bag making. And we believe that as they go out there from the correctional centers or prison, they are able to start something, even out of nothing. Thank you so much.
Okay, just curious, where do you source your products?
Okay, I stay at Suleja, so our products are always sourced from the Babangida market, and as well we also go as far. We also go to neighboring states like Lagos and Kaduna. So basically, they are all locally sourced and make use of Ankara, make use of leather and the likes to make our products. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Happiness, right? That was a very wonderful presentation. I like the fact that you're not just in business for profit, but you're also in business to, drive change, going to inmates to train them basically to acquire skills. I think that's a very great one. But I would like to ask, because after now, there will be a bit of scalability that will be, introduced into your business. How do you intend to manage scale in terms of distribution?
So in terms of distribution, we are leveraging on our pool of local artisans. These local artisans are tailors, they are shoemakers, they're actually learning the skills like apprentices and all that. But there is a gap in the sense that they are not able to reach our target audience, people that actually need their services. Those people actually get to rely on foreign exports and all that. So for scalability, using my skill as a digital marketer and a human resource personnel, I bring these local artisans together, I train them, I mentor them, I give them a quality standard approach. So whenever we have like a demand for 1,000 bags, because we have trained them over time, we are able to leverage on them to scale and mass produce. And we also use our project skills to ensure that those products are actually quality and they meet global standards and demand. So that's how we leverage scalability. Thank you.
Thank you very much for answering that. I have a question. Can you identify to us your key competitors and how does your product stand out compared to theirs?
Thanks for your question. When we talk about competitors, we have the local and international competitors. So for local competitors that I know around me, we have Dozazo, we have McKinsey, it's a brand that creates bags for boss ladies in Abuja here. We also have Dia Collections, and then we have our usual nylon producers. These people that create nylons in bulk quantity, these are our local competitors. And for our global competitors, we have Gucci, we have the likes of we have the likes of Gucci, Prada, and all that. So how we stand out is basically in our name, our name, that's creativity and tech innovation. So we use our local resources and we use tech to create products using Canva, using everything. So we leverage on the tech we have around us to create products that are customized. So I believe you are well aware of the usual tote bags that everybody carry about. Right now, we also make tote bags one of our bestseller. So how we stand out doing tote bag is we use our own creative institution to create tote bags customized to the person's preference, even for brands. And then we had other things like Ankara, we even had fox leather. So all of these things put together helps us stand out among our competitors. I believe that answered your question now.
A round of applause for her, please. Thank you. All right, I would like to call on Cynthia Ezechukwu, Cynthia E. Chisom, founder of the Aboki Africa. Her sector is, she works in the manufacturing sector. I would like to also mention that the choice to either be physically present or virtually present was up to the selected participants. So after the physical presentation, we'll move to the virtual segment. Thank you. And for your responses, please make use of the, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I know for certain that every single person in this room has encountered individuals called abokis, right? Most of you probably even ignored them. And if you try to use their service, you price them really low because you're trying to get the most for your money, right? But it would interest you to know that these artisans go through so much in this country. They work to and fro. Imagine working from Gariki to Wuse 2. At the end of the day, you make only 2,000. 1,000 is given to the tax collectors. 500 naira they have to save for the families in the north, and 500 naira they use to eat. How is it that these people with so much value in their skill still experience extreme poverty? And when I wonder, people say they have value. Well, I went to the UK and I worked as an aboki in some of the best shoe repair and shoemaking companies. And I was making 100,000 naira a week from this same craft that my fellow abokis taught me while I was in Nigeria. At the end of the day, I began to ask the question, because I saw customers from Nigeria coming all the way to the UK to have their bags and shoes fixed. The challenge is artisan support. No one is paying attention to those people. The second is dignity. Everybody looks down on them. And so I made it a mission to return back home and address this issue immediately. Past 4 years of doing this, I've been able to support 47 of these artisans. 3 artisans from timid, ill-equipped artisans earning 10,000 to 40,000 on certain amount of money every month to actually earning up to 100,000 every month. This is something that I'm not only proud of, but I'm also proud of the team behind it. Most importantly, I have to mention that we love with
Thank you,
technology.
Cynthia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cynthia. Your presentation was enchanting, but I think you didn't get the chance to at least let us know how you plan to scale and what's the potential for growth.
At the moment, we currently serve customers across the country and even Kenya and US, and we do that by leveraging technology. So artisans are onboarded, we do an outreach, we train them, we onboard them into our database, and customers who are in need of the services reach out to us. We have a very strong brand online called the Aboki Shoe Repair, and customers reach out to us and we match those customers to the artisans directly, and they begin to earn money immediately after the training.
Now let's speak numbers. Exactly how many Abokis do you have in your current database, and how many customers are they interfacing with on a monthly basis? So basically, how much market do you get monthly?
So we currently have 47 of these artisans in our database. And for the customers, we do about 20 to 30 of these customers. But the average income we make from each customer is about 25,000 every month.
Thank you.
All right, Chisom, that was a very good presentation. So what I would like to ask, I know what you do basically is you are like in the middle, and then you get these people who have the skills, right? And then they deliver a service to people who need the service. So have you thought about these artisans by boycotting the platform you've built and then serve these customers? Say, for instance, you connect them to somebody in Maitama and they get in touch with the Maitama person. What do you have in place to ensure that they still come back to your platform and they don't build relationship with that client? Right.
That's a good question. So we've been able to address that. These artisans do not have access to the customers, and the customers do not have access to the artisans. Then number two, most of these artisans are very loyal to us because this is the first time somebody's paying attention to their need. And the value that they get is way more than what they will get on average when they're sitting in the market shops.
Any more questions? All right, Cynthia, thank you. You may exit. Please, for everyone who will be preaching, be reminded you have just 90 seconds. Thank you. I'd like to call Maureen Ainel Gane Eshimokai. A round of applause as she walks up. Thank you. Please encourage her as she walks up.
Thank you very much, panel of judges. Hello, everyone. My name is Maureen Eshemokai, and I'm the founder of Ines Bake Shop. Ines Bake Shop is a cake and pastry studio that specializes in the production of high-quality baked goods and on the go. Ines Bake Shop started in 2017 from my mother's kitchen, where I started getting my clients on Instagram. I didn't have a shop space, and I was so young in school. But I leveraged the availability of Instagram and other social medias to push my products out there. And within a year, after starting my learning on YouTube, I was able to sell or make my first order via Instagram. Since then up until this very point, Ines Bake Shop has grown from 1 customer to over 1,000 customers within and outside Nigeria. Ines Bake Shop also specializes in trainings where we use our online platform like YouTube to teach young people and basically anybody who is interested in learning the craft. Probably if they had the limitation I had when I started of maybe not having money or being exposed to time to be able to learn. So YouTube has helped me, and I believe that would also help a lot of young people out there. Ines Bake Shop, since the introduction of our ready-to-go cakes, we have been able to increase our revenue by 40%. Now, this is what I mean. When we started, we focused mainly on production of pre-ordered custom cakes, but not very many people can actually afford to pay that much money for cakes. But we know that we all celebrate our birthdays, right? And we all need cakes, not necessarily the expensive ones. And so we started to produce ready-to-go cakes that do not only are they available on the go, but they are also affordable to customers in order to reduce the cost and still provide an equivalent level of satisfaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maureen. Do we have questions for her?
Yes, okay. Thank you so much. That is a wonderful presentation. I would like to ask quickly, this is YALI, and we are all about giving back to the society. How do you give back to the society? That's one. Number two, in like 2 sentences, can you tell us how this prize is going to help you if you are awarded, or if you eventually become a winner?
Thank you very much for that question. Like I already mentioned, we share our knowledge for free on YouTube. If you have access to your phones, you can go and check Ines Bake Shop. We have a channel on YouTube it's called The Chef Ine rather, and we teach for free. We teach people how to start from the basics, how to build their businesses from just your house without having to have a proper store or have a fancy place where you do business. Then your second question. Sorry, can you remind me?
Can you tell us what you do?
Okay, so over the past couple of months, we have been working on building a mobile application to automate our order processes. Now, this application is supposed to reduce the need for human contact, having to manually take orders. So now this application would help us collect orders, and this would increase our productivity, increase our reach, and in turn increase our revenue. With the support of YALI, with this laptop, I would be able to push further and push faster in the building of this application because I already have started the design phase of this mobile application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. You have a question?
Yeah, Maureen. So I like your kind of business. It's a business really. I could recall sometime when I was speaking to a cake baker in Borno, Maiduguri, and the person was just introducing herself as just a cake maker, and I had to correct her to say, no, you're not a cake maker. In a place like Borno that is insurgency ridden, you are in a sense creating a system that brings people together who have been displaced long ago. Because everywhere there's a cake, there's call for merriment, right? And so what you do is beyond cake making. What you do is that you are restoring hope. You are in a sense helping people embrace communal value. So, but this is a recommendation I want to give to you. Speakers have come here and they talked about collaboration. You might want to now consider engaging collaboration and widen your scope in a sense where, for instance, you can get an event management gig, you handle the cake side, you have someone that will do the decoration, but you own the event management gig. You are just doing the cake side of things, right? That way you spread your scope and you increase revenue. That was a great presentation. Well done.
Thank you, Aine.
Sorry. Your staff strength, what does it stand at today? Staff strength, what does it stand at today?
Okay, we currently have 3 staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Maureen. You may exit stage. Thank you. Please encourage her. I would like to call on Olanrewaju Toluwanimi Peter. Please encourage him. Please encourage him. He's the first male to present. Okay, I see we have our virtual participants on standby. Thank you. Come on, we're young, we're energetic. Let this room feel our presence. It could just be you next year, you know. First man standing. I was expecting young men here would encourage their colleague. Thank you. Okay. You have
Good
90
morning,
seconds.
everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Olanrewaju Tolu, and I found a problem and it needs a solution. Most of us has a business, or we are running NGOs and we're leaders, but we need a creative in that business. So here is me bringing the opportunity of the Creative Hub Academy, where we train, we make them learn, we impact them, and also at the same time, we network them with individuals that need their skills. So basically, we train on photography, video editing, motion graphics, and that's the purpose of the academy. So that's here me telling you that every person here needs a creative person. And the data has shown that over 45% of the GDP here in Nigeria requires a creative sector. And if you're unable to train, you're able to impact those people, then where's the ability for us to network? So at the Creative Hub Academy, we're here to, on 3 base points, we're here to train people, which makes them learn, and we're here to impact them. At the same time, they're also able to impact other people. And also after the training, the learning, they're also able to network with those that need their skills. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Do we have any questions? Okay, Emmanuel.
Right. Olaiwaju, can you come again? You said how many services do you render?
Okay, so we have training on photography,
okay,
video production, motion graphics, and graphic design.
Okay, so how many of these skills do you train on? Are you the sole trainer in that hub?
No, not really. I'm not the sole trainer. So we have facilitators that train them, and these are skilled people that have several years of training. And I've actually, me myself, I'm a video editor and also a photographer. So people I've met in the journey are part of my facilitators.
So what's your mode of training? Is it a virtual mode of training, or you have a physical location where people come to have this training?
Okay, quick one. I'm an undergraduate. I'm in my final year, and first of its kind, I had a training of over 40 students in Ekiti State University, and we basically trained on filmmaking and photography. So that's the same way I'm able to train them too. I don't know if that works.
Great presentation. We left us waiting for more actually. So let's talk costs. Let's talk money. How much do you make in terms of revenue based on training alone monthly?
Okay, so I would say this is more of an ideation stage, because first of all, my first set of training has been more students, and for what I see, once you're training students, most people want free training, and we're looking at venturing into where we kind of make payment in terms of slots, in terms of group. So right now, as at early this year, there was a physical training at my campus, and we charged them 10,000 naira, and it ran for 3 weeks.
10,000 is a good price.
Just for photography.
Yeah, it's a good price for photography. Yes. I mean, it's almost a steal. So, how do you plan to scale it up over the course of, say, 2 years, given that you have the right resources?
Okay, so with that training, first of all, my plan is to start virtually, because getting a physical space is really difficult. So starting virtually, and we also hope to have an hub where we are able to, even people that are joining us virtually can continue their learning process on the app. So in the next 2 years, we're moving from virtual to the app-based.
And then the app is one.
We have facilitators that are led, not just online YouTube. These are trained people that are going to train them too.
And follow up?
Yes, too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to call on Victor Donatus Akpan. Victor is the founder of Gifty. It's a digital shop maker. Please a round of applause for him as he walks up the stage. Thank you. It's good to know that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Akman Victor D. and co-founder of gifty.com.ng. So what we do is we make it easy for merchants to easily increase their sales orders on e-commerce platform. So why we're doing this is because we discover that merchants that currently use e-commerce platforms, they can't make more sales because their social media marketing activities are inconsistent. And when these activities are inconsistent, there's no room for business growth. So we launched Gifty Digital Shop Maker for them to be able to increase their daily sales orders from what they currently do to something higher. So currently we have competitors in the market such as Jumia, Bumper, and Catalog. But what makes us different is that we have introduced the best use case for merchants to finally adopt AI technology in their business, saving them up to $20 in monthly data subscription for sales generation. And it will interest you to know that all this happened directly from their smartphones. Currently, we have been able to enabled growth for over 400 businesses that are currently using our platforms across Abuja, Lagos, and Kano. And we have enabled them to increase their sales orders with $25,000 monthly sales orders that pass through our platform for them to be able to generate sales. And again, our next plan is to hit 25,000 businesses by Q2 of 2024 with partnerships with reputable global platforms that are in conversations with us. So I'm a certified Tony Elmelu Foundation coach, entrepreneurship coach for African entrepreneurs. I have built the right growth frameworks that merchants currently use to grow their businesses in Africa. And my CTO is an experienced AI engineer. The generative AI systems he has built can enable merchants to increase their daily sales orders from 100 orders a day to 1,000 orders an hour. And we have a COO that actually drives our revenue operations. We are backed by a renowned leading startup advisor in Africa. And currently, because of merchants that currently use our platforms, we have been selected to represent Nigeria at JITEX Global Dubai, the largest tech and startup show in the world. And for our needs, what we are looking for is partnership with merchant communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our judges, you have questions for him? Please let's maintain one house. Thank you.
So, Victor, that was a very. So, while you were speaking, I was wondering if you really do you need this laptop?
Okay, yes, we do. We need this laptop because part of the things we are going to do in the next quarter is to hire interns across marketing, sales, and customer support for us to be able to convert most of these merchants who are on our free plan to paid plan, because we have like a free forever plan for them. And so for us to do that, we need to give them gadgets to work, right? Especially the sales reps that's been working on. So this is just one of the laptops I'm going to offer them.
All right. So you said you are backed up by a startup. Is that exclusive? Is this something you want to disclose?
Come again?
You said you are backed up by a VC.
Oh, no, we're backed by a renowned leading startup advisor in Africa. She is the founder of Blue Sapphire Tech Hub in Kano. She actually has, she has what's it called now? Northern women entrepreneurs in her hub. She trains them on digital skills. So having her has actually helped us to access the Kano market.
Yes, so sorry I'm asking so many questions because you made some figures here that I'm trying to kind of verify in a sense. If I heard correctly, you said $25,000 USD has passed through the platform.
Yes,
for over a period of how many months?
Okay, we have been around for like 1 year, 6 months now.
Okay, so in 1 year, 6 months, you've had $25,000 USD pass through that platform.
Yes, merchants have made that volume of sales.
That volume of sales, and you have 40 businesses on that platform.
400 businesses.
400 businesses.
It's over 400 as at today when I checked, it's 450 today when I checked.
Thank you very much.
So my last question is this. I hear you say you have free plan and paid plan.
Great.
What percentage of these 400 businesses are in the free plan and what percentage is in the paid plan?
Okay, it's 60-40. Free plan 60%, 40% for paid plan.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very impressive. I do not know the last time I heard that a Nigerian business will have an exhibition at JITEX. So please can we clap for him? Thank you. I'm just concerned about like your future strategy, right?
Okay,
JITEX is going to happen in 2024. I'm guessing Dubai this year when?
This year, October. This year.
Because the last one was in Morocco.
Yeah, Morocco. That was in.
So what do you plan to exhibit?
Where I plan to exhibit?
What?
Okay, well.
And to what levels?
Okay, so we have the generative AI integrated on our system. We are using OpenAI's API. And so that's what Dubai is basically going to be presenting at GITEX Global this year. And with that, we believe that we're going to be raising $100,000 funding with that. So because that's the future of technology.
So I'll run you back a bit. Your methodology for GITEX.
Okay. Can you explain that?
Okay, so let's assume I'm selling baskets. I'm going to be displaying baskets. I understand that you're going to be displaying open AI or your capabilities, but in what level, what extent, how will you make sure that the average working Joe understands what you're doing and is impressed by it?
Okay, currently, because the Joes actually going to be VCs, and they already know that they know everything about generative AI, like it's all over the place. Who doesn't know ChatGPT here? If you know ChatGPT, you already know what we are doing. So we're basically integrating ChatGPT on our platform. And if you're an e-commerce merchant, so instead of you going to ChatGPT to ask the ChatGPT to give you content ideas for social media, you just come on our platform. It's your store there. It gets the data from your business description, and it gives you custom-made growth marketing ideas. And if you want to raise funding, for your business, you don't need to pay lots of fees to experts to create your business plans. Just go there. It gives you an industry standard business plan for your business. And if they are applying for funding opportunities, it gives you the responses. So
One second, actually, just slow it down a bit. I understand now.
Okay, great.
I just want to give a tip. We're not the only one doing this. Make it as indigenous as possible. This is a one chance opportunity.
Yes.
That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question? All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call on Mark Fred Akachukwu Ijoma of Blue Wave Innovations. Mark Fred, are you here? Okay, I think the person is online. All right, so we'll move on to Greatness. Greatness Olorun Femi, Miss Catherine Business Solutions.
Good morning, leaders, and thank you, judges, for shortlisting me for this opportunity. 1 in every 4 people in the general population have mental health issues. 1 in every 5 people in the workplace have mental health issues. SDG 3, according to the World Health Organization, thank you for asking for the source. Thank you. Back to the conversation. The goal of the SDG 3 is good health and well-being, and is to ensure that everyone has good health across all ages at all times. Now, the first Director General of the World Health Organization affirmed that there is no true physical health without mental health. My name is Greatness Eti Olorun Femi, and I'm a licensed HR professional and a mental health practitioner. I've authored 4 books, and my 5th book is coming out soon. I serve trauma survivors to become self-aware, to recover emotionally, and unleash their greatness irrespective of their past and present. We also work with organizations such as SMEs who want to maximize the talent in their organizations and unleash their greatness, achieving productivity and profitability. I lost my laptop to a flood incident, and winning this laptop will help me to upskill myself more, to be able to serve my clients, reach more clients, even though we have served clients across 32 states in Nigeria, maximizing digital innovation. I started from Ile-Ife, Osun State, Nigeria. Thank you. And we have been able to serve young adults, helping them recover emotionally, preventing suicide. We have testimonials in my books, and we have people. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right, to the judges, do you have questions?
All right, Greatness. So I wanted to confirm, I had 2 things. I had trauma survivors, and I had, is it organizational?
Yes.
what's the nexus between are they two different services or there's a connection between the both of them?
Thank you for the question. So when an individual is not is having mental health issues, sometimes they go into drugs, they are depressed, they are not able to keep their job, they are not even able to get a job. So as a licensed HR professional, I first of all help them to, first of all, recover emotionally, right, through therapy, coaching, and all the assessments that we have, because every of our services is client-focused, it's bespoke, depending on the challenge of the individual. Now, when they recover emotionally, we now get to do a career map to know what career they want to focus on. Do you want to be a career professional? Do you want to be an entrepreneur? Now, I also use my network to map them to mentors, either a mentor who is a career professional, in the HR professional, or an entrepreneur that is successful in order for them to. So I'm helping both the organization get the right client, get them to achieve productivity. You know, if they need to have HR structures, business development, I'm trained and certified to do that.
Thank you. So you have HR into basically helping companies get the right, get the right talent.
Yes, sir.
But the last question I have is, I'm curious to know how you cost your service.
Yes.
How do you cost your service?
So therapy, coaching, I have online courses. Online courses are different costs. The assessments have different costs. Now, our products are impact and profit driven. We have products, the same product, the same quality. We give to underprivileged, so when we go to brothels, rehabilitation centers, or tertiary institutions, we serve them for free. We give them free copies of the book. However, as professionals, when you have the money and you come for, my coaching session is $100 per session. Yes. And I have served clients across 32 states and 4 continents in the world. HR services, we have recruitment service, we have standard operating procedure, we have different services, training workshops.
Please, one house. Please, one house.
All of these products have their own rates.
Thank you. So the last question is this: how do you source your customers? How do you do cold calling, like cold proposals to
We
organizations?
maximize social media. We do several workshops. We use storytelling, basically, to create awareness, first of all. A lot of people don't even know they have mental health issues. So we create awareness through workshops, webinars, programs. Sometimes we even go to tertiary institutions physically. We have been to 12 tertiary institutions. And so I also, maximizing my network as an HR professional, I belong to at least three professional bodies to get these organizations on board. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. I want to ask, if you see someone, can you identify the person has mental issues?
Physically, no. I mean, yes, sometimes you can, because we have worked with physically mental health, like people that have physical, that is obvious, like I don't want to call them mad people. And now there is a spiritual aspect to that. Yes, I'm saying yes, I combine my spiritual ability as well, like trusting God to recover them, because it is from love, from compassion, knowing that God doesn't want anybody to be mentally disdained. And so we have 3 people that have recovered emotionally that way. But then when people become self-aware through therapy, through our webinars, they become aware that they need mental health interventions.
All right.
But there has to be a diagnosis. Yes.
Okay. Anyone?
I have like a bit of a recommendation. Just an organizational aspect, the world is moving very closely towards change management. So if you could also incorporate services that concern that, particularly about the employees and how they are going to adapt to the changes that are
Yes, we
very
have
rapid.
employee assistance programs.
Okay.
Yes, that we provide with organizations. So these organizations, when they see some behavioral issues in their employees, now they employ me. The employee doesn't need to know that I'm a therapist or a mental health professional. He just needs to know that, okay, there is a gap in the knowledge or the skills or the attitude you're providing for the organization, and then we can bridge that gap.
Perfect. And it's again just a recommendation.
Thank you
It's
very
chain management is slightly different from what you just said, so you need to.
Incorporate chain
Yeah,
management.
correct. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
All right, thank you, greatness. You may exit the stage.
Thank you very much.
Moving forward, we'd like to call on Okoli Gloria Elochukwu. Okoli Gloria. Okay, thank you. Okoli, you have 90 seconds. Your time starts
Good
now.
afternoon, everyone. My name is Okoli Gloria, and I'm the founder of Louis Ephraim Fashion. Louis Ephraim Fashion is a conventional fashion house. I call it conventional because we make clothes for all kinds of women, but with much energy and niche on plus size women. A lot of plus size women are going through body shaming. Okay. Plus size women are body shamed a lot. There's a lot of bias and other stereotypes concerning these plus size women. Most fashion houses cater for straight and average size women. They find it difficult taking orders from plus size women. During my learning, my madam will always tell me, those women, they know they bring out shape. So they hardly take orders. She hardly makes clothes. She's always reluctant about these plus size women. And we have some customers that will come to our shop and like, okay, just do something simple, because they feel they are not confident enough. Their body shape cannot give them, that beauty. So for that reason, I just feel, okay, let me concentrate on this aspect. I leverage on the internet a lot. I went for master classes on the internet. I paid, I learned, and I opened this different fashion. And we can put more energy on plus size women. And for the customers who've made clothes for, the result has been overwhelming, right? So, concerning the sustainability aspect of it, I am a grassroots development champion for Do. Do is an impact-based organization, and what we do basically is community development. So we go to rural communities, most especially to carry out projects. And then I've been doing that for a period. And the next program we are having is on skin accusation.
A round of
The next
applause for
program we are
her.
having now is on.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you. One house, please. When you are passionate about what you do, it shows. Thank you. All right. Questions from the judges?
I would like to ask you quickly. Let's say I'm in UK and I'm a plus size person
Okay.
and I need you to make a dress for me.
Okay.
How do you go about it, please?
How do I go about it? Well, plus size tailoring is not like any other kind of fashion. They are specific, they have this special measurements and hacks and specific method of making their clothes. We take their clothes, but with a lot of differences. I don't know how to explain it, but it's not like the normal, there's other additions, and drafting their clothes and contouring their body takes a lot of, I don't know how you get it, yeah.
Yeah, you see, I'm just talking about it because, the word has gone more than the way you are saying it. You can be a fashion designer and, you can have clients in Germany, anyway. How do you ensure?
Initially, I said we leverage internet a lot. Personally, I want to, like I said, for me to be able to be an expert in plus size, I leverage the internet. I learned a lot. And if you check the YouTube, it will be surprising to know that a lot of these tailors, there are not much tailors. There are not much design in making plus size clothes. It was even difficult for me to be able to get somebody and pay. So it's something I hope to do. I hope to get wider reach through the internet. In fact, fashion is one industry you cannot do without the internet. Fashion is evolving every day. You can wake up tomorrow and something new. So for tutoring, and fashion is not just about cutting. There's business aspect of it, there's marketing aspect of it, there's tutoring aspect of it. And not do you just tutor people with just cutting and sewing. I have an apprentice, and I want this apprentice to have something special. I want them to be able to leverage the internet a lot when they come out of this, not just the normal cut and join. And do you understand? So we leverage the internet a lot.
All right. Let me just ask this question. So, do you need do you need a laptop or sewing machine? Do you need more sewing machine or a laptop?
I have a lot of sewing machines already. I went for a federal government training where they gave me, I've gone for 2 different types. They gave me industrial and manual machines. Then I need this laptop, like I said earlier. I'm a grassroots development champion for Do. Do is impact based. We do a lot of community projects. And our next project is on skill acquisition. Now, when I'm taking this skill, that's the digital aspect of it. I already have my manual machine there. It's already there. I kept a particular manual machine in that community. It's a rural community in Suleja, Niger State. That's what we do. So there's already a sewing machine in a secondary school there. I kept it in the principal office. So I want to, like, if I'm teaching this, just like my apprentice, let there be digital aspect of it too, the marketing and the rest of it. Thank you.
Do you have a social media page? Do you have a social media page that we can verify?
Yeah, Instagram, but not much. It's just a fashion brand. I have a lot of pictures on my phone.
She sent us pictures.
I sent pictures.
All right, thank you very much. You may please exit the stage. Thank you. One house, please. There's a staircase just at the extreme. Thank you. She's quite athletic. Thank you. I'm aware that one house, please. Thank you. I am aware that Mark Fred Akachukwu Ijoma is present now. Please, can you make your way to the lectern? Thank you. Please encourage him as he walks up the lectern. Thank you. Let's make it quick. Thank you. You have 90 seconds. Mark Fred of Blue Wave Innovations. Your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Fred Akachukwu, and I'm a co-founder of Blue Wave Innovations.
Okay, I think, is it, okay, you use this one. Yeah. The microphone is
I'll be there, everyone. I'm Mark Fred Akachukwu, and a co-founder of Blue Wave Innovations. So we are a technology a solution organization, actually, and we are been able to develop a software that has been able to solve a unique problem. And over the years, actually, we have also discovered a challenge that a local, okay. Okay. Hello. Okay. So we saw a challenge that a local artisans were not being connected to the users. So and now we've also been able to provide a solution that will be a defining a factor to it also. And at the moment also, we have been able to develop a software that has been able to be a defining factor to the solution also. And at the moment, the local artisans, we saw that they have not been able to leverage their product and services. So we now knew the issue and have a solution to it also. At the moment, we have a customer base of 50. I should go on. Okay. So at the moment now, we have been able to link up 50 artisans to local users. We all know of Upwork here, Abby. what we do now is to link up the local artisans to consumers, the mechanics, carpenters, shoemakers,
thank
and
you.
the rest to them also.
Thank you very much. We'll just take 4 questions for you. You just calm down and be easy, okay? It's okay. We'll just ask you questions, take a deep breath, just respond to it, and we'll take it on from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Manfred. I got what you said, Blue Wave Solutions, you are doing IT consultancy and all of that.
And branding and social media stuff.
All right. I just wanted to know if you have a website. Do you have like where we can check and say, oh, Manfred, this is what you do, you know?
Okay, yes, we have a website also, and also a social media page.
Okay, what's the website so we can actually?
www.bluewaveinnovations.com.
Okay, bluewaveinnovations.com. Okay, so my last question is, what problem what problem have you identified and how are you solving it? Just in 30 seconds.
What problem we have
Identified, yes, and how are you solving it?
Okay, we have identified an issue of we are not able to see how local artisans to reach out to their main users. So we our work now is to connect them to the consumers. So at the moment also we are also
What mode do you use to connect your artisans to the consumers?
okay, we developed a software now. It's called
Where is it hosted? The software you developed, where is it hosted?
we are partnering with a hosting agency.
Okay.
What was the name?
Sir?
The name of the hosting agency?
Beshtech.
So basically what we're trying to do is we just want to have a hold, we want to lay hold on your footprints, whether on social media or wherever. When we lay hold on it, based off of that, we can, know how to assess your, so if there are any places you can point us to say, this is, if you go here, you will see what I'm doing, that will help us in our assessment as well.
Okay.
Yeah, because I've just checked Blue Wave Innovations.
We have like a page online on Instagram and Facebook also.
It's called?
And there, yes. So and over the months also, we have been able to reach out to artisans.
Now, what's the name of the page?
Can you just?
Blue.
All right, this is a device. Just put it in and thank you.
That's it.
Yeah, that's right. Once it shows you that, yeah. All right, thank you very much, Ichoma. You may exit the stage. We'll just do our verification. And we'll be moving on to our virtual participants. Media, are you ready for us? Smith? Okay, so moving on quickly, I see Yunusa. Okay, there's one more person. Just make your way up the stage. Perhaps you didn't give us your physical presence. Scholastica? Is that? All right, thank you. A round of applause for Scholastica, please. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Moko Chinazo Scholastica, and I'm here to represent the G Waste Management Limited. We all know that, according to InfoFinders in 2023, The Abia State was ranked the first daycare state in Nigeria. So that is a pictorial view of what my community, Abia State, looks like. The Waste Management Management Limited is a business that was established to provide and tackle the environmental challenges in my community. It starts from the process of collection of plastic waste from homes, industries, and business offices, and then transporting it to recycling hubs. Now, this helps solve and tackle the SDG 8 and 11 as we provide employment while also reducing the environmental challenges in my community and also promoting innovation. Currently, we're working on developing a USXD and a website where people will just log in or text us, just like both, and we'll come to their homes, pick up these things, and transport it to the recycling hubs. We also understand that the digital world is what we could use. Currently, we're using the Facebook and WhatsApp, but we want to grow more. We want to also reach out to bigger clients. Also, we want to change the mindset of the Abians because we understand that the problem we have is that they feel like they have to pay for these things to be taken away from them, their waste, I mean. So we want to be able to pay them for their plastic waste.
Okay. Thank you very much. Your time is up. All right. I'm very passionate about recycling, so my question will come first. How many tons of waste have you been able to recycle, and within what time frame? How long have you been in business for? I'll take the next question after that.
Our business mostly is to take it away from the homes in order to prevent them defacing the city of Abia. We now sell this waste down to the recycle hubs and they pay us. Okay. That is what we're doing now. So we're looking at developing it more, where we now pay these people, these home users, the people that give us the waste, maybe just a token to encourage them not to dump it by the roadside. They should also know that we call it the swap it, your waste for cash. So it's more like creating impact and also working on their mental health, and their mindset, I mean, so that they know that defacing the community is not going to work, but we can swap it for a little bit of token.
Do you have any social media presence?
Yes, you're on Facebook.
I tried Googling on Facebook, perhaps.
Waste Management Limited.
Any more questions?
I do. I have a question. How many recycling hubs do you work with your business?
For now, because of the issue of road transportation we have in Abia, we're trying to work on that thanks to the government. We're working with just one recycling hub that is accessible for us. The roads are very bad.
Okay. And how many metric tons of waste have you been able to excavate this year?
This year, because of the recent developments, we're on a pause for now.
Okay.
So we're looking at starting by the end of the year. So before...
When did you get on a pause? At what point did you pause?
Because the issue, like I said, we stopped at July.
Okay, so July post your stopping, actually pre your stopping, let's just estimate July 2022 to July 2023. How many metric tons?
Okay, before then, weekly we get like 5,000 to 1,000 tons. Sorry, we measure in kgs. Sorry, we measure in kgs because we sell to them in kgs.
Okay, in kg. Give it in kilograms. 500? 500
kgs to 1,000 kgs a week.
A week. How many communities do you work with right now?
So we have Port Harcourt Road, we have the First Road, we have the Area International Market.
No, just give me number.
Like 3 to 4, the major areas that we have issues with.
Okay, so 3 to 4 communities give you an average feed of 500 kilograms every week.
Now we have 536 users, so that's why we are trying to incorporate.
Okay, so a kilogram per user. And then when you give the 500 kilograms of waste to the recycling hubs, how much estimating do you get paid?
We get paid 16 naira for each kg.
Okay. So here's an idea. How about you put it like 1 naira per kg per household? I know it's taken out of your profit, but then, as you said, you're trying to also imbibe a sense of understanding in community that, throwing waste or refuse is wrong. And then you will get more feed. They'll be more motivated, and then you get more access to more communities.
That's the idea.
Yeah, so don't wait, just do.
If I came to Abuja, I had a meeting with my partners, and we are trying to start by December.
Okay, I'm not talking about your starting time, regardless of whenever you start.
We started since 2020. I mean, to resume again.
But you paused in July. So regardless of when you restart, I'm saying in your business model, incorporate the 1 naira per kilogram per household. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does anyone else have a question?
Yeah, so Scholastica, right?
Scholastica.
Yeah, so you're based in Abia.
Yes, I'm from Abia.
Okay, you're from Abia. Great. So how many of you are in your company?
Let me hear you.
How many of you? Are you the sole person running the
No, I'm
business?
not.
Okay.
I'm not. We're 8.
Okay, 8. So you have people at the management level and you have people who control the waste at the community level.
We have 3 people in the management level, and then we have 5 who control it. We have 2 transporters.
Okay, so I know very well that for recycling companies, they have like a standard of waste they take in a sense. So there's a bit of sorting that goes into the process before it gets usable for them. So how do you do the sorting? Do you, yeah.
Okay, what we focus mostly on is on plastic waste.
Okay, just plastic waste. So you just pick the plastics and then you give it to, okay.
Okay, sorry. I would like to ask, before you sort, you have to collect. How do you collect the waste?
Okay, yes, that is why we have, I said we have 3 team members, we have 2 transporters, and the rest are the collectors. So what they do is they reach out, the home users and the office users reach out to us on WhatsApp, and then we send our collectors to them. Who now send it down to the transporters. So what we are trying to do with the USXD and the website is to reach out to other people as well. So we're trying to create a platform where collectors could apply, the home users and the industries could apply as well, and the transporters could apply. So that's why we actually paused. This is actually a big thing for us to do. We are recruiting other staffs.
Okay, all right. Thank you. You are competing with Abokis that pack, all these things. And now you showed us this picture. This is something on the roadside. And you mentioned that you are collecting waste from homes. How do you collect from this place?
So now the advocates that actually collect from this, not necessarily advocates, I want to say that, the people that actually pick these things by the roadside still sell to us. So that is why we want to have a data-driven decision kind of thing. That is why we are creating the website, so that we could get to understand who we are working with and who we are selling to.
Sorry, one last thing. How do you give back to the community with this business you do?
Is that?
How do you give back to the community with this business you do? And again, who are your partners? Do you have any partner?
Yes, I have 3 partners.
I'm very aware that when you do this kind of thing, you still need to partner with, like the government agencies.
Yes. Recent, last month, we submitted a proposal to the government. They made out a public call for waste management organizations to come work with them and partner with them. So we submitted a proposal to that effect.
Thank you so much, Scholastica. I think we're done with asking you questions. Now we'll move on quickly to the virtual participants. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Is Esther Ezekiel Udofia online? If you are, please unmute yourself. Esther Udofia of Daysbo Agro Food Store. Okay, perhaps she's not online. Is Adebisi Okpeyemi Aminat? Adebisi Okpeyemi Aminat, please can you unmute yourself? Your entry. Thank you. Issue or oh, so you're muted. Okay, I see Esther Ezekiel.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, yes. Esther, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you please, you have 90 seconds for your pitch. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Esther Ezekiel Ludofia. I'm the founder of Daisbla Agro Industry, a foodstuff a foodstuff page that handles that deals on everything foodstuff from ready to use and dry items, dry foodstuff items, and seafoods, everything foodstuff. So we are currently operating as an online based food store. Please, can you hear me?
You can turn off your video.
Hello?
Can you turn off your video now? It's okay. At least we know that you're here. So you can continue your pitch, but just turn off your video so that you use less bandwidth. Can you unmute me, media? Okay. If you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me, ma'am? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Okay, so let me continue. We are into distribution of everything food stuff, from dry items to wet items. When I say wet items, like seafood like crabs, snails, and the rest. Can you hear me, please? This is frustrating. Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. mute your video. You can turn off your video and
Yes, I've
continue.
done that.
Excellent. It's clearer now. Please go on.
Provide, making sure that we supply stress free. We make our working moms get food at a very stress free and affordable rate. When I say stress free, we basically deal on ready to use items, ready to use foodstuff items. Where that's to explain further, that's to for example, we have mothers that work 9 to 6 or 9 to 5. Imagine coming back from work and then you're having to go to the kitchen to start preparing food, from pounding of crayfish to doing to washing meat, and the rest. So what we basically do is that we make it easier for you by preparing these items, not cook it. Preparing it, for example, periwinkle, we cut it and wash it clean for you before sending it to you. So all you have to do is, when you receive this item, when you receive this food stuff, all you need to do is to put it right into your pot, and voila, it is done. Like your food is ready. You don't need to start going to cut water leaf. You don't need to start going to do one or two. That's we provide a stress-free services for you. And also, what we are also looking at incorporating now into our business is to incorporate a transaction free, how do I put it, where we want to bring on a platform called Pest. Yes, they don't have to be scared of making payments to us. Judging from all these scam going on, so you make payments through Paystack. That way you're sure that your transaction to us is safe and secure while we deliver what you need to you. Thank you.
Thank you to me how the winning the laptop would help your business.
Okay, yes, winning the laptop will help my business in so many ways. First, expanding it digitally. We need this laptop to reach a wide audience of network. We need this laptop to reach that. There are so many people that are not aware of the products and services we render. So winning this laptop will help us to reach a wide network of audience, to also expand our reach to the people in diaspora. We are looking into becoming a major distributors of foodstuff basically, to people in diaspora. And we can't do this without having this. We can't do this without a laptop, because our phone is limited to some specific options. So with a laptop, we are sure that we'll go more into marketing and making sure that a wide network of audience gets to know us, get to know the
Thank you. Thank you, Esther. Do you have any more
services
questions?
we render. Of course, it is food, and everybody eats food.
Thank you, Esther.
Hello.
Yes, that's okay. We can see your store on Instagram. There is
There is black.
Sorry? There is black. Okay. Thank you. Do we have questions from the judges? That would be all for now. We'll just move quickly to save some time to our DBC Okpayemi Aminat. Are you on the call? If you are, please unmute. Yes, I see a DBC Okpayemi. Just a second, show us your.
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Yes,
Please,
can
can
you
you
turn
hear
on your
me?
video for just a second?
and then you can turn it back off. Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can, but presently the laptop I'm using, the video is unaccessible. I had to borrow it, so I didn't know that the video is unaccessible. I'm so sorry about that.
One house, please. One house, please. One house, please. Can you come again at ABC? What did you say? What's wrong with your
I said the
video?
laptop I borrowed presently, the video, the camera is unaccessible.
You're making it
So I
difficult
didn't know
to
that it
hear
was
what
unaccessible
you're saying.
until I borrowed it. So I
Oh, so
can you hear me now?
yes, we can hear you. Uh, um,
Can I
okay, go on.
continue?
Go on. Go on.
Okay.
Yes, go on.
Okay, my name is Adebisi Okpeyemi. I am the founder of Femina Natural, a registered startup company that specializes in the production of sustainable natural skincare products using extracts from plants. We are solving the issue of skincare products having bleaching and poisonous ingredients, resulting into health and toxicological hazards. We are also solving the issue of unclarity of the users on how to choose products that works for a particular skin type and also low self-esteem. The journey started in 2020 when I had a severe acne. I tried so many products, but I couldn't find the right product for my face. I even had to go to the hospital, took prescribed drugs, but rather than getting less severe, it became worse. My mom advised me to try natural homemade ingredients. I tried it on my face and I got the result I wanted. So I decided to extend this gift of choice to other women who place a great value on how they look. We are providing sustainable, safe skincare products using African ingredients that are free from chemicals and preservatives. We are also changing the perception of Nigerians about buying imported skincare products, which are believed to work betterly than locally made. We are providing effective and quality products for skin improvement.
Okay, media, I see that I'm muted myself. At ABC, we have a bit of a challenge. One, you're too fast paced. Can you speak from your experience and not so I know for sure when you are reading from a script? Can you please speak? Thank you. You and just speak about your business.
Yes,
I would
Femina
ask you
Natural.
questions.
Femina Natural is a registered startup company that specializes in the production of natural skincare products using extracts from plants. I had to tell my story of how I developed passion for this skincare product from when I had severe acne in 2020, how I solved it and I was able to overcome it. So I decided to extend this gift of choice to other women who place a great value on how they look. This laptop that we are getting from YALI will help us to get through to our customers by providing trainings to them online for aid of employment for other young ladies who have passion for natural skincare products. We are trying to empower them to online and physical training leading to job creation. And this laptop will also enable us to be more efficient, responsive, and competitive in the marketplace. Thank you.
Adebisi, we are well aware of the video you sent. We watched your video. We do understand, at least the judges here, we did watch your video. Point. Questions? Okay. Thank you very much. The judges do not have questions for you. So, is Okwe James Chidi on the call? I don't see Okwe James Chidi. Divine on the call. I don't see that.
Are you talking about Chibike Divine? Hello,
Yes,
can you hear me?
Yes, yes. I see the company name.
Yeah, pretty sure I'm online. I'm online.
Excellent.
Okay. Yeah.
Can we see your face? Can we see your face?
Oh yeah, sure.
Thank you. Okay, that
All
looks
right.
like the video.
Oh yeah, thank you. All right. My name is Chibike Divine. I'm a graduate of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, and I studied architecture while in school. Our company Astre is trying to solve the problem of dam penetration affecting buildings in Nigeria using carbon cure technology. While I was doing my intern in school, I discovered that over 10% of buildings across tropical and coastal regions of Nigeria are faced with the problem of dam penetration. Now, the question is, what is dam penetration? Dam penetration is the process of underground water and external water sources entering, penetrating through the walls of building and damaging the interiors. And according to the National Health Association, it is also linked to asthmatic disease and some other respiratory illnesses. So at Astre, we are using carbon cure technology and polymer pebbles to make blocks that are hydrophobic. That means they are resistant to this dam penetration. So what we are currently doing now is that we are partnering with different block industries to see that this product goes far. We've been able to sell 50,000 pieces of this block since inception in November 2022. And I'm proud to say that we've represented West Africa in the global hot price competition in 2022. And for every 2,500 blocks that we make, we can create 2 jobs for artisans in our value chain and be able to remove 1 ton of CO2 from entering the atmosphere and causing climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We remember very well the video entry you sent. And perhaps may want to comment the work you're doing with. We see that you develop particular forms of, cement and likes to produce your blocks. How do you source your materials? And do you currently have any partners you're working with?
Making hydro yeah, sure, we do have partners that we're working with. Our blocks are you use normal conventional method of making blocks to make them. But what we're adding extra in our block is that we are adding a bit of polymer pebbles and zeolite. Zeolite, which serves as an humidifier that helps to prevent this water from entering the building. And then we also use carbon cure technology, which resists the underground acidity of the building. And then we also partner with BSAAF, and then we also in partnership with some few laboratories across Southeast that help us out with some of all these. And then we also partner with them with both research and development of our product. And then for the scalability side of our business, what we are currently trying to do now is because we discovered that we've been getting orders across different states in Southeast Nigeria, and we might not be able to like meet that order because this business is more like physical. So what we're trying to do now is that we're trying to work with other block industries across southeast and southwest part of Nigeria to be able to sell our technology to them. Once we've done that, we can now onboard their block industry on the e-commerce platform that we are currently developing to be able for people to in different parts of Nigeria to get access to our technology.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Do we have questions? Okay, great.
Very well done, Chibuike. I have a question, and this is just when you speak on your business, I can very technical, which is also good. I admire that. But you need a great deal of marketing to break through the southwestern market. And that's potentially the market that would need the hydroponic blocks, given things like flooding situation as such, and even exporting outside of the country. So, do you have someone handling your marketing, or it's you as well right now in your company? Can you hear me? I think so. I think yeah, he's mute. Ted.
What kind of platform is this? Oh yeah, can you hear me now? Oh God. Okay. I think the platform is kind of very, very slow.
We can hear you. We can.
Uh, all right. Yeah. All right. Fine. Okay. I'm not the one handling the marketing per se. All right. Okay. All right. I'm not the one handling the marketing per se. I have my CMO who is an expert. He's also a realtor here in Southeast, and he helps us out in basically word of mouth marketing and closing partnership because it's mainly a B2B business. So basically, what we do is that we partner with real estate firms, we partner with architectural firms, reach out to them because they are the ones actually making use of blocks. It's not a consumer it's not we're not reaching out to clients alone, we're also reaching out to businesses. They are our main target. So I have a CMO, we are currently working on that. Then also want to start working with social media marketing. Though we're already present on social media, but we want to take it to next level. But that would be when we are done expanding our facility, because right now with capacity of production that we have, if we open up to digital marketing, we might not be able to meet it because we've been getting orders upon orders upon orders. So I think that answers the question. But if it doesn't, just let me know. Thank you. Oh, this platform. Why are we using this platform?
Okay, you know what? Just think about it. It's very important when you're going to be introducing a lot of collaboration that your intellectual property is protected. So check if you haven't and make sure that you get it patented this year. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're running out of time. We'll quickly move to God's power, Yebosoko Igiko. Please unmute your mic. We want to see your face for a second. If you can keep it, open, it's okay. You have 90 seconds. Your time starts now.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Godspar Yebosoko Ejiko. I'm the CEO of Aviva Media Multi Services. What Aviva Media does is that we are passionate about small scale businesses who find it hard to gain visibility for their businesses, especially the fact that I'm from Kogi State, Lokoja here. I've discovered that there are many businesses who want to show what they have, who want to sell their businesses, but because of where they are and because of lack of funds, enough funds, they cannot hire a graphic design company or a branding company that will help them get visibility in the wider scale. So Aviva Media is passionate to help small scale businesses get visibility and with just little token. And so far, I've been able to work for about 500 companies. Let me not call them companies, but small scale businesses. The reason why I got that amount of people is because they're actually looking for an organization that can help them build their businesses and gain visibility. Many clients I've worked for them, and many of them have given testimonies about how our organization has helped them bring out the best in their businesses and help them get more clients. So that is what we are passionate about. And one of the challenges we've been having is that I have about 8 staffs, and it's so funny that we just have 2 laptops that we have been using for 6 years. Just 2 laptops for 6 years. So we are just rationing. And recently I was working for a client, and in the heat of the work, I was supposed to do 9 pages of designs of a presentation for her. when I got to page 5, the laptop crashed. I had to lose the job. I had to just cut down the work, and I've seen that there's a need for me to get a new laptop. And considering the fact that things are skyrocketing, I don't think I'll be able to get a laptop for now. So, when I saw this opportunity to teach my business, I felt that God has answered my prayer.
We see that. Thank you very much. Um, we Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, great, great. Any questions for him? All right. We'll move on. I mean, we remember your application, so cause of time, we'll move on. The
Thank you.
next, the last person actually for today's pitching is Yunusa. Are you on the call? Confirm that Yunusa is on the call. Smith? I think I saw you. If it's true, we just have a phone interview. Yunusa? Okay. Since this milk has. Okay, perhaps we'll just call him and then he'll do it. I remember this company had on. Hello, Yunusa, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I guess you're having technical issues.
Honestly, I'm in my farm. That's why.
That's okay. Can we have your pitch on the
All right.
call?
Can I do it now? Right now?
Can we hear him?
Yes, I can
All
hear you
right,
very
go
clearly.
ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity once again. My name is Inasa Sherifdin Ade, the founder and the CEO of Makers Agribusiness Academy. I started in early 2021 after COVID-19 with Mr. Adamu Abdullah, who was starting and devastated from the low yield he got from his farm. And when we provided solutions for him, he got better results. The problem that we identify is just that only 6 farmers in Nigeria can have access to loan with proper documents, which also has 60% of post-harvest loss from same farmers, and it dropped up to like 3.5 trillion naira in Nigeria. And the farmers is just that they don't understand the banking farm practice. So the solution we provide are just training, internship, and funding opportunities for them, and mentorship after they've gotten the money. And we have already trained over 3,879 youth, and we have unlocked a sum of 46.3 million naira for our farmers. And our business model is just we charge commission on every trading and supply, like B2B and B2C. And we do training and consultancy for them as well, and we charge a fee for that. So business operational processes are awesome, and the competitive advantage is top notch. So currently we are doing 46.3 million US dollars. 46.3 million naira that we have unlocked for the farmers, and we are looking up to expanding up to 500 million naira for farmers. Our management team has over 45 years cumulatively in leadership, general farming, and management. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have one question for you.
All right.
All right. Eunice, sir, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly, sir.
Okay. So I want to confirm, how many network of farmers do you have? How many farmers do you have in your network? How many farmers do you have in your network?
Presently, we have over 1,300.
Across how many states?
Because we treat, sir?
Across how many states?
11 states, sir. Because we train them, we partner with NYC. We go to our institutions in Kwara State. We've not gone throughout that. But once we visit training orientation, NYC orientation camp, we train a lot of croppers that move there. We have moved down to their various states, and they do their business. We do AI help desk for them. And if it's close by and they can afford the trip, they'll just go to visit them through consultancy as a practice.
Okay, so but why do you need the laptop? What do you want to use it for?
We are currently building our content that, irrespective of your location, far or near, you should be able to access online course with us. And we're able to do virtual field trip that you can watch online with the online presence that we are building currently. So we are building an online presence that everybody can have access to it wherever you are at your comfort zone and get this certificate in any of the field in general farming.
All right.
So we have been needing the laptop for our officer, and we have mentorship section as well. We want to put it online that people can get access to our mentoring session.
Okay, so my last question is, how do you coordinate farm yields across these 11 states? How do you coordinate farm yields across these 11 states and then send them to the market?
Yes, apparently what they do is when they are taking the course from the Business Academy, we'll ask them to get access to farm, to the market at first before they start what they want. It's what customer want, not what they want. So by the time they get access, we'll be able to call somebody there in the state. Let's say, for instance, you are in Ogun State. We have network of, I belong to network farmers, broiler network farmers, catfish farmers. I belong to the network. So I can actually have somebody, like an expert there, that will help them if they have any problem. And
right.
if it's not something physical, we can do virtual. We do online.
All right. Thank you, Eunice. Just a recommendation. You might want to also use extension agents, across those states. Basically, they can be your eye to ensure that, things move seamlessly from the farm
All
to
right,
the
sir.
fork. Yeah.
All right, sir.
All right.
Thank you very
Eunice.
much, sir.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, everyone. Please, a round of applause for all the contestants. We'll be coming back with the results. Thank you. I'd like to hand over to the moderators. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very impactful session. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I would like to invite the head of YALI Network Nigeria, Honorable Olufumi to just speak to us with very few minutes. Thank you very much.
Distinguished representatives from the United States Embassy, Abuja, and the United States Consulate General, Lagos, the Young African Leaders Initiative coordinators, YALI Network Nigeria state coordinators, esteemed invited guests, personalities, members of YALI Network Nigeria, and all our online participants. It is with great gratitude in my heart that I stand before you to speak. What you see here today is a result of months of effort, ideation, and teamwork. To say my joy is full is an understatement. This is our 6th National Summit, and you would agree that this has truly been a superb conference. Would you agree? Thank you. As a master's degree holder in history and strategic studies, permit me to give you a little history. The journey started last year when I took up the mantle of leadership as a state coordinator of YALI Network Lagos. I had observed that even though the various state hubs were doing great jobs individually, there was no cohesive body that brought all state hubs together. Personally, I strongly believe in the power of unity, because when we speak at one voice, our voices are louder. Knowing the tremendous impact being made by various state hubs and the need for their work to be amplified in greater measure, I took up the challenge of bringing all the coordinators together in one forum. And in a few weeks, working with some past leaders, I had successfully brought all current state coordinators on board. Immediately, we got to work, setting plans in motion to build a stronger and united YALI Network Nigeria. The first action we took was to review the existing constitution, which had brought YALI Network Face-to-Face Nigeria to life. This was our first nationwide project, as we had representatives from various state hubs. As we had representatives from various state hubs to ensure each state had a voice. This constitution review process was on for months, even exceeding our expected timelines. This was because the review team, made up of members of YALI Network Nigeria, some of whom were lawyers, took great diligence to ensure that it produced a befitting document. And on the 1st of April 2023, a new constitution was birthed, which provided for the standardization of all YALI network activities in Nigeria. Thank you very much. One of the significant provisions in the constitution was a change from the old name, which was YALI Network Face-to-Face Nigeria, to YALI Network Nigeria, with a national head and secretary to be voted in by the team of coordinators. Voting was done, and the team of coordinators, great Olufumi Olaosun, coordinator of YALI Network Lagos, as the national head, and Moyosola Oladayo, coordinator of YALI. I see you, media. Coordinator of YALI Abuja as national secretary. So much. At this junction, please permit me to sincerely and deeply appreciate all state coordinators of YALI Network Nigeria, both past and present. Please help me put your hands together for them. Thank you so much. Some past coordinators were with us when we started the journey and played very active roles in the results we have today. The current coordinators have been cooperative and have put in great efforts to ensuring we build the body of YALI Network Nigeria into a formidable force. This 2023 National Summit is a testament to the power of collaboration. Last year, we said we wanted to organize a truly national summit that cut across as many state hubs as possible.
my leaders, as I call them, we have done it. Congratulations to us. And I must appreciate the United States Mission in Nigeria for giving us, young people, a capacity through the work that we do as leaders of the various YALI Network Nigeria state hubs. The goal of setting up the Young African Leaders Initiative in Nigeria was to invest in the next generation of African leaders. Look at us today. Your investment has yielded and is still yielding results. Thank you so much. I must especially acknowledge the YALI coordinators in the U.S. Consulate and U.S. Embassy, Mr. Austin Eminwa and Mr. Diron Adegoke, respectively. Despite their busy schedules, they are always available to attend to us, provide guidance and necessary support. Thank you so much, sirs. We appreciate you. To all our members of YALI Network Nigeria, thank you for the selfless work that you do. I know that it can be challenging, but you have risen above such challenges and stayed committed to community impact and development. And for those of you that traveled here for the summit outside Abuja, you have displayed exemplary leadership. To every volunteer who has made this national summit possible by playing your role in it to ensure everything moves smoothly, I say thank you. I always say leadership is service, and you have displayed true leadership with your actions. Our partners, thank you for standing with us to make the 6th edition of the YALI Network Nigeria National Summit a resounding success. Your contributions are greatly appreciated. To our keynote speakers, panelists, and invited guests, thank you for honoring our invitation and taking time out of your busy schedules to be here with us. As young people, your support makes it possible for us to achieve even more. Thank you for being a part of our success story. To all our participants, both in this venue and those watching online, I want you to know that this National Summit is proof that anything is possible when we as young people and citizens of Nigeria put our minds to it. So I urge you to think beyond limits and focus on how you can contribute your quota to nation building, no matter the obstacles. At the end of the summit, we want you to start thinking of how you, as an individual, can produce innovative solutions to the problems in your communities, solutions that are sustainable and that would have ripple effects. If we all do a little, the impact would be great. Nigeria can only be built by Nigerians because this is our own country. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Long live YALI Network Nigeria. I remain Olufumi Olaoshun, head of YALI Network Nigeria. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that speech. Without much ado, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll be rushing right now to the next panel session. And I will be calling on the panelists right away. I'll start with a very young, handsome, and very great man. He is the Speaker of Oyo State Youth Parliament. No other person than Right Honorable Fayole Israel. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Speaker. While we are waiting for him to join us, we would like to invite Ebaide Ominu.
With over 10 years experience in community development programs, grassroots advocacy, coaching and mentoring young people, and working assiduously with young people, Ebaide brings a wealth of experience on issues affecting development. She has trained hundreds of young people on leadership, entrepreneurship, and has used her personal coaching platform to build the confidence of young people in the area of public speaking. She has delivered keynote addresses and delivered speeches affecting development and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, join me with a clap as we welcome Ebaide Ominu.
Okay, I'm going to be calling the next person. We have Obalolua Ajiboye Joseph. A round of applause for him, please. Um, we do not have a recorded profile for him, but I'm going to be reading that. Obalolua Ajiboye Joseph is an accomplished innovation manager with a track record of successfully spearheading a multitude of IT projects across various sectors, encompassing both private and public domains on both national and international scales. With a specialized focus on government initiatives, developing communities, academic institutions, and women in technology, Obalolua has consistently demonstrated its proficiency in delivering innovative solutions. Having steered the development of several high-profile projects, Obalolua has also adeptly managed and provided indispensable support to programs geared towards empowering and upskilling startup founders. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands once again together for Obalolua Ajiboye Joseph.
Please do that better. The next person, the next person we'll be calling right now is no other person than Mr. Kunle Lawal. Mr. Kunle Lawal. Without much ado, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the moderator for this very panel session, no other person than the very delected. Thank you.
Miss Abeng Lucy is a nutritionist, researcher, and humanitarian. She is versed in educational sector over the years. She also holds an MSc degree in England. She has attended several training programs both as an academic and a project manager. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome Miss Abeng Lucy.
Please, I would also like to invite no other person than Kizito Uzo. Kizito Uzo, please, you're invited to much, sir. Looking handsome, looking very, very rich. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucy. Let me just use this. Right, so my name is Lucy Abeng, and I have my panelists here. Something interesting, the first time I met Abaide, it was on a radio show. She invited me, and she was interviewing me, and today it's the other way, so it's actually a nice thing. Today we are going to be having a panel session, and we are going to be talking about the role of young leaders in the era of transitioning to innovation and sustainable development. So we all know that in the world, we've had several civilizations. We had industrial revolution in the 17th, 18th century. And at this point in time, our era, there's a lot of technological development, advancements. And we also have the issue of global warming, environmental degradation and all, which has actually caused a lot of innovations to be looking at how do we do this for it to be sustainable. So we're looking at sustainable development at this point. And we also know that the young people, young leaders are actually really involved in all the innovations. You have young people as startups. I think we all know of Patricia. We know of other innovations that are done by young people. while we have the older generation, we still have the younger generation, and there's a synergy between these two generations. So generally, this is it. So I want to ask my panelists, what is your overview, like your thoughts on the current state of innovation and sustainable development in Nigeria, and what role do young people have to play, the impact on them?
Who's going first? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, the role of young people in driving innovation stems from the fact that we are the most passionate about innovation. Are we happy with the current state of things in the country? No. Since we are not happy, the job is left for us to drive what? Innovation. I am a blockchain consultant, and I happen to be a founder of Akawo Smart Contracts, which is a blockchain solution to the traditional way of what? Contributing money. We all know about the traditional Isusu system, right? So in that particular industry, people contribute money, give to people, with the hope that at the end of the year, they get back their money. But there is this issue of trust, right? Some people, run away with people's money. And it was a problem. And I felt that we can solve this particular problem by building a smart contract that does away with the middlemen. So instead of you contributing to an individual that you must trust, why don't you contribute to a technology that at the end of the period you are trying to save can return the money back to the account that does what? That sent the money initially to it. So as you can see, this is not the job of old people. Do you understand? It is something that is left for us, because when you look around, we see lapses everywhere. We talk about, corruption and a lot of things. So it is the role of young people cannot be overemphasized, except you choose to be lazy about what is happening around you. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Kizito, for your impact. Ebaide?
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the introduction. What bites me first is, do we have the requisite knowledge? Who have worked with me would know that I'm big on advocacy, I'm big on knowledge sharing and information. And so before you take on any role, be it a young person or an adult, you have to be armed with the requisite knowledge and information. We have the National Youth Policy document, for example, that states clearly how they want the young people to drive development in Nigeria. How many of us even know about that document? We have developmental footprints as well that speaks to how innovation should be driven. How many of us have access to those documents? So before you think of the roles you can ride on as a young person or as young people, are you armed with the requisite knowledge and information? And yes, our role as young people in driving innovation is very key. Lack for better words, fresh perspectives. We bring a whole new perspective in everything or anywhere we find ourselves. However, I keep hammering on this. As young people, you can have the passion, you can have the determination, you can have what it takes to drive something. But if you do not have the requisite knowledge and information, you'll be wasting your time. So I'll give an example of the Sustainable Development Goals. We chant about it with so much chorus and enthusiasm. Goals 1 to 17, people are very enthusiastic about talking about it and having, you want to wake up and probably have, an initiative that drives one goal or the other. Are you abreast with
the requisite provisions, for example, the set targets, the key indicators? Do you have this knowledge? Do you have this information? So if you do not have this knowledge and information, how do you drive the change? How do you take on your role as a young person? So for me, really, knowledge and information stands first. Get yourself equipped. Get yourself armed with the requisite information and knowledge so that when you're driving your initiative, when you're taking on that role, you're well informed on how these things should go. So in my opinion, as young leaders, as young people, taking our role in the scheme of things, being at the forefront, bringing on fresh perspectives, bringing on that air of young people are here. I mean, we make up most of the population. We must have knowledge and information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebaide, for your response.
Thank you very much. I think I will just continue from what my previous speaker said. Aside being having the information and the knowledge, the young people need to be intentional about driving the change. I will use myself as an example. When I joined the African Union last year, I had the knowledge of, okay, it's just an organization filled of old people. I don't know how I'm going to push innovation here because I joined through a fellowship, Digital and Innovation Fellowship. And it was hard, it was difficult because these people are really, they're used to the way they do things, paper, and I was there, trying to come up with a way for them to do things using Power BI and all that. It was confusing at first, but the fact that, okay, this needs to be done, you guys need to, switch. Till today, the dashboard and everything that was built is still being used. And I could remember a statement from my director saying, you saved my life. Like, she was so happy. She gets a lot on, projects and all those things. So we as young people need to be intentional about the change wherever we are, and then just start from wherever you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ajibole. So, what I noted from your response and Ebaide's response, you talked about young people being intentional about making a change, and you also talked about them being equipped. So, my question is, how do these young people, how do we know, or rather, how do we? I'm looking for a word. How best equip young people to bring sustainable. Right. So how best do we equip young people to bring up sustainable innovations? That's my question. No, anyone?
So when I talk about knowledge and information, I mean, it goes pari passu with education and empowerment. So how do young people get themselves equipped? So I'll give a very, very basic example. We have young people in this room, I know, that we conduct different trainings for people across different initiatives. I know Awele is here. I mean, like you rightly mentioned, we met through a radio program, and I'll just give a very brief idea of that radio program. So in 2020, we thought that, we have just less than 10 years to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We have a set target, and we're really unsure on how to drive these initiatives. And one of the key things for me was COVID has happened. The world has been disrupted. Processes, have been disrupted. Where do we go from here? For a country that couldn't sustain a lockdown, how do we drive change? How do we achieve some level of success? And so I thought, okay, why not? Why not use a platform to advocate for this change, to advocate for, to driving new ideas, fresh perspectives on how these goals can be attained. And so for me, I said, you know what? Let's get to the radio. Everyone should have a radio. Everyone has access, or most people have access to a radio. So let's have discussions on the radio where we call stakeholders to action. And through that radio, convergence, we can also even form partnerships and enrich collaborative efforts through that radio platform. And that's what we did. We started. I'm telling you, from that radio endeavor, from that exercise alone, I mean, from that radio, that whole exercise of just being on radio, talking about development, about the SDGs, calling stakeholders, both from young persons to people in government, having serious discussions, addressing challenges and preferring solutions, workable solutions. I'm actually here today at the YALI stage. And that was through, I met Moyo, then I met you. I've met countless amazing young people doing great things. And through that radio endeavor, we've actually formed partnerships. We've done several projects. Today, Awele drives one of the major projects we do in the IDP camps. Awele, Moyo. Today we build libraries, movable libraries in IDP camps. We call for donations for books, for educational materials in the IDP camps. These are young people coming together. So my point is, education and empowerment is not far-fetched from us. Even in this room where you're seated, you have people here who are equipped or who have some knowledge to share. All you have to do is seek. Seek for that education, seek for that empowerment. They are willing. There's no time I call Moyo, there's no time I call Daniel Black. There is no time I call Awele that they don't respond to my call. Anytime at all. These are young people willing to assist in any way. So for education and empowerment, you seek it, you find it.
Thank you, Emaide. So, Ajiboye, I have a question for you. You talked about technology. I know what you said has to do with a bit of technology. So I want to ask, what impact would you say, or rather, what role would you say technology has in impacting young leaders that want to bring up innovative solutions?
Okay, I might be answering this question as a tech person, but also maybe business founders here can also pinpoint one of the things. She talked about education already. Start early. That's one thing. I started when I was in 200 level in school, and I was, volunteering up and down and all those things. And until I find the part that I actually love doing. And when you are developing a project, or a product, try and connect it with what, solution you're trying to solve. Uh, I will use the M-Pesa thing in Kenya. I don't know how many of you know about the M-Pesa. So I didn't know about it. I went, I did the normal thing I do when I get to any country. I just take my USD, I go to any BDC and I collect cash. And I took a cab when I was going to the mall and I was trying to pay and the guy was like, "Oh, sorry, I don't have change." And I'm like, "I don't understand. Like, this is even like," he said, "No, no, you don't, you have Pesa?" I was like, "Pesa? I don't know. I'm a foreigner here." He said, "Yeah, you can create Pesa." And then I checked it out. Now, what this solution is doing is to find a way for everyone to be able to have an account, a traditional account, without going through so much stress, and they reduce the paper currency. Now, a few weeks later, I had a couple of other colleagues here in Nigeria. We were in Lagos and we had a meeting and they were like, "Oh, they want to go to the mall and all that." And it was difficult because they could not make payment. Everybody was, "Oh, but how can I make payments? I need to change. Do you have somebody you can change?" It became like, "Oh, you're an innovator. Why can't you just come up with a solution?" I was like, "Really?" But yeah, so what I'm trying to say is there are problems. There are so much. And there's a solution. There's always a solution to a particular problem. Maybe the problem is not being seen clearly yet, but there is. So coming up with a solution shows, that you being intentional and also you doing something that will definitely go far and not just something that will go and then stop. We could see paystack. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Kizito, I have a question for you. So my question is, like Ebaide mentioned earlier, there are resources that young people need to actually equip them to do these innovations. But I feel, in my thinking, the educational system and having access to education, do you feel like it has any impact on young people being able to come up with innovative ideas?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. It is obvious that education is the only pathway to drive innovation, right? I think the key thing is, do we have enough young people that are willing to learn? I set a 2-year goal for myself. I'm like, by 2025, I want to have 100 young people that have the capacity to execute a project from ground floor to the top in the blockchain ecosystem. So what have I done? Even as at this morning, I sent invitation to some young people to assess their willingness. I was like, I need 12 people in blockchain that will become blockchain developers in 2 years' time, graphic designers, community managers, and you get to see that, the materials I want to give them, I bought them for thousands of dollars. Like, I love investing in such things. I don't study them, but if I consider when I bought some of those materials at an exchange of 400 and something, to buy those things now, you will see that the price has almost doubled. The materials I want to give them cost me a lot, but you still see this lackadaisical attitude. Do you understand? So the question of education, look at this workshop, it's for free. What stops this hall from, getting filled up? There are a lot of free communities out there willing to offer what? Free education as far as technology, because we young people, we are the tech. My friend posted and was celebrating that for the first time, his dad learned how to post something on WhatsApp status. Now we are talking about, blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, data analytics, and so the job is for the young people, and the materials, the content, everything is out there. We run in my BitLearn, I founded BitLearn Academy, which is a blockchain and cryptocurrency trading online platform. We run skill acquisition program. June last year, we did in Port Harcourt. We are currently planning to do campus tour in Anambra State. You understand? So you see that even when you get to these places, some people prefer to party. Do you understand? Some people prefer to use their money to do lots of silly things instead of doing what? Investing it in themselves. Buy courses, even if you won't read it, keep it for your kids, right? Keep it for your kids. So education, it's a no-brainer to ask the question anyway, but we just have to say something, right? So education is the key. And we as young people, we should develop the passion. We should develop the passion to learn, because the opportunities are crazy if we learn. Thank you.
Thank you. So one thing that is common with everything you all have said is the passion for young people. So I think a take home here would be that every young person should be passionate about wanting to make a change, passionate about trying to find a solution, a sustainable one at that, because we need sustainable development and all. Finally, I'm going to ask, what would be your advice to young leaders who want to make social impact in their communities? So that's for all of you.
Okay, let me start first by saying no man is an island, right? I'm one of the stakeholders in Blockchain Association of Nigeria, CBAN. And we finally partnered with NITDA, right? Now we have an event coming up by September. It's still an event for what? Young people. So if you are a young person and you want to drive innovation, you need to learn how to collaborate. You need to come out of your shell, right? And network with people. Like, you have to do the work. Walk up to someone, introduce yourself, say what you do, just somehow it is registered in the person's brain. Maybe in the future, that person might, I'm looking for a graphic designer. Or this guy mentioned this. The person will connect with you. And that's how we drive this innovation we talk about. Thank you.
Thank you. Abaide?
Okay, so very quick story, but very brief. I have a mother that used to barely know how to change the DSTV from one station to the other. She was very critical about it. She wasn't ready to, learn, okay, fine, what's CNN? Of course, CNN was the reigning thing. So what's CNN? Please, what's the distance? Please put it for me, while we're growing up. And in 2020, this same mother that had issues switching channels and would tell you, oh, I can't even see clearly, started, giving classes on Zoom, navigating by herself. She would start the Zoom class. She would prepare the meeting and send links. And she tells me, oh, that's true. I'm doing a Zoom thing with some young farmers because she's into poultry farming. Would you like to join? I said, you did it? She said, yes. That she knows how to set it up now. Wow. This same mother, in December, I went to Lagos. I went home and she's on TikTok. She reads everything and watches all the and the next thing she was telling me, yeah, do you know what really happened to Davido's son Ifeanyi? You're like, wow. You are really on social media. You are a tech and said, yes, I'm learning. I had to learn it. So, this is just a very brief story of someone who never used to pay attention. But the moment she wanted to pay attention to it, she did it. What's more complicated than setting up a Zoom meeting, trying to get the invites, the dates, and send to people? For someone who is not our age, this someone, a woman well in her 60s, but today she can do all of those things. When in her 30s, early 40s, she'll tell you, please put the channel for me, or please, how do I set this? How do I set that? Well, here she is today. So it's very simple. It's very simple. Yes, we have them. We have this. We have our parents. They're fast-paced now. They're coming up to speed. They're knowing how to, get into the nitty-gritties of this tech thing, of the tech world, because the world has gone. It has gone tech because of COVID. Had to teach us that we could go tech. We could do everything online, and so these older people are catching up. But guess what stands them out, or what sets us apart? Our energy, our strength. They don't have that. So, just look inward, really. Self-audit yourself and ask yourself exactly what you really want to do. I listened to the head of YALI Nigeria when she said, we should stop making impacts. And so when you think of that leadership role, when you think of that initiative, when you think of that project, when you think of what next to do, set yourself, find that thing, how to make impact. And definitely, like I keep saying, you seek it, you find it. You definitely seek it, you find it. So very quick one, when I'm not being in the development space, I'm actually a civil servant. I'm being a civil servant, I'm being a lawyer. But when I'm not doing that, I currently found myself on a board of a tech startup, still owned by the government. And I'm like, what am I doing here? But guess what? I'm the youngest on the board, but yes, guess what? I'm just secretary, or common secretary. But I bet you, these are tech experts. They still look at me and say, hey, so what do you think? You people are young, what do you think? So guess what? They know these things. They read up. They are catching up. But what sets us apart is our energy, our strength. So we have what it takes to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Abaide, for that. Ajiboye?
Thank you very much. We talked about passion already, education, and I would like to add the fact that we should apply for opportunities. They are out there. They are out there. Just a quick one. How many of us know about the African Union volunteering program? How many? Okay. All right. So I would like to tell everyone the program is actually open right now, and it's not just for tech people. It's not even mainly for tech people. It's just whatever you're doing. All you need is just your certificate, maybe your MSc or your MBA or your BSc, and your years of experience. You get your monthly stipends, you get your AU service passports, um, you have a return ticket, and so on. And then you get to work at the African Union Commission. So you can check it out on the African Union Commission website, or I also sent it to Moyo. Probably she's going to disburse it. And yeah, like I said, apply for opportunities. They're actually out there, and you never can tell. And that would be my own advice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our take home from this conversation is first seek for opportunities, because there are always opportunities. There are several ways as a young person that you can actually, as long as you're on the internet, you should also be mindful of the kind of content, the kind of people you follow, because there are certain people you follow that you keep getting informations on that. So if you're mindful on making an impact, then you should follow the right people. And Ebaide also talked about dedication. So it's not just seeking for opportunities. You have to be really dedicated in whatever you want to do, because without dedication, any little obstacle, you're just going to give up. So being very dedicated to any cause that you choose is actually very important. And as Kizito mentioned, collaboration. I think when Abraham was talking earlier, he also mentioned the importance of collaboration. So if you are starting an organization, an NGO, an enterprise, social enterprise, whatever it is, it's important that you seek for people that are already doing something similar to what you're doing. Find ways to learn. You don't have to start just by yourself. You can actually learn first from people that are doing what you want to do. And in case where you just want to start, it's good for you to collaborate, because collaboration helps you reduce cost. It also helps you to learn on the job, literally. So this is our take for our young leaders, and this is us encouraging young leaders out there. It's very important that we take the stage and we start bringing up sustainable innovations. Thank you all.
Okay, that was a very nice session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Without much ado, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would be moving to the General Assembly. But then before that, we'll just spare us 10 minutes for the for the judges to announce the winners of the business speech. Are you ready for that? Thank you. Mrs. Irene, please come on.
Much. This process will be very quick. We have 3 virtual winners and 5 physical winners. Once we call you, please be very quick. The first winner is Nebe Chibuike Divine. Okay, it's virtual.
All right. So we have Esther Ezekiel Udofia. Please, could you come to the stage? We have Cynthia Chisom as well. Maureen Eshe. I'm sorry, I don't want to. We have God's Power Igiku. Victor Donatos Akban. Olorunwaju Toluwanimi Peter. Unisa Sheriff Dean. Thank you.
You'll be taking photos in this sequence. Would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Clement Jimbo. Sir, would you mind taking a picture with our winners? So we'll just start with, so each of you will just come do your photo ops. Honorable Clement. So sorry? Yes. So other one at the side. Sorry? Honorable. Jeffrey. Thank you. Next, Chief Ado. No. Miss yourself and your colleague. Thank you. And that's the different set. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we'll all just be here. Emmanuel, let's draw. The next, we're not celebrating them. It could be you next year. Celebrate like it was you that just won the laptop. Next. Moyo Fumi, are you in the hall?
Okay, can we have the head YALI Network Nigeria and the secretary YALI Network Nigeria come on board to join in these photo ops?
All right, so can we have all the winners? Please, with all. Where's Mr. Jerome? Okay. The this Esther. No, Esther is virtual. Okay, Fumi is here.
Fumi is here. Honorable Fumi is
Please,
here.
a round of applause as Honorable Fumi comes up and my state coordinator, Moyo, please, and the secretary. Thank you. Please celebrate them. They've done so much work.
All right, photo.
Thank you very much. Let's do that. Get a round of applause. Make it better. Make it better. Make it better.
Thank you very much.
You are not clapping well. Are you jealous?
Before
Are
you
you
clap,
jealous?
the better feedback HP has for a continuous collaboration with us. It will be you next year.
All right. This is a time of celebration. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to assure you that time we've gone a little, we've gone way beyond the stipulated time. Uh, General of the General Assembly, who has been very, very understanding with us. I believe that the General Assembly now, the essence of this General Assembly is not a jamboree. We are a model United Nations General Assembly to develop a position paper of the youths. We are talking about beyond limits innovations for sustainable development. And it will be so wrong if we leave here and we do not send a message to all necessary stakeholders across board about recommendations and suggestions of innovative solutions that could help our economy, our country go forward. This General Assembly is going to be addressing 8 thematic areas, and I'm going to be welcoming the chairperson of the General Assembly as he takes, please, get set. What's happening, please, can all the delegates stand? Join us here. And all the vice chairs. For the training, have been preparing delegates. Okay. All right. So we have the vice chairs come up, and then I crave the indulgence of the third row on this middle column. Can you please give us a little room for the delegates that are presenting in the General Assembly? The third row in this middle column, it's I'm pleading with you to give us room for them to sit. Delegates, please, you'll be joining the third row here. While the vice come up. The vice chairs, please come up. And the Secretary General, I'm careful not to mention names because the General Assembly has a process and they will take their process. And this General Assembly is going to be chaired by a sitting House of Reps member. Please put your hands together. Put your hands together. Media, do you have the bio? Okay. So please put your hands together as we welcome Honorable Clement Jimbo, member representing Ika Etimopo and Park Federal Constituency. Please, sir, this way, sir.
I believe in Africa. I believe in Africa. I believe in Africa. I believe in you. I believe in Africa. I believe in Africa. I believe in Africa. I believe in you. Yeah. If we fall, we will rise again. Like the stars, we will shine again.
Thank you very much. Please, a very important announcement. Please, we will having only
the delegates here. Just one representative from each. We have ICT, we have agriculture, and all of that. Just one representative. You understand better. Will be up here. And then please, the third role. We pleaded that you help us, please. Every other person would be seated there, please. Just 3 rows there. I'm sure you understand what I'm trying to communicate. Just the vice chair has sitting here. The vice chairman, you are sitting here. So every other person, please help us with the third role. The third role, please. Thank you very much. You can sacrifice your seat. Is part of leadership. Leadership is sacrifice. Thank you very much. They are not taking the seats away from you forever. Just this very moment, please. Thank you very much. All vice chairs should come up. Thank you very much. If the clerk should be here too. Rapporteurs, please. Climate. Agriculture. The clerk, please. Education. Education. Disability inclusion. Security. Health.
Rapporteurs, are you here? Please, one of the rapporteurs is at the registration desk. Someone notify her. Rapporteurs, if you're here, please come out to your place. At this point, we will be handing over the General Assembly. This is now a parliamentary setting. And as you well know, in parliamentary settings, if you defy the order, there are repercussions, there are consequences. Yes, please come up. Zigwai? Okay, yes, just 2 people. Okay, so we'll be handing, I need you guys to be seated so that I hand over to the chairman. Rapporteur, your climate? What? No, okay, please, rapporteurs will be down. This is the agriculture, no, the general rapporteurs. Bless. All right, Mr. Chairman, sir. The house is yours, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Clement Jimbo. I represent the people of Nigeria, beginning from Abak Etemekbo Ika Federal Constituency, a member of the National Assembly. Won't you clap for me? Thank you very much. I'll begin by welcoming everyone to this very session. And I plead with you to give us a little more of your time. This is equally very important and is going to go into the annal of history that you will hear a partaker, a witness to what will culminate from the activities of this very segment of the program. I'll begin quickly by reading a prepared speech that I want us to pay close attention to the details because it's going to form the fulcrum of our discussion in this very assembly. Do I have your permission to do that? If you are in support of that, say aye. If you are against, say nay. The ayes have it. All right, thank you very much. Please pay close attention. An opening speech presented by the chairman of the Model United Nations General Assembly by Honorable Clement Jimbo, Member House of Representatives, during the YALI Network Nigeria National Summit 2023 holding at Merit House, FCT Abuja today, 26 August 2023. By way of protocol, let me acknowledge the organizers of this event and indeed the entire team that has held the fort of YALI Nigeria up till this very moment. Please, can you give them a thunderous round of applause? If you are part of those that have made this possible, please clap again for yourself. And most importantly, let us appreciate the former President of the United States of America, Barack Obama, who initiated this very idea. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Dear esteemed participants and delegates at this year's YALI Network Nigeria National Summit, you are all welcome to the 2023 Model United Nations General Assembly of the National Summit. I am Honorable Clement Jimbo, members of representatives representing the people of Nigeria, beginning from Abak Etemekbo Federal Constituency. Indeed, I am excited to have you all here with us. I would first like to begin by thanking the United States Mission, Embassy and Consulate, who are major sponsors of YALI Nigeria, the national and state executives of YALI Network Nigeria, and of course, the Summit Local Organizing Committee, under the leadership of the chairman, Mr. Daniel Black, and his amazing team. Please, a round of applause for them. For these 2 days of impact and finding me worthy of chairing this all-important session, I am truly honored. My history has been that of advocacy and struggle for the development and empowerment of youth in this country. And it is no surprise when my spirit immediately accepted this role. The moment I was contacted, I promised to discharge my duties here as chairman to the best of my abilities. So help me God. Finally, I would like to thank all delegates, observers, guests present here for honoring our invitation to be part of this year's National Summit General Assembly. This year's Model United Nations General Assembly theme, Beyond Limits, Innovation for Sustainable Development, is designed to catalyze the abilities of young African leaders participating from across different states in Nigeria and representing different sectors of Nigeria's economy to take up initiatives that will reinforce the role of government and citizens in creatively providing the needs of people and ensuring accountability and profile solutions to identify sectors of the economy at all levels. Through the well-designed project deliverables centered on education, health, security, climate, action change, ICT technology, youth development, disability, inclusion, and agriculture as thematic areas, YALI Nigeria will sustain our relevance within the governance space across regions of the country, and network members will replicate their leanings through their community impact-driven projects. The two key objectives of the Model United Nations General Assembly are: one, to develop a youth position paper preferring innovative and sustainable solutions to the economy sectors under deliberations, and two, to expose all participants here to a simulation of international policy formulation best practices. And with the cooperation of all present here today, we will achieve these objectives. I sincerely appreciate all your efforts and the value you are bringing to this General Assembly process. Thank you all for your attention and contribution. Thank you. Moving forward, we are at the opening plenary. But before we go into this, let me recap a few of what we practice there in real life. When the speaker is ushered into the chamber, we call it the hallowed chamber. And of course, everybody stands and the opening prayer is carried out. And of course, the mace is placed at where it should be placed. Then when everybody sits, the speaker begins. And one of the rules that we observe in the hallowed chamber is that you do not talk when you are not asked by the speaker to talk. In the hallowed chamber, you are prohibited from licking sweet, chewing chewing gum, drinking water, eating food of any sort. I believe as we move into the plenary, this will not be difficult for us to observe. If you are in support of this motion, say hi. The highs have it. Thank you very much. All right, in this assembly, we will be discussing issues and most importantly, proffering solutions to issues affecting us as youths in Nigeria and around this 6 thematic topic: climate action stroke change, agriculture, number 2, health, ICT technology, education, youth development, security, disability, inclusion. We are here to share ideas and formulate a policy document which we will share with government and other key stakeholders to position our country on the path of progress. Alongside with me to share this for individual introduction, beginning from my very far left.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zugwai Tagwai, the rapporteur for the General Assembly.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adebayo Blessing, rapporteur for the General Assembly.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is YALI Ayola, thematic lead on security.
You may wish to say that again.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is YALI Ayola, thematic lead on security.
John Okets, Vice Chair, thematic lead on ICT and technology. Thank you.
Good
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wonko Chinaza Scholastica, and I'm the thematic lead on youth development.
You may wish to say it again, please. Let her introduce herself again.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Fantastic.
My name is Wonko Chinaza Scholastica, and I'm the thematic lead on youth development.
Hello everyone, my name is Ifeoluwa Adekunla. I am the clerk, General Assembly.
Okay, we use this.
My name is Ifeoluwa Adekunla, clerk, General Assembly.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the House. I am Adebisu Michael, the Secretary General for this honorable General Assembly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jefferson Japheth Aku, Vice Chair on Agriculture.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Constance Neka Onyemechi, thematic lead and Vice Chair on Disability Inclusion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman of the General Assembly, members of the dais, participants present, and delegates. My name is Dr. Peter Johnson. I'm the thematic lead on health and the Vice Chair of health. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You may wish to give them a round of applause. Just a close, we call it executive session, is not involved. Let me dialogue with my people, then we'll come back to you. Just a minute. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Let's have. We are going to call different vice chair representing each of the sectors that has just been to make their presentation. And 1 minute of 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Should we go with 10 minutes or less? Yes, because of time. So we go with 5 minutes presentation and contributions, observations, questions. I have been told that there is a point of order, so I rule that the point of order, the secretary. Okay, the vice chair on agriculture.
Mr. Chairman, I raise a point of order. My name is Jefferson Japheth Aku, Vice Chair, Agriculture. There are
All right, thank you very much. I've been rightly told that the people to make presentation to us here are delegates. So they are not vice chair, they are delegates. So we call on the delegates, beginning from delegate development. When you come up, you tell us your name and possibly your state. Then we go straight to your presentation within 5 minutes. Let's give the delegates a round of applause as he or she comes up to the restroom to make his or her presentation. But before then, there is another point of order. The point of order is sustained. Let's hear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the floor. This is the Vice Chair on Health speaking, and the point of order is that this is the Vice Chair on Health speaking, and the point of order is that we left out the roll call of the delegates.
Okay, I'm going to overrule on that point of order. A different delegate, as he or she comes up here, he or she makes a brief introduction of himself or herself, then goes straight to making his or her presentation. I roll on that. Thank you very much. So I call on the delegates, the floor to you. The 5 minutes actually starts now. Where is this standing? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Joseph Ojone Atta. My name is Joseph Ojone Atta, the delegate for youth development. I'm from Kogi State. And the topic I am to speak about is challenges in achieving sustainable and innovative youth development. The United Nations defined youth as those persons between the ages of 15 to 24 years, without prejudice to the other, and estimated to be around 1.3 billion or 18% of the total world population. Narrowing it down to Nigeria, where youth is defined as persons within the age range of 18 to 29 years, according to the New Youth Policy 2019. Despite this, the African Youth Charter recognizes youth as persons between the age of 18 to 35 years. I wish to emphasize the need for the YALI National Summit, UN Model General Assembly, and the Nigerian government to reinforce the need for youth development. You will agree with me that the average Nigerian youth is an endangered species. As a result of this, energy is not properly channeled. This gives rise to insecurity, drug and alcohol abuse, depression, misuse of technology for fraudulent activities, sexual activities, and a handful of many other vices. Irrespective of the presence of the National Youth Council of Nigeria, NYCN, a youth body founded in 1964 to galvanize every matter as it relates to youth. I do not mean to cast aspersions on their modus operandi, but I feel it is pertinent to call the body to be proactive in nudging the youth towards a more sustainable growth. The pursuit of sustainable and innovative development within the youth sector is an admirable endeavor, but not one without its challenges. We must strive to equip the younger generation with the knowledge and tools needed for a brighter tomorrow. The following are deliberations of opinions. Technological divide. While technology has the potential to revolutionize youth development, unequal access and proficiency in technology among different individuals or groups hinders it. Bridging the technological divide requires targeted effort to provide equitable access to digital resources and ensures that everyone can benefit from the advancement of technology, regardless of their social economic background, geographic location. 2, lack of quality education, entrepreneurship and skills development. Insufficient investment in quality education, entrepreneurship, and skills development has stunted the growth of young Nigerians. Establishing innovative hubs and supporting entrepreneurship initiatives can provide platforms and work on innovative projects. These hubs can serve as incubators for startups focused on sustainable solutions in various sectors such as healthcare, and many more. 3, socioeconomic disparities and inequality. This poses persistent challenges to marginalized youth, including those from minority groups and low-income backgrounds, who often face barriers in accessing resources, opportunities, and innovative platforms. Without addressing these inequalities, achieving inclusive and equitable development remains elusive, and youth development remains unattained.
1 minute more.
Fourth, civic engagement and governance. The lack of an adequate number of young people involved in governance, policy making, and advocacy has contributed to the difficulties the youth development sector has been facing. It is imperative to educate young people about the advantages of inclusiveness and active engagement in community development, initiative, governance, and campaigning for law and creativity. In conclusion, these challenges existing in the youth development sector must be strategically addressed to pave the way for a sustained youth sector. Thank you very much.
Let's give him another better round of applause. Thank you, youth delegate. You may now take your seat. I know you may have maybe a question, a suggestion, a contribution to what he has just presented. I'd like you to scribble down your question or observation and contribution. Let us take the next delegate. Then we will yield the floor to you to bring in your question, but we will not take more than 2 questions. One from the female folk and one from the male folk. Is that okay? All right, let us yield the floor now to the delegate on security. You may come up and introduce yourself and go straight to your presentation. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate Sylvester Oko. I'm from Akwa Ibom State. I'm speaking on as it affects sustainable innovative development. Sustainable and innovative development requires between and among indigenes of indigenous. Insecurity has affected all facets of human existence, including health, economics, agriculture, technology, and tourism. Hence, the importance for global cooperation of all citizens. For 78 years now, since the Charter of United Nations in 1945, the organization has on our 3 pillars of 1, human rights, 2, peace and security, 3, development. I am therefore emphasizing the need for the YALI National Summit model to support the reformation and advancement of improved security architecture for the advancement of SDG 16, which states promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, providing access to justice and accountability, inclusive institutions at all levels. Security challenges in every nation constitute threat to life and properties, hinders business activities, and discourage foreign and local investors, which invariably slow down our economic growth as a nation. In recent times, Nigeria has recorded unprecedented security challenges such as Boko Haram terrorist attacks, which has affected mostly the northern states, including Adamawa, Bauchi, Gombe, Borno, Kaduna, Kano, Kogi, Plateau, Taraba, and Yobe. Fulani herders farmers clashes, militancy, mostly in the Niger Delta region of the country, unknown gunmen in the eastern region, armed robbery, banditry, kidnapping for ransom, ritual killings, mostly in the south, east and the southwest region, cultism and other social vices. My prayers and resolutions. 1, poverty and unemployment. Poverty and unemployment are major drivers of criminal activities, as they create a situation where individuals may feel that they have no other option but to engage in illegal activities to survive. By creating jobs and increasing economic opportunities, the government will reduce the incentives for individuals to engage in criminal activities.
1 minute more, please.
Okay. 2, training the law enforcement agencies. By training the law enforcement agencies on forensic training and equipping them, the EFCC, the DSS, that will help improve the security challenges in the country. Improving governance. If the government improve the system by making accurate provisions of good roads, basic amenities, good health facilities, it will really help. Community policing. You see, when you go into communities, people live together and they know who are capable of doing criminal activities. So this will help pinpoint the criminals in the communities. Political issues. You see, issues of political thuggeries, political fraud sponsored mostly by the politicians, has a way of endangering our security as a nation. I improve justice system. When the justice system is
The time is up. Thank
okay,
you.
thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him, the delegate on youth and security. Another good round of applause for him. All right, very quickly, for the 2 presentations so far made, if you have a question, let me even ask, do we have a question? If you have a question, let me see your hand raised up. A question, okay. All right, please stand. Then a male. All right, the one on white shirt, please. Just come up and just go straight to the point. Introduce yourself and ask your question. No explanation, no storytelling. Just ask a question. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Alilu Shaibu. My question is on insecurity. When the presenter was trying to make his presentation, he made mention of some of the reasons why there is insecurity. And I will look at it as a form of contribution. I got to realize that mainly what is causing insecurity and is about inequality, where there is no fairness in the society. And you find that in Nigeria context, those who know who, that are able to get access to something, while those that don't know anybody cannot have access to anything, either a good job.
Thank you.
Good education.
We've noted lack of fairness in the bureaucracy creates insecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me this opportunity to ask my question. My name is Isaiah Glory Ize, and my question is addressed to the delegate on youth and security. And while you were making your recommendations, you mentioned community policing, and we are aware that there is an institution or a policy that says a suspect is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Now, why giving this recommendation? How, you know that when you institute community policing, there will be a lot of unrest. People can just make mindless accusations, which can cause further unrest and insecurity. So how do you intend to marry this suggestion with your recommendation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The respective person that the question is directed to, please just note it. You'll be called upon at appropriate time to respond to your question. But on where I'm seated, my vice chair on youth development has a contribution to make. I yield the floor to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate on Youth Development. While listening to your paper, I noticed that while you told us the challenges that youth face in our today's Nigeria, you did not really pinpoint the solutions. I also remember very well that our chair here said that the main essence for this is to provide solutions, right? So I would suggest you also include that in your paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's like the vice chair on ICT and tech equally has something to say. Please yield the floor to you.
An observation, I think, from contributions and comments from the vice chair, this will be handled at the next section. So I think now other persons who are not privy to this process can make their contributions or questions as directed by the chairman of the General Assembly.
Thank you very much for putting us right back on track. So we move straight to the next presentation by the delegate in charge of education. Please, you have the floor now. Just introduce yourself, get straight to your presentation in 5 minutes. A round of applause for him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Oluwafunbi Samuel Ifabumwi, delegate representing the education sector. So I'll be speaking on the challenges facing the education sector in Nigeria. And I want to start by saying Nigeria with a population of over 200 million people and the United States with over 300 million people. Yet the United States have over 5,000 institutions and colleges for their students, and they host over 1 million international students in their country. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, yet we have just less than 200 universities and colleges in Nigeria. Rwanda, that has a population of 14 million, have 52 institutions, and out of that, they only have 27 private institutions. Nigeria has 79 private institutions in Nigeria, just to drive home a point to you all. Now, education is a pillar for growth and development everywhere. This has been buttressed by several notable people, including Nelson Mandela, which says education is a tool that can change the world. And the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights emphasizes on the importance of education as a right for everyone, irrespective. And some of the submissions that will be made is to help us to assist the government on what to do. Because under the Ministry of Health, we realized that Nigeria has 24 agencies under the Ministry of Health, 44 universities, 37 polytechnics and college of education, compared to countries that are doing better than us with less agencies. And the Ministry of Health is, Ministry of Education, sorry, is the only institution in the federal government system that has over 254 departments. Now, what are the challenges? So I like some of them. Poor infrastructure. We have institutions and schools cutting across the primary, secondary to the tertiary educations that do not have a well-equipped laboratory. Some of them do not have projectors for their lectures. Some of them do not have seats or chalk or marker to use to communicate quality educations to the students. So this is a great gap and a deficit in the system. And also poor quality education. We all know that in few couple of years, there has been mass sacking in some states. Edo State sacked like 1,500 teachers, Anambra 1,000, and Osun States, and same thing with Kaduna. And we realized that this was done because they did an exam and they realized that majority of those teachers did not pass, did not qualify. So how did they get the job at the first place? So if you are not trained and you are not properly equipped, how do you pass knowledge to the next generation? How are you able to build and train people up? And also we're looking at the issue of insecurity. Now, insecurity affects education in various ways. But I would just like to look at the aspect of the things that are happening in some of the regional parts of our country, where you can just give a child maybe, or someone, you just give him maybe 1,000 naira or 500 naira, not educated, and you say, okay, go take this grenade or this thing and go destroy some people. The person is likely able to do it compared to someone that has been educated, that knows the importance, that have a future, that know where it's going. So education is very, very important because it fuels insecurity. And we know there are some situations whereby people cannot take their JAM or their post-UME exams because of security concerns for them. So this is also one of the challenges. And then gender disparity. We know there are some parts, especially in the rural communities, where girls are not being allowed.
1 minute more.
Are not being allowed to school. And then with the issue of strike, which we are accustomed with. So what are my recommendations? The recommendation is for the government to embark on infrastructural development, promote quality education by training and retraining, have a curriculum on that, and train our teachers. Instead of sacking them, we do training and retraining for them. We overhaul our curriculum in the educational system and make use of the human resource that we have. We can be able to build on this and have a better educational system in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, another good round of applause for the delegate on education. I listened to his ask for solutions to the challenges of education in Nigeria. And the direction he has given is targeted at the executive. And in Nigeria, we operate the executive, the legislation, the legislatures, and of course the judiciary. As a legislator, I want to put a question across to all of us, for us to ponder on, think, meditate on. What legislation do you think we can put in place to help the executive fix the educational sector in Nigeria? You may not need to answer now. Think about it. Of course, my office is open. We interact and flesh it out and help the executive fix this all-important sector of this country. Please, another round of applause to the delegate on education. Quickly, let us call on the next delegate for his presentation. The next delegate is to give us a presentation on agriculture. Please step up, step forward and present it to us within 5 minutes. A good round of applause for her.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Delegate on agriculture sector, now presenting. My name is Jesu Tosin Omoumi Babalola. I'm from Kwara State. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you to underscore the need for the YALI National Summit, UN Model General Assembly, and the Nigerian government to channel investment into agricultural sector. This step is critical in addressing not only hunger and malnutrition, but also other challenges such as poverty, water and energy use, climate change, and unsustainable production and consumption. Agriculture remains the foundation of the Nigerian economy. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, it accounts for more than 30% of all Nigerians' employment opportunities. Nigeria generates the majority of its national revenue from both agricultural exports and crude oil. Nonetheless, it is underutilized due to certain of its problems which have an impact on sustainable and innovative growth. Inadequate basic amenities for mechanization and poor distribution of farm supplies stands out as a prominent issues dampening agricultural outputs in Nigeria. It is astonishing to learn that in this day and age, a huge percentage of farmers in Nigeria still rely on primitive tools for cultivation, processing, and storage, preventing them from processing and beyond the subsistence level and contributing to food wastage in a country already grappling with insufficient food production. These difficulties have an impact on the sector's contribution to the country's GDP, as well as escalating food imports as a result of population growth, resulting in diminishing levels of food sufficiency. For example, between 2016 and 2019, Nigeria cumulative agricultural imports totaled 3.35 trillion naira, surpassing the 803 million naira generated from the agricultural sector during the same period. According to the United Nations Fund, UNFPA, Nigeria population is estimated to reach 400 million by 2050. As guardians of our nation, security, and nutrition, we stand as the precipice of a pivotal choice. Elevating agricultural productivity through innovative technology is no longer a luxury. It is now a necessity. And so I propose a set of resolutions to navigate us towards a prosperous agricultural future. We must embark on an educational campaign, disseminating modern crop yield enhancing methods. Farmers training and seminar will be pivotal with a focus on translating acquired knowledge into actions. Since the majority of farmers in Nigeria are rural farmers, our government bears a crucial responsibility in nurturing favorable policies, funding agricultural research, and extending grants to our rural cultivators. Much like awards are bestowed annually in the entertainment and commercial sectors, I propose that prize and incentives be awarded to local governments achieving exemplary farm outputs or yields. This will not only foster collaborations amongst our local farmers, it will also stimulate healthy competition within our states in Nigeria. Basic amenities such as good road, water, and electricity should be seamlessly accessible in farming areas, subsidizing farm equipment, processing and storage facilities. This will spur a surge in the agricultural output and production. 1 minute more. Allow me to conclude by sharing insights from my research in the palm oil sector. It was discovered that when palm oil is out of season, the palm fruit loses its color and consumers reject discolored oil. This has forced several producers and wholesalers to add red dye into this oil for appearance. This unsettling practice threatens our society with unforeseen health risks due to continual consumption of red dye in the cooking oil, not to mention the unhealthy methods of non-mechanized oil production. These resolutions must be considered to fulfill SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, and 12, which are no poverty, zero hunger, good health, and well-being, quality education, clean water and sanitation, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, and lastly, responsible consumption and production. The federal and state government must unite stakeholders in a shared mission to help our farmers in maintaining their integrity. Nigeria has the potential
Thank you very much,
of
please.
thriving beyond.
A round of applause for the delegate on agriculture. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really admire the presentation. We are all here because of that very important sector, agriculture. If you've not eaten this morning, probably when you get home, you are going to eat. Because of agriculture. I recall when I was a child, and when I got admission into secondary school, I was taught that agriculture is the mainstay of any economy of the world. I wouldn't know if if that statement is still true for today in Nigeria. At some point, I look at Nigeria, the 36 states plus the FCT. It is divided into 6 geopolitical zones. And each of these zones has what is called comparative advantage in different crop production. Will it be wise, will it be a better idea that the same way we have 6 geopolitical zones, we equally have 6 geo-agricultural zones, where every zone will be saddled with the responsibility of taking advantage of the comparative crop production in your area for maximum crop production. It is also something I would like to drop for us to ponder over. And let's synergize and revitalize this all-important sector that this country is blessed with. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause to that wonderful presentation so that your question will not escape your mind. I will yield the floor again to the audience to ask questions, 2 questions, one from the female folk and one from the male folk. Okay, the man here, the white shirt, please come and represent the male folk. For the ladies, okay, over there. Yes, you. You raise your hand, yes, come. Please, quickly, or you can take the mic to where they are and just ask. Straight to your question, or straight to your comment, or straight to your contribution within 30 seconds, please.
My name is Chimdalu Okide. Good day, everyone. I just wanted to contribute to the problems with the educational sector. As we know, the cost of everything, agriculture, feeding, health care, every single thing keeps increasing, including school fees. But one thing that is constant after the deterioration of educational amenities remains the salaries of these educators. I think that incentives need to be added to people that are actually enabling the education system, because it would reduce the rate at which seasoned professionals keep running away from educating, hence allowing room for unseasoned people that would end up being sacked to penetrate the educational sector. So I think incentives for the educators should be looked into. Also, the way students are being treated when they are schooling should also be looked into, because so many students are doing well and they could give back, but when they remember how they were treated, they don't even want to give back. Thank you.
All protocol duly observed. My name is Anolefo Chisum. I want to, it's actually a recommendation, but I want to coin it to be a question. And that is it not high time we look at our educational sector from a different perspective? And that is changing our curriculum. Because most of the courses and most of our curriculum is actually somehow archaic and not relevant in the present economy, present, should I say, 21st century that we are in. That is number one. Then number two, is it not necessary we actually also look at making our lecture times and all that more flexible to allow students to be working as they are schooling or even learning skills while they are schooling? Because you go to some schools, you find out that their lectures, they have lectures from morning till evening, Monday to Saturday. Try and adopt what is happening in the Western countries, making our educational sector more flexible. Then the last, is it not high time we encourage Nigerians to school in Nigeria? Living by example. You hear on social media, you see our leaders celebrating their children that is graduating overseas and all that. What kind of mentality are we now trying to create in the minds of those?
Thank you very much. I have a question here that is written. I would like my secretary to read the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How can we resolve the problem of high rate of this increase, what?
Increase in
Increase
rice.
in production of rice in Nigeria, despite the fact that the government provide finalized financial support for the production of rice, but still we are still buying it at higher rates in the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move straight ahead. Just 4 more delegates and we are done with this session. Still, please bear with us. Please put your hands together as we invite the delegates to make a presentation on health. Please come up to the podium, introduce yourself, and make your submission within 5 minutes. Another good round of applause for her, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Delegates on health sector now presenting. My name is Adejuma Barakata Joke. I'm from Kwara State. I'll be speaking on the challenges of sustainable and innovative development in health sector. Sponsor delegates representing the health sector. I am underscoring the crucial importance of the YALI National Summit UN Model General Assembly and urging the Nigerian government to boost its investment in primary health care. This step is essential to secure ample funding for essential infrastructure, equipment, and human resources, thereby fostering sustainable and innovative advancement within the health sector. Shockingly, 20% of the 30,000 primary healthcare facilities are operating optimally. The difficulties in healthcare access are particularly compounding the challenges faced by citizens in obtaining timely medical attention. Evidenced by a statement from the president of the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors. It was revealed that between 2020 and 2023, over 2,000 doctors left Nigeria. The UK's Nursing and Midwifery Council reported a migration of more than 7,000 Nigerian trained nurses between 2021 and 2022, all seeking better opportunities abroad. This mass emigration of skilled healthcare professionals is a significant challenge to sustainable and innovative health developments in Nigeria. To make up for this trend, the Nigerian government must proactively implement strategies to retain its skilled healthcare workforce and tackle the pressing issue of brain drain. Additionally, widespread anxiety towards healthcare facilities, even during times of illness, emphasizes the need for increased health literacy initiatives. Raising awareness through campaigns, broadcast media, community outreach, and comprehensive health education within school curricula can empower citizens to make informed decisions about their health. Notably, the lack of adoption of innovative healthcare solutions and technologies remains a significant concern. This deficiency adversely affects digital health, data management, healthcare delivery, and efficient utilization of health technology. Instances such as to replace a lost medical card in this digital age emphasizes the urgent necessity for modernized data management, more healthcare practices. As these challenges present themselves, there are resolutions. Firstly, strengthening primary healthcare infrastructure, particularly in underserved regions. Engage in substantial investment in healthcare infrastructure enhancement, encompassing hospitals, clinics, and laboratories. Thirdly, implementing strategies to retain healthcare experts by offering competitive salaries, avenues for career growth, and improved working conditions. Four, integrating comprehensive health education into educational curricula, impacting knowledge about preventative health measures, hygiene, and wellness habits. Also, propagating health literacy across society through awareness campaign, media, and community driving initiatives. Augmenting healthcare budget allocation to ensure sufficient funding for infrastructure, equipment, and personnel. Reinforcing the enforcement and implementation of health regulations and policies. Fostering research and development in healthcare innovation, telemedicine, and digital health solutions. And lastly, facilitating the development and adoption of electronic health records and health information, thereby enhancing data management and healthcare delivery. Promoting sustainable and innovative healthcare development stands as a vital necessity for tackling societal health challenges. Addressing these complexities requires a collaborative approach involving governmental bodies, healthcare professionals, educational institutions, and the broader community. Achieving these goals necessitates cooperation, appropriate funding, and diligent execution of policies to help Nigeria.
Your time is up. Time is up.
Presentation on health. All right, moving straight ahead to still presentation, let's invite the delegate on ICT stroke technology for his presentation. A round of applause for him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Delegates on ICT Tech. Now presenting, my name is Ilera Adibi, and I was speaking about the challenges facing the ICT/technology sector in Nigeria. It is a universally acknowledged fact that technology stands as a pivotal driver in the progress of the global economy. An economy that aspires to growth and development must unequivocally embrace and wield technology to enhance effectiveness and efficiency across all sectors. The ICT sector in Nigeria has in recent times witnessed remarkable growth and development. According to the NBS, the National Bureau of Statistics, during the second quarter of 2022, the ICT sector made a substantial contribution of 18.44% to the nation's GDP. Now, experts that the vigorous demand for ICT products and services is primarily propelled by the nation's youth population, which is now 70% of our over 200 million population. However, amidst these promising developments, the ICT sector faces formidable challenges within the Nigerian context. These challenges encompass, among others, the scarcity of reliable and affordable electricity, the imposition of multiple taxation policies, regulatory impediments and restricted access to ICT infrastructure in rural regions, a significant shortage of adept ICT professionals. Notwithstanding these adversities, the sector has demonstrated a remarkable capacity for growth and its latent potential to contribute substantially to economic development remains evident. Clearly, when bestowed with appropriate attention, the ICT sector possesses the potential to expedite Nigeria's developmental trajectory and substantially bolster the national GDP. Undoubtedly, the imperative to address the challenges confronting the Nigerian ICT sector resonates as a vital undertaking, pivotal for realizing its untapped potential and furnishing tangible contributions to the nation's economic growth. In light of these circumstances, I prefer the ensuing resolutions. 1. Foster strategic operations between energy agencies and sector entities to channel investments into dependable and cost-effective electricity infrastructure. This endeavor aims to assure a consistent and reliable power supply to underpin ICT activities. 2. Pave way for the creation of innovation hubs, accelerators, and funding programs. These platforms aim to stimulate indigenous technology startups and entrepreneurs, thus nurturing innovation and fostering employment opportunities. 3, collaborate with pertinent governmental bodies to orchestrate a rationalization of taxation policies specific to the ICT sector. Now, this will encompass alleviating the encumbrance of multiple taxes, thereby cultivating an environment conducive to the expansion of businesses within the sector. 4, institute a dedicated task force entrusted with the evaluation and simplification of regulatory processes. This directive intends to ameliorate bottlenecks and promote a more streamlined environment for ICT enterprises to conduct their operations. 5, introduce initiatives designed to extend the purview of ICT infrastructure to rural sectors. This initiative, driven by the establishment of internet connectivity, digital literacy centers, and technology hubs, aspires to bridge the prevailing digital chasm between urban and rural domains. 6, forge partnerships between academic institutions and private entities to conceptualize and implement all-encompassing training programs. The intent here is to fortify the skill set of ICT professionals and abate the scarcity of adept personnel. 7,
1 minute more.
foster synergistic partnerships that amalgamate the resources of the government, private sector, and international organizations. This collaborative approach seeks to pool resources for ICT projects, research initiatives, and capacity building ventures. In pursuit of these resolutions, the Nigerian government, in concert with pertinent stakeholders, can surmount the challenges besetting the ICT sector. This concerted endeavor stands to unlock its latent potential, heralding an era of substantial contributions to the nation's economic progress and developmental aspirations. Thank you. I now yield the floor back to Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to the delegate on climate change. Okay, ICT stroke technology, sorry about that. We still have to follow the protocol by yielding the floor to 2 persons to ask question, one from the male folk and one from the female folk. Okay, the man with the eyeglass just at the back, you come and I recognize you, one with cap, please. Just one question or one comment or one contribution, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and all. My name is Afekemo Gift. I am a tech man. I wish to ask, what is the adoption rate of ICT or technology in developing countries like ours? And what can be done to increase it? Another question I wish to ask is, how can we stimulate growth?
Question, please. Thank you. The next person, please. The lady here.
Good day, everyone. My name is Abdulkarim Tawida Kende. I'm a passionate health advocate. My question and my, should I say, recommendation is government should provide more avenue to mental health. There is this silent discussion about mental health. People don't want to talk about it, and whether we like it or not, mental health is one of the reasons why there are various health issues like hypertension, diabetes. Once you are stressed, there is pressure on you. Before you know it, you start having high blood pressure, which is directly related to high blood sugar as well. So my recommendation or contribution is government should focus more sensitization on mental health. Thank you very much.
Very much. Please note the question, delegates. After all the presentation, opportunity will be given to the delegate to respond to those questions. Let's move straight to the next presentation. The delegate is to take us on climate. Climate. The delegate should please take the floor and make a presentation within 5 minutes. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Delegates on Climate Action now presenting. My name is Abasia Cyril, and I am from Akwa Ibom State. I am speaking on tackling the challenges of sustainable and innovative development on climate and environment. The very force that safeguards the survival and sustenance of living and non-living creatures is actively endangered by human activities. A June 2023 analysis from Oxford University's Our World Daily Mail UK placed Nigeria as the 8th most polluted nation in the world with 71.80 micrograms. The environment has experienced pain as a result of decades of negligence extractives. There will always be a response to every action. Farmlands being degraded, marine life disappearing, fresh water sources becoming rotten, people dying more frequently, chronic diseases are on the rise, and fresh air replacing harmful carbon emissions are just a few of the problems. It is true that the Nigeria's economic boom experienced over the years have been fueled by these extractive activities. However, the tides are turning against the activities of man, and the reaction today cuts deeply, seeping and searing in on an increasing basis. This leads to a troubling question: how long? The reasons for all of these are not far-fetched. Absence of accountability and transparency from government and extractive firms, political instability, security, poverty, youth restiveness, limited technology, inadequate funding for green initiatives, low awareness on climate change, deforestation, pollution, amongst others. This paper recommends an immediate recall and full domestication of the Climate Change Act that was signed by the former president of the country, President Muhammadu Buhari, in November 2021 in Glasgow, after achieving, I beg your pardon, I beg your pardon, please. This act was signed in by the former president, President Muhammadu Buhari in 2021, and it provides Nigeria with a legal framework for the country to achieve its climate goals and to achieve long-term social and economic sustainability and resilience by domesticating this act nationwide. I stand here today to make a call on this General Assembly to declare a state of emergency on climate change in Nigeria. And for us to achieve net zero, we are required to put in more work in climate mitigation, adaptation, climate education, revisiting green and eco-friendly creative alternatives. I recommend that the government set up a national climate change action plan and a 5-year carbon budget in tandem with the Climate Change Act as signed by the former president, Muhammadu Buhari. I also create a National Council on Climate Change and define its members and attributions. The council is in charge of implementing the National Climate Change Action Plan, and the institution will be responsible for managing the newly instituted Climate Change Fund. Also compel private entities with 50 or more than 50 employees to put in place measures to achieve the annual carbon emission reduction targets in line with the National Climate Change Action Plans that will be set up. Also, the government should be willing to adapt to existing initiatives in the power, agriculture, and transport sectors, ensuring to promote cleaner energy. Place priority on infrastructures and projects that will attract private firms and companies to invest in energy transition. I'd also like to put out that the government needs to look into developing effective flood risk management mechanisms such that floods are properly managed, channeled, and distributed to farmlands and dams.
1 minute more.
Lastly, develop a curriculum on environmental and climate change education, and this has to be incorporated into all the in Nigeria to help children and to help young adults understand the entirety of climate change. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and now you the floor.
A wonderful round of applause to the delegate on climate. Without wasting any further time, let's invite the last but not the least delegate to make presentation on this. Round of applause for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson of the General Assembly, delegates on disability inclusion now presenting. My name is Chukwunyere Kelsi Wonsu Buja. I'll be speaking on promoting disability inclusion, addressing challenges faced by persons with disabilities in Nigeria. Presenting on disability inclusion. Recalling the principles Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, CRPD, and reaffirming the commitment Disabilities Prohibition Act 2018 and organizations of persons with disabilities ensure the full enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms from all persons with disabilities, including their economic rights. Inclusive and sustainable economic development for achieving social cohesion, poverty reduction, and the overall well-being of the society. Reaffirming the need to ensure equal and equal opportunities for persons with disabilities in all aspects of life. Emphasizing the significance of collaborative efforts among governments, civil society, and international organizations in addressing the challenges faced by the 15% of the Nigerian population. Acknowledging the specific challenges faced by persons with disabilities in accessing education, transportation, social services, and political participation, which contribute to their exclusion. Recognizing the potential of over 30 million to contribute meaningfully to the economic growth, innovation, and sustainable development when provided with the necessary support and accommodations. Welcoming the ongoing initiatives and policies in Nigeria of persons with disabilities in various sectors of the economy by proposed resolutions. Firstly, access to education and skills development. Urges the Nigerian government to ensure inclusive and quality education for persons with disabilities at all levels, promoting accessibility and reasonable accommodations to facilitate their full participation in educational activities and to encourage the development of special and skill building initiatives tailored to the needs and abilities of persons with disabilities, enabling opportunities. Number two, employment and economic empowerment. Implement inclusive hiring practices and reasonable workplace accommodation, eliminating discrimination against persons with disabilities and promoting their active involvement in the labor force. Recommends the creation of accessible and inclusive entrepreneurship and self-employment support programs for persons with disability, empowerment, and independence. Number three, healthcare and social services. Enhance access to quality healthcare services, including assistive devices and rehabilitation services to ensure their physical and mental well-being. Calls for the establishment of comprehensive social support systems that address disabilities, including accessible hospitals and healthcare services. Number four, accessibility and infrastructure. Encourages the implementation of universal design principles in urban planning, infrastructure development to ensure physical accessibility for persons with disabilities. Accessibility, making information and communication technologies inclusive and usable for all individuals irrespective. Number five.
Your time is up, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. We've come to the end of presentation by delegates. Please of applause for all the delegates. You will agree with me that all the presentations here are just very timely. And by the grace of God, the communicator will get to the who is who, those that actually meant to implement policies in this country, to look into it and implement it for the betterment of this country. Once again, a round of applause to every single one of us. We are going to go into the possibly the end. Many questions that have been asked, those questions will be answered at the breakout. It is the vice chairman and chair ladies and chairpersons that are here will lead the discussion at the breakout session. Somebody has just whispered to me that there are questions that still needs to be asked based on the two presentations that have just been done. So we equally follow the protocol by asking two questions. I see the man on suit, please. You represent the male folk, and who is going to represent the ladies folk? You raise your hands first, please. Two, please. Quickly, straight to the point. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Kuza. I'm a climate activist, and I want to respond to the presentation that has been made on the issue of climate change. I feel the presenter did not touch much on the contradiction that currently exists in our national climate policy. We have a national climate policy, and we also, that encourages polluters of our environment to pay. The government, we know that the fossil fuel is one of the greatest contributors to the pollution problem in Nigeria and in the country and other parts of the world. Not much is said about the potentials for renewable energy. Nigeria has high deposits of lithium and other renewable energy sources. And I think there needs to be a deliberate, clear-cut, the well, and then more investment in the renewable energy pollution, so that we'll have lesser pollution of the ecosystem. I think that's my contribution to that presentation. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Patricia Mborogo, and thank you for this honor. Is on the disability, and I want to ask, what is the legislature doing to ensure domestication of the Disability Act? Former administration, that's President Muhammadu Buhari. Some states are yet to do that, and it is really affecting a lot of things as it regards to the right. Next question is on the structure. Now, like we see in hotels, hospitals, and even our residential apartment, it is not disability friendly. When can we incorporate the people living with disability in our architectural design? Is there something like that, so that if such design is being carried out, what is the consequence? Because you need to put these people, if we are talking about inclusiveness, you can't talk about inclusiveness without including them in your architectural design. I'm talking about the architect now. So what will be the consequence if they go against the disability friendly environment for them, and other things that is related to that? So I would want to know their place in future. It's not enough for us to talk about it. Let's do it.
Thank you. The question has been noted, and I think it's best we have this discussion at the breakout session so we can have a resolution. Thank you.
We are coming closer to our home. Let's put Let's clap for ourselves once more. You see, one of the benefits of attending a gathering like this is that and we are all learning. Is that okay? All right. Thank you. So we are actually on the breakout session now where the vice chair. This is what we've agreed to do. It's going to be a very controlled session. The delegate in each of the thematic sector will take a lead. Then, based on the presentations, belong to that particular sub-team, you just locate the vice chair and the delegate to the hall, and is going to preside from there. So this first row, we are going to split it into two. So one vice chair for a particular thematic team, then the second one, like that. So this is going to take six topics. Then we are going to move to the gallery for the 7th and 8th. Is that okay? Is that okay? Okay, I'll first call the vice chair on climate change. You take a position where you want your discussion to take place, and your delegate should equally join you there. Yeah, is equally here now. No, we are still following the order, very orderly here. So from this very rule, let climate change and agriculture take this very role. Is that okay? Then health and ICT technology take the center role. Then the last role will be taken by disability inclusion and security. You take this very role. Then education and youth development will go up the gallery. Okay, I've just been told that the gallery is not accessible. So we are going to rearrange ourselves. Let climate change, agriculture, and health split themselves on this very role. So as I'm talking, the vice chair and the delegate should just begin to arrange themselves in that very order. Then the center role here, ICT technology, disability inclusion, and security. You take the center role, and of course, security and education. No, education and youth development should take the last role there by my left. The middle is ICT, disability inclusion, and the middle role is ICT, disability inclusion, and security. While the role on my right here is climate change, agriculture, and health. All the questions that you have asked will be answered at the different breakout session. Then on my left is education and youth development. We have a total of 15 minutes to deliberate in this particular section, or session rather. Education and youth development. Please, the vice chair and the delegate should locate their respective corners and begin deliberation immediately. In the next 2 minutes, we are going to time you. The time will begin the next 2 minutes. All right.
Vice chairs, kindly hold up your names, the tag, so the delegate and participants, General Assembly can be a part of the discourse, please. Rapporteurs for thematic areas, locate the group. Thank you.
Fine. Make it 10.
Kindly note that you have just 10 minutes
Time begins now.
for this session. The time begins now. Okay, so the 10 minutes is inclusive of the discourse and the presentation. So you have 7 minutes for the discussion and 3 minutes for the presentation. Thank you.
Please be informed that you have 5 minutes more.
So, after now,
Yeah, they present the resolution. The chairman adopts. I think the presentation should be done by the delegates. Is it the delegate? They adjust to their presentation. It's more or less like a minute. Yes.
kindly note that the breakout session is solely for the purpose of resolution, not for the discussion of challenges. We've talked about the challenges, so we need a resolution. We have 3 minutes more. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you should be rounding up now. You have just 1 minute to the end of this session. Thank you. Time up, ladies and gentlemen. All vice chairs, we need you up here. Delegates, be ready for the presentation of the resolution. Time up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Vice chairs, we need you up here. Delegates, get set for the presentation of your resolution. Thank you.
Vice chairs, please approach. Approach. Vice chairs, please approach. Vice Chair Jefferson, please approach. Dr. Peter, please approach. Dr. Peter, please approach. Vice Chair at the one making no, the delegate should make this vice chair are wide and thought about this topic. I'm not sure they will do one. That's why I'm avoiding it. But we can do that. 1 minute. They've made it. One minute. Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. Yes.
Go and bring them up.
We'll agree with her.
Please, this very session is up. All the vice chair, you are requested to come back to your seat. All the delegates, you are expected to go back to your seat. And all the participants, you are requested to get back to your seat. Let's wrap it up within the next few seconds. Yeah.
Please let us all have our seat, please. Please have your seat.
So we are calling on the first vice chair to make the resolution. Please, House, I will crave your indulgence to take a seat. The clerk of the House, please endeavor to see to it that everybody is seated. No, we begin from climate change. The vice chair for climate change. The vice chair for climate change, please, I yield the floor to you to present to us your resolution or the resolution of your deliberation. The vice chair for climate change.
Decorum, please.
You have just 1 minute to make your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for the opportunity. I am representing the Vice Chair, Climate Change, who is inexcusably absent today.
Decorum, please.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chairperson. From the little conversation we had over there, we have come to the resolution that the climate change policy has to be looked at, and the PIB law has to be looked at again. We should prioritize people over profits when looking at this act and
You have 1 minute,
policies.
please. Yeah, thank you.
And then look out for revenue solutions. We should also look out for contributions of carbon credits that initiates. Sorry, my rapporteur's writing is quite very unique. Okay, please let me speak from my head. I'd appreciate that. Okay, so we had concluded that we would
do an overview of the climate change policies from our different places and see how to engage the government and call them out to the PIB law that also engineers the promoters of pollution to further pollute the environment. So this assembly, after this assembly, we would connect with every other person that have made contribution to further bring up a draft resolution on that. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much. Quickly, let's call on the vice chair. And if the vice chair is not present currently, the delegates can equally take up that responsibility to give us a resolution of what transpired. Let's quickly call on the vice chair for agriculture to make their resolution to us, or the delegates should take that responsibility. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Jefferson Japheth Aku, Vice Chair on Agriculture. First and foremost, it shouldn't be about ideology or theory, but it should be about practicals, because we have spoken a lot, we've made statistics a lot, we've made deliberation smart, imaginative, and idealistic talks. But now let's have solutions. We heard someone saying about the clean energy. Let us invest in clean and get access to clean energy in agriculture, subsidize and clean agriculture, getting equipment, e.g., okay, the writing is like cold storage, and then education in agriculture, communities to facilitate behavioral change in, that is rural economy, that's investing in rural economy and inclusive trade. And then there should be provision for good road networks to enable the farm produce in the rural areas to be accessible to the buyers. So I yield the floor back to you, Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
very much, the Vice Chair. Quickly, let's call on the Vice Chair on health or the delegate to make their resolution to the Assembly.
Thank you,
In 1
Mr.
minute.
Chairman of the General Assembly. This is the Vice Chair on health presenting the resolutions. Firstly, the Health Caucus calls on the government to strengthen primary healthcare infrastructure, particularly in underserved regions where access to healthcare is low or deficient due to insecurity, that the primary healthcare settings should be strengthened and dilapidated ones should be renovated. Secondly, the Health Caucus encouraged the government to engage in substantial investment in health infrastructure enhancement, encompassing health clinic and laboratories, thereby making equipment, materials functional, and those that are not available should be procured. So this will prevent health tourism to other countries. Thirdly, the caucus, we want to encourage the government to implement strategies to retain healthcare experts by offering competitive salary, improvement in their call duty allowances and hazard allowances. These create avenue for growth and improve working conditions.
Thank you very much. Noted. Let's quickly call on the next Vice Chair on ICT technology to give us a resolution of what transpired. Thank you. Within 1 minute, please.
Thank you, the Chairman of the General Assembly. I'm Professor John Okeets, the Vice Chair of ICT and Technology Sector. Our resolutions are very key and very timely because one, enhancement of the ICT infrastructure in Nigeria, and also we're able to propose the cultivation of innovation and entrepreneurship, development of favorable tax frameworks for the tech sector, and also streamlining of the regulatory procedures within the the ICT and technology sectors, advancement of rural. And also we propose the need for the implementation of the triple helix model, national innovation system, and also a proper public-private partnership as well as initiation of digital inclusion campaign. Then we also propose the need for technology diplomacy, development of national policy on innovation and inventions, as well as promotion and popularization of science, technology, innovation, and science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Also, we propose the coordination and documentation of R&D result output, protection and privacy of data and cybersecurity.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. The rest of the submission, you may let the repertoire have them. Thank you for the sake of time. Let's run along. Vice Chair on disability inclusion, please. I yield the floor to you within 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. So our resolution, the first one, we call on the government to promote express policies on provision of accessible facilities that addresses the needs of all persons with disability. We stress the domestication and implementation of the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. We also encourage the universal design and standard building codes to provide safe, affordable, and proper housing for persons with disabilities. We request that introduction of disability studies into the school curriculum at all levels. We also urge the government to build partnerships with organizations of persons with disabilities to increase awareness of disability. We also encourage employers of labor to make their recruitment process inclusive. And we also request the need for inclusive communication materials at all levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair on disability inclusion. Quickly, let's move on to security. Vice Chair, I yield the floor to you.
Yeah, good day, Mr. Chairman. And on border abuse, we suggest enhancing border security by considering CCTV monitoring. And on tribal differences, we suggest introducing initiatives that bridge realistic unity. Welfare of security officers, increasing remuneration and welfare to avoid personal or security personnel's corruption, and community policing dignity. Federal power and official approval to dignify the local police endeavors. So that's you. I yield the floor back to the chairman.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair on security. Quickly, let's jump on to education. Vice Chair, you have the floor. Thank you. Vice Chair on education.
Thank you.
The delegate, is the delegate here? All right, please.
Thank you very much. We have 8 key points in the education sector. The first is to fast-track policy implementation, like the budgeting that has been approved, the retirement age, and then the salary structure for teachers that has not been implemented yet. And then funding for universities should be monitored. There should be a developmental plan for the funding of universities and monitoring it. Also, curricular upgrade, which means that we have to use more technology from the primary, secondary to the tertiary institutions. And also we need a system where our students are being taught in such a way that they can be productive when they are out of the system. Not that we should focus more on practical teachings. And another one is for us to strengthen our institutions, as these days we are hearing a lot of sexual harassment and a lot of indiscipline in the universities. So the agencies and parastatals that are in charge should strengthen the disciplinary committee and the ethics committee in that area. Also, there should be an improvement between student and teacher relationship. This will help students after they have maybe graduated or they've left their institutions, they will be able to come back to come and contribute to the development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Quickly, the last but not the least, Vice Chair on youth development, or the delegate.
Thank you, our chairperson. So we came up with the following resolutions: that the government should promote partnership between the private and public sectors to drive innovation and advance youth development. National orientation agencies should introduce and promote skill acquisition, increase human capital development, promote volunteerism. And in cases where you can't volunteer, you could drive your own community development. Our institutions should develop youth-centered programs for youth entrepreneurship, encourage entrepreneurship, and encourage the creatives out there. I yield the floor back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We have come to this very important last round of this very session. But before I move into that very session, if your hands are not very busy, can you put them together for every single presentation that has been made? I really want to appreciate you. We really want to appreciate you from this end for the time you have deployed to listen to every segment of this conversation. Thank you very much. But having listened to all the conversation that has been real out here, we have come to this very important session where our adoption of the resolutions is very important. I've observed that the hours are very busy. Should we give them next 1 minute for what they are sharing to get to everybody so that we can get extract commitment, resolute commitment from them from this very important moment? Let's give them a minute, if you don't mind. You want us to continue? All right, I'm told we should continue. Okay. Having listened, contributed, participated, observed all what has transpired from yesterday till today to this very moment, where presentations have been made, discussions have been made, and resolutions have been made. If you agree that we should adopt every single contribution that is geared towards the development of youth in Nigeria in this very summit, if you also agree that we should also put up a position paper, a position document to send to different government agencies, parastatals, and departments, and see to it that they are implemented for the upgrading of youth in Nigeria. If you are in support of this motion, can I hear you say, hi? If you are against, you may say nay. The ayes have it. I, as the chairman of this General Assembly, do hereby affirm, agree, and adopt every single resolution that has been made from this conference. Thank you very much. Let me equally appreciate all my vice chairman and vice chairperson, and of course, all the delegates that have made several presentations, and even all the other presenters that lead in different discussions. And of course, you that have created time to listen and participate in all what has transpired here. I say I congratulate you. And of course, my wonderful friend is in charge of the US. Thank you very much, sir, for your patience and time to listen to Nigerians. God bless you. Okay. Having said that, I hereby call this very session to an end. I yield the floor to the chairman, Mr. Black, in charge of YALI Nigerian Network. Please, a round of applause as I decline to accept. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you cannot be enough. I want to thank you, Honorable Member, Federal House of Representatives, Honorable Clement Jimbo, for this very, very, very in-depth session. Awele, please, after this, they are going to go to the backdrop outside to take group pictures. We are going to use the backdrop outside so that we can quickly finish this session
and come to a close. I believe that you're being served your refreshments. We were just trying to sort that out, and in the next 20 minutes, we will be out of here. But it would be very unfair to you if you should leave without this other one piece of information to get. There is an organization. Remember, we are all about giving you impact. We are all about giving you something that when you leave here, both the information and the contacts will afford you a different trajectory in your life. So we have just one more organization that will be addressing you in 5 minutes and letting you know what they do and how it can impact in your life. Please, this picture session is just for the delegates and the vice chairs. So if you're not part of that session, I'd like you to sit back while you're having your refreshments and listen to this session. Please, I need this up. Okay. Please, I need 2 volunteers to help me. Let's take this up, please, for the next presentation. 2 volunteers, help me take it up. YALI is volunteering. Yes. Delegate. Yes. Please, I want to take it up here. Then you take out the seats to have access, just the table. The picture is for delegates and vice chairs at the session, at the red carpet. Austin, baby. Austin, please, I need 2 volunteers here. If you think that session was beneficial to you, can I hear I? Beautiful. I'm happy that despite the time, that some people still benefited from that session. So like I said, in the next 5 minutes, someone is going to talk to us and we'll be out of here. So I just implore you to listen and take something out of it too. Deborah, you want to come up? Media, please, do you have the slide for OYIV? Media, please, can you project the slide while she's being introduced? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Okay. I'm going to be calling up Mrs. Caroline Walker, the founder and CEO of AYVI. Media, please, do you have the slides? Can we hear me, please? Okay, thank you very much. Media, can we have a slide up, please? She's a purpose-driven leader focused on advancing youth's voices in nation building. She's a certified trainer using the success principles to contribute to youth empowerment. Innovative director in the public sector, solving chronic deficiencies and driving growth. Caroline uses her copy and content writing skills to create excellent service delivery. She's ready for challenges and focused on meeting future demands. I know we're tired, but I'd like you to put your hands together and please pay attention as I call up Mrs. Caroline Woko. Media, please, we need your help right now. Thank you.
Hello. 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 Finally, finally, it is only your generation that can sit here since 9 o'clock a.m. in the morning till almost about 5 p.m. It's only the millennials and Generation Z. Can you give yourself a round in applause? I belong to Generation X, so I can't stand for too long and sit without my stomach grumbling for food, but you did it. I'm so proud of you, and you have inspired me to action. Can we please have a slide? Okay, while the slide is still coming up, I want to thank not just you because I'm here for you. You inspired me to fly from Lagos to Abuja to see what I can do and how I can serve you better. I also want to thank the representative of the American consulate. I know it's pretty hot in here, and you've been sitting down there all by yourself. I salute you for being a part of this YALI network. I want to also thank YALI network for what they have done. Majority of our young people want to japa, right? They want to leave the country, but there's so much potential. If America could come over here and create an initiative to empower you to serve in your country, then why are you japping? Why do you want to jabber? They see the potential here. They see the resources. So why are you leaving it? But some of us are not ready to leave it. We're here to stay. We're here to empower you and build you with the skill to serve this great country. You are diverse. You have the highest population. And how did my journey started? Please, can you move it upwards? Media? Okay. I would start with, since yesterday we've heard about leadership. And leadership has had various definitions. But the one that strikes me is that leadership is the ability to elicit extraordinary performance from very ordinary people. Naturally, I wouldn't be here if one of my directors, who is he just turned 20 years old, he wasn't available. Hello. Okay, we will improve it. We will improve it. So I wouldn't have loved to stand here today if I didn't have my director, who just turned 20 years old, and he's really the one that represent me when I'm called for a speaking, both locally and internationally. I would tell those young men that I have invested so much on to go and speak on my behalf because they know how to connect to your generation. They are your voice. And when I see them talking, I can sit back and say, hey, I trained people. And so unfortunately, he's not here. I've got a new trainee sitting down there, Daniel. Yeah, so could you take this up, please? Okay, you've heard about my story. So why did I start doing this when I work in the public sector? And I belong to top management staff in one of the government agents in Nigeria. Why did I start this? What was that aha moment that brought me to service? Because there's an aha moment for each one of you. Bracket open, we've been born into time. One day, bracket will come to a close. And we've got a hyphen. And the story is, what did you do with your time? What did you do with this time? We talk about innovation, beyond limits. How are you going to transcend into that infinite realm of possibilities where you have limitations on the physical? How do you move into that infinite realm to become a creator? So the story started with, please go up. Media. Okay. This story started a nonprofit, not because I wanted to, but because I went for a program in 2020, March 12th, in Philadelphia, in the United States. And as I got in, the next morning, President Trump closed all the borders. I couldn't leave America. I started wondering, what is all this viral news? What is COVID? And everybody was wearing masks. And while I was still trying to figure out how long am I going to stay in this country, they've called off the program because of COVID. And I was figuring that out. I woke up that morning, 10 days after, in my hotel room, and I couldn't move my limbs anymore. I couldn't stand up. I was stuck on my bed. I thought, oh, those bad people back home must have done juju for me. So I was scared. And then luckily, thank God for the systems in place in the United States. And I was able to drag my hands and reached out to the bedtime, my bed telephone, and I dialed 911. And they came over and took me to the hospital on a stretcher. And I got into the hospital emergencies. Of course, the emergency was beautiful. And found out that my femoral head had locked into my pelvis and grinded that movement. I can't move my limbs anymore. And they couldn't do any surgery at that time because of COVID. So they kept me on that wheelchair, the wheelchair that I showed you. And I stayed on that wheelchair for 5 months. I had no family. I had no friends in Philadelphia, except that beautiful woman who was, what are we going to do? You don't have insurance. How are you going to pay $72,000 without insurance? And that was like a death sentence. At that point, I met people who galvanized into action. I met people who saw this African woman, people of diverse cultures, people of a different color, especially his color. I met them and they helped. And they helped 1 year and 3 months in the US and did the surgery and came back for the last surgery this year in January. So, what happened? Love, compassion, empathy. We usually, I experienced it. I experienced what empathy was. Experience all those full emotions just like that. I'm going to also pass it. And what can I pass? For over 23 years on leadership, I have traveled almost across the world. I've learned skills. 45 people in my directorate. So I have leadership skills that I have guided for 23 years from a level of, what is the leadership of the 21st century? It's not a leadership of command and control of the heart where I can walk, put up a, inspire a team to actually achieve into the digital world of the 21st century. Okay. So what do we start with? Remember if you were here yesterday, about little steps. So while I was still recovering, learning how to walk again, going through physiotherapy, I set up a mentorship program of those around my neighborhood in the US. I started with 2 people, 3 people, 10 people while recovering. I could now come back and start this who are just leaving their high school for college and the world. And so our training program, all these things about innovation. We can come environment where the energy is so positive. But one thing is, we leave this venue, we need someone, an accountability partner who will continue to keep us in track, mind group that will be there to support us. And so that is our initiative. Then, of course, no big dreams cost for Nigerian. If you go to our website, we have people subscribing to become volunteers, and it cuts across Nigeria. We have the United States too. So we are not thinking. So how do we achieve that? Creating strong relationship is people to do. Next line, please. Oh, wow, social media. Where do we find majority of you? Are you entertaining or you're having fun? Very meaningful presentations that we do on social media, and we're engaged. So let's go to the next. Now, content writing, we take you on content. We have great content on conflict management, problem solving skills, and other things. And man there was asking a question, and you come out of school, you don't have a job, that network, there's a your network is your network. Begin to form relationships. You come out of school, you can leverage on. We provide content writing. Next one, please. Now, this is one of the programs we do. You know, everyone thinks what you might think might be different from what I think DD thinks because of your level of exposure. We work in collaboration with other agencies, and we take them to conferences within Africa, and we take them to what happens. They see a digital world. They see a world where you are active. They see a world where you don't have to talk that enhances productivity. So we're talking about Evernote, we're talking about Slack, we're talking about that you can connect with and be productive. Technology. And sometimes, you know, you can't imagine how long time. I wish I was born in this age. Yeah? Because the amount of information available to you is so information. Whatever you need to study, Google is your best friend. We have an email marketing, which gives. Next one, please. Now, our promise for advancing youth voice is tailored towards increased participation of youth involved leadership and nation building. We tools in Africa on youth empowerment. And what do we promise you? 90% of building and civic responsibility which you made us proud in the last elections. Then 97 engagement in meaningful content and social media platforms. Exposure to international workshops. Please continue. We had that youth. We came in here in this particular space. As phenomenal as when you, it is by giving that you receive. Okay? And so this, since we started at 2022, and they have partnerships with USAID, we have partnership with Google. You can follow us on and YouTube, where we release your content and register and subscribe and automatic static website. So you go to the chat, ladies and gentlemen, the key to an innovation which is that someone, after you've learned so much, we lose momentum. We must be in an environment or an energy through creating accountability partners. So go and register and join us in this journey. Partnerships with YALI in collaboration. Thank you.
Plus for her, please. Let's put our hands together. Okay, it's been an amazing national summit. Far, can I get a witness? You've enjoyed. I want you to put your hands together for yourself. Put your hands together. Being an amazing audience. I like to create an indulgence. The steering committee chairman, put your hands together as I welcome him close. But he has been the man that spearheaded the planning of this. Please appreciate him. He is a welcome, sir.
Wow. Finally, it has finished. We have been running around ensuring that we deliver. And I must start by telling every participant, thank you. From the depth of my heart, on behalf of the whole steering committee, thank you. Executives of YALI Network Nigeria, without you. Imagine putting up all of this and then the hall is empty. Components that makes this a summit is. Thank you for being an amazing audience. Thank you to come and listen to us. To everybody that has gotten value from here, either as a new friend and network, I want forward. Ensure that the value you have gotten from, ensure to make sure that the next person benefits from all our partners. This event by the US nations for all the support you give to us. Abuja and the US Consul, very fantastic supporters of the YALI. So much, you know that YALI is comprised of three the Regional Leadership Center and the net that is organizing this yearly summit. Bima Hospital, some of you have done your vital, sponsored by Bima Hospital. We have HP and partner with YALI Network Nigeria. We had Pepsi of the drinks you are drinking here is sponsored that we got by HP. We have Otis Keeper job here and a host with us to ensure that this summit is. Please put your hands together for them. They have this summit is a success. I at this and the National Steering Committee Summit of YALI Network Nigeria, all the VIPs, the coordinators, and everything they have done. Committee member, I want to call the 2020 official close. Not a small feat. Don't go back to where you are from Enugu. Make sure you have an don't make your contacts only your. Now that is one of the benefits as you network. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, please. The team members I worked with, I am so sorry. Let us welcome Idris. He's the person in charge of the Job Biz Expo and the opportunity fair. This is the man. This is the to him, the director of T-shirt. This man went through all the stress of this summit. I have not heard anybody. Every T-shirt was properly accounted. Put your hands together for this man. It was not an easy feat. This man coordinated email. Any long email you receive is a very, very solid content writer. Yes. This is the person in charge of finance. He has kept all approved and only. Yeah, my lovely deputy. Religious sakes. All right, so this is Sekinat Bello of this planning committee. We'll take that. Charge of partnerships. I think that's all, and fundraising. Thank you so. Oh, Mr. Smith, put your hands together for Mr. Smith, the person in charge. Action, everything that is Mr. Smith is part of this. Please, please, I will crave your indulgence to join us. Please join us here and let's have the cameraman. Oh, facilitator, Awole Uzochukwu, trained the whole delegates and vice. Guests, please. All the special guests still are present.
Uh, uh, so my name is Peter. I think my first experience when I went to Kano and I met with interesting group. There were of Nigeria. There was a member from the south in, and he of Nigeria. Trash cleanup and with during really um, on because we really value your work. Thank you for and yeah.
Thank you very much. I am told that we should close with a national anthem. Please, let's stand, let's stand, let's stand. Voice, but I'll try. Voice. Let's take the second stanza. Who wants to hum it?
Okay, let's take creation. 1, 2. God of creation, act our noble cause, our leaders right to know and love and honor and live in just and true. The height attain to where peace and justice.
I believe in Africa. Africa.
Let me tell them.
I believe in Africa.
Okay, so somebody a black jacket with a YALI tag. Please, if you found it, meet any of the or any of the coordinators to give it back to them, please. She has been looking for it.
I believe in you. All will rise again. Like we may cry. Africa will rise. Yes, I can. Yes, I will. Fight my way through the storm. Yes, I can. Yes, I will. Yes, I can. Yes, I will. It's your time to take control. What are you waiting for? Mama, mama, mama. Mama, mama, mama. We made it. We made it. We made it. Yeah. I believe in Africa. In Africa. Africa. You. Young Africa. Leaders. Yali, yali, yali. Yali, yali. Soldiers. Young Africa soldiers. Yali, yali, yali. Africa leaders. Yali, yali, yali. Young African soldiers. Young African leaders. Young African soldiers. Africa. I believe in Africa. You. Africa. I believe in Africa. I believe in Africa. Yeah, mama, mama, mama. We made. Mama, mama. We made it. We made. We made it. We made it. We made it. We made it.